Section 1 of Drake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Drake by Alfred NOYES. Prologue to American edition. England, my mother, lift to my western sweetheart one full cup of English mead breathing of the May. Pledge the Mayflower in her face that you and none other sent her from the motherland across the dashing spray. Hers and yours the story, think of it, oh think of it, that immortal dream when El Dorado flushed the skies. Fill the beaker full and drink to Drake's undying glory. Yours and hers, oh drink of it, the dream that never dies. Yours and hers the free men who scanned the stars and westward sung when a king commanded and the Atlantic thundered nay. Hers as yours the pride is, for Drake, our first of seamen, first upon his bowsprit hung that bunch of English May. Pledge her deep, my mother, through her veins thy life stream runs. Spare a thought too, sweetheart, for my mother o'er the sea. Younger eyes are yours, but those old eyes and none other once bedewed the Mayflower, once, as yours, were clear and free. Once, nay, now as ever, beats within her ancient heart all the faith that took you forth to seek your heaven alone. Shadows come and go, but let no shade of doubt dissever, cloak, or cloud, or keep apart two souls whose prayer is one. Sweetheart, be tender, tender with her prayer to-night. Such a goal might yet be ours, the battle flags be furled, all the wars of earth be crushed, if only now your slender hand should grasp her gnarled old hand and federate the world. Foolish it may seem, sweet, still the battle thunder lowers. Darker look the dreadnoughts as old Europe goes her way. Yet your hand has power to crush that evil dream, sweet. You, with younger eyes than ours and brows of English May. If a singer cherishes idle dreams or idle words, you shall judge and you'll forgive, for far away or nigh still abides that vision without which a people perishes. Love will strike the atoning chords. Hark, there comes a cry. Over all this earth, sweet, the poor and weak look up to you, lift their burdened shoulders, stretch their fettered hands in prayer. You, with gentle hands, can bring the world-wide dream to birth, sweet, while I lift this cup to you and wonder, will she care? Kindle, eyes, and beat, heart, hold the brimming beaker up. All the May is burgeoning from east to golden west. England, my mother, greet America, my sweetheart. But ere I drained the cup, I found her on your breast. Exordium. When on the highest ridge of that strange land, under the cloudless blinding tropic blue, Drake and his band of swarthy seamen stood, with dazed eyes gazing round them, emerald fans of palm that fell like fountains over cliffs of gorgeous red anana bloom obscured their sight on every side, illustrious gleams of rose and green and gold streamed from the plumes that flashed like living rainbows through the glades. Piratic glints of musketoon and sword, the scarlet scarves around the tawny throats, the bright gold earrings in the sun-black ears, and the calm faces of the negro guides, opposed their barbarous bravery to the noon. Yet a deep silence dreadfully besieged even those mighty hearts upon the verge of the undiscovered world. Behind them lay the old earth they knew, in front they could not see what lay beyond the ridge, only they heard cries of the painted birds troubling the heat and shivering through the woods, till Francis Drake plunged through the hush, took hold upon a tree, the tallest near them, and clomb upward branch by branch, and there as he swung clear above the steep down forest, on his wondering eyes, mile upon mile of rugged shimmering gold, burst the unknown immeasurable sea. Then he descended, and with a new voice vowed that, God helping, he would one day plough those virgin waters with an English keel. So here before the unattempted task, above the golden ocean of my dream, I clomb, and saw in splendid pageant pass the wild adventures and heroic deeds of England's epic age, a vision lit with mighty prophecies, fraught with a doom, worthy the great Homeric roll of song, yet all unsung and unrecorded quite by those who might have touched with Raphael's hand the large imperial legend of our race, ere it brought forth the braggarts of an hour, self-worshippers who love their imaged strength, and as a symbol for their own proud selves misuse the sacred name of this dear land, while England to the empire of her soul, like some great prophet, passes through the crowd that cannot understand, for he must climb up to that sovereign thunder-smitten peak, where he shall grave and trench on adamant the law that God shall utter by the still, small voice, not by the whirlwind or the fire. There labouring for the highest in himself, he shall achieve the good of all mankind. And from that lonely Sinai shall return triumphant o'er the little gods of gold that rule their little hour upon the plain. O thou blind master of these opened eyes, be near me therefore now, for not in pride I lift lame hands to this imperious theme, but yearning to a power above mine own, even as a man might lift his hands in prayer; or as a child perchance in those dark days when London lay beleaguered and the axe flashed out for a bigot empire, and the blood of martyrs made a purple path for Spain up to the throne of Mary, as a child gathering with friends upon a winter's morn for some mock fight between the hateful Prince Philip and Thomas Wyatt, all at once might see in gorgeous ruffs embastioned, popinjay plumes and slouching hats of Spain, gay shimmering silks and rich encrusted gems, gold collars, rare brocades and sleek trunk hose, the ambassador and peacock courtiers come strutting along the white snow-strangled street, a walking plot of scarlet Spanish flowers, and with one cry 100 boyish hands put them to flight with snowballs, while the wind all round their Spanish ears hissed like a flight of white-winged geese, so may I wage perchance a mimic war with all my heart in it, munitioned with mere perishable snow, which mightier hands one day will urge with steel. Yet may they still remember me as I remember, with one little laugh of love, that child's game, this were wealth enough for me. Mother and love, fair England, hear my prayer. Help me that I may tell the enduring tale of that great seaman, good at need, who first sailed round this globe and made one little isle against that huge empire of Spain, whose might was paramount on earth, o'ertopping Babylon, Nineveh, Greece and Rome, Carthage and all huge empires of the past. He made this little isle against the world, queen of the earth and sea. Nor this alone the theme, for in a mightier strife engaged even than he knew, he fought for the new faiths, championing our manhood as it rose and cast its feudal chains before the seat of kings. Nay, in a mightier battle yet, he fought for the soul's freedom, fought the fight, which, though it still rings in our wondering ears, was won then and forever, that great war, that last crusade of Christ against his priests, wherein Spain fell behind a thunderous roar of ocean triumph over burning ships and shattered fleets, while England rose, her white cliffs laughing out across the waves, victorious over all her enemies. And while he won the world for her domain, her loins brought forth, her fostering bosom fed souls that have swept the spiritual seas from heaven to hell and justified her crown. For round the throne of great Elizabeth, Spencer and Burleigh, Sidney and Verulam, clustered like stars, rare Johnson like the crown of Cassiopeia, Marlowe ruddy as Mars, and over all those mighty hearts arose the soul of Shakespeare, brooding far and wide beyond our small horizons, like a light thrown from a vaster sun that still illumes tracts which the arc of our increasing day must still leave undiscovered, unexplored. Mother and love, fair England, hear my prayer, as thou didst touch the heart and light the flame of wonder in those eyes which first awoke to beauty and the sea's adventurous dream 300 years ago, 300 years and 5 long decades, in the leafy lanes of Devon, where the tallest trees that bore the raven's matted nest had yielded up their booty, while the perilous branches swayed beneath the boyish privateer, the king of many young companions, Francis Drake. So hear me and so help, for more than his my need is, even than when he first set sail upon that wild adventure with 3 ships and 60 men from grey old Plymouth Sound, not knowing if he went to life or death, not caring greatly, so that he were true to his own sleepless and unfaltering soul, which could not choose but hear the ringing call across the splendours of the Spanish Main, from ever fading, ever new horizons and shores beyond the sunset and the sea. Mother and sweetheart, England, from whose breast, with all the world before them, they went forth, thy seamen, o'er the wide uncharted waste, wider than that Ulysses roamed of old, even as the wine–dark Mediterranean is wider than some wave–relinquished pool, among its rocks yet none the less explored to greater ends than all the pride of Greece and pomp of Rome achieved, if my poor song, now spread too wide a sail, forgive thy son and lover, for thy love was ever wont to lift men up in pride above themselves, to do great deeds which of themselves alone they could not, thou hast led the unfaltering feet of even thy meanest heroes down to death, lifted poor knights to many a great emprise, taught them high thoughts, and though they kept their souls lowly as little children, bidden them lift eyes unappalled by all the myriad stars that wheel around the great white throne of God. End of prologue. Section 2 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 1. Now through the great doors of the council room magnificently streamed in rich array the peers of England, regal of aspect and grave, their silence waited for the Queen. And even now she came, and through their midst, low as they bowed, she passed without a smile, and took her royal seat. A bodeful hush of huge anticipation gripped all hearts, compressed all brows, and loaded the broad noon with gathering thunder. None knew what the hour might yet bring forth, but the dark fire of war smouldered in every eye, for every day the council met debating how to join honour with peace, and every day new tales of English wrongs received from the red hands of that gigantic empire. Insolent Spain spurred fiercer resentments up like steeds revolting on the curb, foaming for battle in all men's minds against whatever odds. On one side of the throne great Walsingham, a lion of England, couchant, watchful, calm, was now the master of opinion. All drew to him. Even the hunchback Burleigh smiled with half ironic admiration now, as in the presence of the Queen they met amid the sweeping splendours of her court, a cynic smile that seemed to say, I, too, would fain regain that forthright heart of fire. Yet statesmanship is but a smoother name for the superior cunning which ensures victory, and the Queen, too, knowing her strength and weakness, though her woman's heart leaped out to courage, yet with woman's craft preferred the subtler strength of Burleigh, for she knew Mary of Scotland waited for that war to strike her in the side for Rome. She knew how many thousands lurked in England still, remembering Rome and Bloody Mary's reign. France, o'er a wall of bleeding Huguenots, watched for an hour to strike. Against all these, what shield could England raise, this little isle? Outmatched, outnumbered, perilously near utter destruction. So the long debate proceeded. All at once there came a cry, along the streets and at the palace gates, and at the great doors of the council room. Then through the pikes and halberds a voice rose, imperative for entrance, and the guards made way, and a strange whisper surged around. And through the peers of England thrilled the blood of Agincourt as to the foot of the throne came Leicester, for behind him as he came a seaman stumbled, travel-stained and torn, crying for justice, and gasped out his tale. "The Spaniards," he moaned, "the Inquisition, they have taken all my comrades, all our crew, and flung them into dungeons. There they lie, waiting for England, waiting for their Queen. Will you not free them? I alone am left. All London is afire with it, for this was one of your chief city merchants' ships, the Pride of London, one of Osborne's ships. But there is none to help them. I escaped, with shrieks of torment ringing in these ears, the glare of torture chambers in these eyes that see no faces anywhere but blind, blind faces, each a bruise of white that smiles in idiot agony, washed with sweat and blood, the face of some strange thing that once was man and now can only turn from side to side, babbling like a child, with mouth agape, and crying for help where there is none to hear save those black vizards in the furnace glow, moving like devils at their hellish trade." He paused, his memory sickened, his brain swooned back into that wild glare of obscene pain. Once more to his ears and nostrils horribly crept the hiss and smell of shrivelling human flesh. His dumb stare told the rest. His head sank down. He strove, in agony, with what all hideous words must leave untold. While Leicester vouched him, "This man's tale is true." But like a gathering storm, a low deep moan Of passion, like a tiger's, slowly crept From the grey lips of Walsingham. "My Queen, will you not free them?" Then Elizabeth, whose name is one for ever with the name of England, rose, and in her face the gleam Of justice that makes anger terrible shone, and she stretched her glittering sceptre forth and spoke, with distant empires in her eyes. "My lords, this is the last cry they shall wring From English lips unheeded. We will have Such remedies for this as all the world shall tremble at." And on that night, while Drake Close in his London lodging lay concealed, Until he knew if it were peace or war With Spain, for he had struck on the high seas At Spain, and well he knew if it were peace His blood would be made witness to that bond, And he must die a pirate's death or fly Westward once more. There all alone he pored By a struggling rushlight o'er a well thumbed chart Of magic islands in the enchanted seas, Dreaming, as boys and poets only dream With those that see God's wonders in the deep, Perilous visions of those palmy keys, Coconut islands, parrot haunted woods, Crisp coral reefs, and blue shark finned lagoons Fringed with the creaming foam, mile upon mile Of mystery. Dream after dream went by, Colouring the brown air of that London night With many a mad miraculous romance. There suddenly some augury, some flash Showed him a coming promise, a strange hint, Which though he played with it he scarce believed. Strange as in some dark cave the first fierce gleam Of pirate gold to some forlorn maroon Who tiptoes to the heap and glances round askance, and dreads to hear what erst he longed to hear, some voice to break the hush, but bathes both hands with childish laughter in the gold, and lets it trickle through his fevered palms, and begins counting 100 times, and loses count each time for sheer delight and wonder in it. Meantime, if he knew, passing the cave mouth, far away, beyond the still lagoon, the coral reef, the foam, and the white fluttering chatter of the birds, a sail that might have saved him comes and goes, unseen across the blue Pacific Sea. So Drake, too, played with fancies, but that sail passed not unseen, for suddenly there came a firm and heavy footstep to the door, then a loud knocking, and at first he thought, I am a dead man, there is peace with Spain, and they are come to lead me to my doom. But as he looked across one shoulder, pride checking the fuller watch for what he feared, the door opened, and cold as from the sea the night rushed in, and there against the gloom, clad as it seemed with wind and cloud and rain, there loomed a stately form and high grim face, loaded with deadly thoughts of iron war. Walsingham. In one hand he held a map, marked with red lines, the other hand held down the rich encrusted hilt of his great sword. Then Drake rose, and the other cautiously closing the door drew near the flickering light, and spread his map out on the table, saying, Mark for me here the points whereat the King Philip of Spain may best be wounded, mark the joints of his harness. And Drake looked at him, thinking, if he betray me, I am dead. But the soldier met his eyes, and with a laugh, Drake, quivering like a bloodhound in the leash, stooped, with his finger pointing thus and thus, here would I guard, here would I lie in wait, here would I strike him through the breast and throat. And as he spoke he kindled, and began to set forth his great dreams, and high romance rose like a moon reflecting the true sun unseen. And as the full round moon indeed rising behind a mighty mountain chain will shadow forth in outline grim and black its vast and ragged edges, so that moon of high romance rose greatly, shadowing forth the grandeur of his dreams, until their might dawned upon Walsingham, and he too saw, for a moment of muffled moonlight and wild cloud, the vision of the imperious years to be. But suddenly Drake paused, as one who strays beyond the bounds of caution, paused and cursed his tongue for prating like a moonstruck boy's. I am mad, he cried, I am mad to babble so. Then Walsingham drew near him with strange eyes, and muttered slowly, Write that madness down, ay, write it down, that madman's plan of thine. Sign it, and let me take it to the Queen. But the weather-wiser seaman warily answered him, If it please Almighty God to take away our Queen Elizabeth, seeing that she is mortal as ourselves, England might then be leagued with Spain, and I should here have sealed my doom. I will not put my pen to paper. So across the charts, with that dim light on each grim countenance, the seaman and the courtier subtly fenced with words and thoughts, but neither would betray his whole heart to the other. At the last, Walsingham gripped the hand of Francis Drake, and left him wondering. On the third night came a messenger from Walsingham, who bade Drake to the palace where, without one word, the statesman met him in an anteroom, and led him, with flushed cheek and beating heart, along a mighty gold-gloomed corridor, into a high arched chamber, hung with tall curtains of gold-fringed silk and tapestries from Flanders looms, whereon were flowers and beasts, and forest work, great knights with hawk on hand, riding for ever on their glimmering steeds through bowery glades to some immortal face beyond the fairy fringes of the world. A silver lamp swung softly overhead, fed with some perfumed oil that shed abroad delicious light and fragrances as rare as those that stirred faint wings at eventide through the king's house in Lebanon of old. Into a quietness as of fallen bloom their feet sank in that chamber, and all round soft hills of Moorish cushions dimly drowsed on glimmering crimson couches. Near the lamp an ebony chessboard stood inlaid with squares of ruby and emerald, garnished with cinquefoils of silver, bears, and ragged staves. The men, likewise of precious stones, were all arrayed, bishops and knights and elephants and pawns, as for a game. 16 of them were set in silver white, the other 16 gilt. Now as Drake gazed upon an arras nigh the farther doors whereon was richly wrought the picture of that grave and lovely queen Penelope, with cold hands weaving still the unending web, while in an outer court the broad-limbed wooers basking in the sun on purple fleeces took from white-armed girls upkirtled to the knee the crimson wine. There, as he gazed and thought, is this not like our Queen Elizabeth who waits and weaves, Penelope of England, her dark web, unendingly till England's empire come? There, as he gazed for a moment, he could vow the pictured arras moved. Well had it been had he drawn sword and pierced it through and through. But he suspected nothing and said naught to Walsingham, for thereupon they heard the sound of a low lute and a sweet voice, carolling like a gold-caged nightingale, caught by the fowler's ere he found his mate, and singing all his heart out evermore to the unknown forest love he ne'er should see. And Walsingham smiled sadly to himself, knowing the weary queen had bidden some maid sing to her even as David sang to Saul, since all her heart was bitter with her love, or so it was breathed, and there the chessboard stood, her love's device upon it, though she still, for England's sake, must keep great foreign kings, her suitors, wedding no man till she died. Nor did she know how, in her happiest hour, remembered now most sorrowfully, the moon, vicegerent of the sky, through summer dews, as that sweet ballad tells in plaintive rhyme, silvering the grey old Cumnor towers and all the hollow haunted oaks that grew thereby, gleamed on a casement whence the pure white face of Amy Robsart, wife of Leicester, wife unknown of the Queen's lover, a frail bar to that proud earl's ambition, quietly gazed, and heard the night owl hoot a dark presage of murder through her timid shuddering heart. But of that deed Elizabeth knew naught. Nay, white as Amy Robsart in her dream of love she listened to the sobbing lute, bitterly happy, proudly desolate. So heavy are all earth's crowns and sharp with thorns. But tenderly that high born maiden sang. Now the purple night is past, now the moon more faintly glows, Dawn has through thy casement cast Roses on thy breast, a rose. Now the kisses are all done, now the world awakes anew, now the charmèd hour is gone, let not love go too. When old Winter creeping nigh Sprinkles raven hair with white, Dims the brightly glancing eye, Laughs away the dancing light, Roses may forget their sun, Lilies may forget their dew, Beauties perish one by one, Let not love go too. Palaces and towers of pride Crumble year by year away, Creeds like robes are laid aside, Even our very tombs decay, When the all conquering moth and rust Gnaw the goodly garment through, When the dust returns to dust, Let not love go too. Kingdoms melt away like snow, Gods are spent like wasting flames, Hardly the new peoples know Their divine thrice worshipped names. At the last great hour of all, When thou makest all things new, Father, hear thy children call, Let not love go too. The song ceased, all was still, and now it seemed Power brooded on the silence, and Drake saw A woman come to meet him, tall and pale, And proud she seemed. Behind her head two wings, As of some mighty phantom butterfly, Glimmered with jewel sparks in the gold gloom. Her small pure grey eyed face, above her ruff, Was chiselled like an agate, and he knew It was the Queen. Low bent he o'er her hand, And "Ah," she said, "Sir Francis Walsingham Hath told me what an English heart beats here. Know you what injuries the King of Spain Hath done us?" Drake looked up at her. She smiled. "We find you apt. Will you not be our knight? For we are helpless." Witchingly she smiled. "We are not ripe for war. Our policy Must still be to uphold the velvet cloak Of peace. But I would have it mask the hand That holds the dagger. Will you not unfold Your scheme to us?" And then with a low bow Walsingham, at a signal from the Queen, Withdrew, and she looked down at Drake and smiled. And in his great simplicity the man Spake all his heart out like some youthful knight Before his Gloriana. His heart burned, Knowing he talked with England face to face. And suddenly the Queen bent down to him, England bent down to him, and his heart reeled With the beauty of her presence, for indeed Women alone have royal power like this Within their very selves enthroned and shrined To draw men's hearts out. Royal she bent down And touched his hand for a moment. "Friend," she said, Looking into his face with subtle eyes, "I have searched thy soul to night, and know full well How I can trust thee. Canst thou think that I, The daughter of my royal father, lack The fire which every boor in England feels Burning within him as the bloody score Which Spain writes on the flesh of Englishmen Mounts higher day by day? Am I not Tudor? I am not deaf or blind, nor yet a king. I am a woman and a queen, and where Kings would have plunged into their red revenge, or set their throne up on this temporal shore, as flatterers bade that wiser king Canute thence to command the advancing tides of battle, till one ensanguined sea whelm throne and king and kingdom, friend, I take my woman's way, smile in mine enemies' faces with a heart all hell, and undermine them hour by hour. This island scarce can fend herself from France, and now Spain holds the keys of all the world. How should we fight her, save that my poor wit hath won the key to Philip? Oh, I know his treacherous lecherous heart, and hour by hour my nets are drawing round him. I, that starve my public armies, feed his private foes, nourish his rebels in the Netherlands, nay, sacrifice mine own poor woman's heart to keep him mine, and surely now stands Fate with hand uplifted by the doors of Spain, ready to knock. The time is close at hand when I shall strike once and no second stroke. Remember, friend, though kings have fought for her, this England with the trident in her grasp was ever woman, and she waits her throne, and thou canst speed it. Furnish thee with ships, gather thy gentlemen adventurers, and be assured thy parsimonious queen, oh ay, she knows that chattering of the world, will find thee wealth enough. Then put to sea, fly the black flag of piracy awhile against these blackest foes of all mankind. Nay, what hast thou to do with piracy? Hostis humani generis indeed is Spain, she dwells beyond the bounds of law. Thine is no piracy, whate'er men say. Thou art a knight on Gloriana's quest. Oh, lay that golden unction to thy soul. This is no piracy, but glorious war, waged for thy country and for all mankind. Therefore put out to sea without one fear. Ransack their Eldorados of the West. Pillage their golden galleons, sap their strength even at its utmost fountains. Let them know that there is blood, not water, in our veins. Sail on, my captain, to the glorious end, and though at first thou needs must sail alone and undefended ere that end be reached, when I shall give the word, nay, but one word, all England shall be up and after thee. The sword of England shall shine over thee and round about thee like a guardian fire. All the great soul of England shall be there. Her mighty dead shall at that cry of doom rise from their graves, and in God's panoply plunge with our standards through immortal storms when Drake rides out across the wreck of Rome. As yet we must be cautious. Let no breath escape thee save to thy most trusted friends. For now, if my Lord Burleigh heard one word of all thou hast in mind, he is so much the friend of caution and the beaten road, he would not rest till he had spilled thy hopes and sealed thy doom. Go now, fit out thy ships. Walsingham is empowered to give thee gold immediately, but look to him for more, as thou shalt need it, gold and gold to spare. My golden hearted pilot to the shores of victory. So farewell." And through the gloom she vanished as she came, and Drake groped dazed out through the doors and found great Walsingham awaiting him with gold. But in the room where Drake had held his converse with the queen, the embroidered arras moved, and a lean face, white with its long eavesdropping upon death, crept out and peered as a venomous adder peers from out dark ferns, then as the reptile flashes along a path between two banks of flowers, almost too swift for sight, a stealthy form, one of the 50 spies whom Burleigh paid, passed down the gold-gloomed corridor to seek his master, whom among great books he found, calm like a mountain brooding o'er the sea. Nor did he break that calm for all these winds of rumour that now burst from out the sky. His brow bent like a cliff over his thoughts, and the spy watched him half resentfully, thinking his news well worth a blacker frown. At last the statesman smiled and answered, "Go, fetch Thomas Doughty, Leicester's secretary." Few suns had risen and set ere Francis Drake had furnished forth his ships with guns and men, tried seamen that he knew in storms of old, Will Harvest, who could haul the ropes and fight all day and sing a forecastle song to cheer sea-weary hearts at night, brave old Tom Moone, the carpenter whose faithful soul looked up to Drake's large mastery with a mastiff's eyes, and 60 trusty mariners, all scarred and weather-beaten. After these there came some 20 gentlemen adventurers, gay college lads or lawyers that had grown sick of the dusty Temple, and were fired with tales of the rich Indies and those tall enchanted galleons drifting through the West, laden with ingots and broad bars of gold. Already some had bought at a great price green birds of Guatemala, which they wore on their slouched hats, tasting the high romance and new-found colours of the world like wine. By night they gathered in a marvellous inn beside the black and secret flowing Thames, and joyously they tossed the magic phrase "pieces of 8" from mouth to mouth, and laughed, and held the red wine up night after night around their tables, toasting Francis Drake. Among these came a courtier, and none knew or asked by whose approval, for each thought some other brought him, yet he made his way, cautiously, being a man with a smooth tongue, the secretary of Leicester, and his name was Thomas Doughty. Most of all with Drake he won his way to friendship, till at last there seemed one heart between them and one soul. End of Book 1. Section 3 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 2, Part 1. So on a misty, grey December morn 5 ships put out from calm old Plymouth Sound. 5 little ships, the largest not so large as many a coasting yacht or fishing trawl to-day, yet these must brave uncharted seas of unimagined terrors, haunted glooms, and shadowy horrors of an unknown world, wild as primeval chaos. In the first, the Golden Hind, a ship of 18 guns, Drake sailed. John Winter, a Queen's captain, next brought out the Elizabeth, a stout new ship of 16 guns. The pinnace Christopher came next, in staunch command of old Tom Moone, who 5 years back, with reeking powder grimed, off Cartagena fought against the stars all night, and, as the sun arose in blood, knee-deep in blood and brine, stood in the dark, perilous hold, and scuttled his own ship, the Swan, bidding her down to God's great deep rather than yield her up a prize to Spain. Lastly, two gentlemen adventurers brought out the New Swan and the Marygold. Their crews, all told, were 80 men and boys. Not only terrors of the deep they braved, bodiless witchcrafts of the black abyss, red gaping mouths of hell and gulfs of fire that yawned for all who passed the tropic line, but death lurked round them from their setting forth. Mendoza, plenipotentiary of Spain, by spies informed, had swiftly warned his king, who sent out mandates through his huge empire from Guadalquivir to the Golden West, for the instant sinking of all English ships and the instant execution of their crews who durst appear in the Caribbean Sea. Moreover, in the pith of their emprise a peril lurked, Burleigh's emissaries, the smooth-tongued Thomas Doughty, who had brought his brother, unacquitted of that charge of poisoning raised against him by the friends of Essex, but in luckless time released, lately for lack of proof, on no strong plea. These two wound through them like two snakes at ease in Eden waiting for their venomous hour. Especially did Thomas Doughty toil with soft and flowery tongue to win his way, and Drake, whose rich imagination craved for something more than simple seaman's talk, was marvellously drawn to this new friend, who with the scholar's mind, the courtier's gloss, the lawyer's wit, the adventurer's romance, gold honey from the blooms of Epheues, rare flashes from the mermaid, and sweet smiles copied from Sidney's self, even to the glance of sudden liquid sympathy, gave Drake that banquet of the soul he ne'er had known nor needed till he knew, but needed now. So to the light of Doughty's answering eyes he poured his inmost thoughts out hour by hour, and Doughty coiled up in the heart of Drake. Against such odds the tiny fleet set sail, yet gallantly and with heroic pride, escutcheoned palisades, emblazoned poops, banners and painted shields and close-fights hung with scarlet broideries, every polished gun grinned through the jaws of some heraldic beast, gilded and carven and gleaming with all hues; while in the cabin of the Golden Hind rich perfumes floated, given by the great Queen herself to Drake as captain general, so that it seemed her soul was with the fleet, a presence to remind him far away of how he talked with England face to face. No pirate he, but Gloriana's knight. Silver and gold his table furniture, engraved and richly chased, lavishly gleamed, while, fanned by favouring airs, the ships advanced, with streaming flags and ensigns and sweet chords of music struck by skilled musicians, whom Drake brought with him, not from vanity, but knowing how the pulse of men beats high to music, and the hearts of men like these were open to the high romance of earth, and they that dwelt so near God's mystery were proud of their own manhood. They went out to danger as to a sweetheart far away. Light as the sea birds dipping their white wings in foam before the gently heaving prows, each heart beat, while the low soft lapping splash of water racing past them ripped and tore whiter and faster, and the bellying sails filled out, and the chalk cliffs of England sank, dwindling behind the broad grey plains of sea. Meekly content and tamely stay at home The seabirds seemed that piped across the waves. And Drake, bemused, leaned smiling to his friend Doughty and said, "Is it not strange to know When we return yon speckled herring gulls Will still be wheeling, dipping, flashing there? We shall not find a fairer land afar Than those thyme scented hills we leave behind. Soon the young lambs will bleat across the coombes, And breezes will bring puffs of hawthorn scent Down Devon lanes. Over the purple moors Lavrocks will carol, and on the village greens Around the Maypole, while the moon hangs low, The boys and girls of England merrily swing In country footing through the morris dance. But many of us indeed shall not return." Then the other with a laugh, "Nay, like the man Who slept 100 years, we shall return And find our England strange. There are great storms brewing. God only knows what we shall find. Perchance a Spanish king upon the throne. What then?" And Drake, "I should put down my helm And out once more to the unknown golden West To die, as I have lived, in a free land." So said he, while the white cliffs dwindled down, Faded and vanished, but the prosperous wind Carried the 5 ships onward over the swell Of swinging, sweeping seas, till the sun sank, And height o'er height the chaos of the skies Broke out into the miracle of the stars. Frostily glittering, all the Milky Way Lay bare like diamond dust upon the robe Of some great king. Orion and the Plough Glimmered through drifting gulfs of silver fleece, And far away in Italy that night Young Galileo looking upward heard The self same whisper through that wild abyss Which now called Drake out to the unknown West. But, after supper, Drake came up on deck With Doughty, and on the cold poop as they leaned And gazed across the rolling gleam and gloom Of mighty muffled seas, began to give Voices to those lovely captives of the brain Which, like princesses in some forest tower, Still yearn for the delivering prince, the sweet Far bugle note that calls from answering minds. He told him how, in those dark days Which now seemed like an evil dream, When the Princess Elizabeth even Trembled for her life, and read there, by the gleam Of Smithfield fires, those cunning lessons of diplomacy Which saved her then and now for England's sake, He passed his youth. 'Twas when the power of Spain Began to light the gloom With that great glare of martyrdom Which, while the stars endure, Bears witness how men overcame the world, Trod the red flames beneath their feet like flowers, And cast aside the blackening robe of flesh, While with a crown of joy upon their heads, Even as into a palace they passed through The portals of the tomb to prove their love Stronger at least than death, and, in those days, A Puritan, with iron in his soul, Having in earlier manhood occupied His business in great waters, and beheld The bloody cowls of the Inquisition pass Before the midnight moon as he kept watch, And having then forsworn the steely sea To dwell at home in England with his love At Tavistock in Devon, Edmund Drake Began, albeit too near the Abbey walls, To speak too staunchly for his ancient faith, And with his young child Francis had to flee By night at last for shelter to the coast. Little the boy remembered of that flight, Pillioned behind his father, save the clang And clatter of the hoofs on stony ground Striking a sharp blue fire, while country tales Of highwaymen kindled his reckless heart As the great steed went shouldering through the night. There Francis, laying a little sunburnt hand On the big bolstered pistol at each side, Dreamed with his wide grey eyes that he himself Was riding out on some freebooting quest, And felt himself heroic. League by league The magic world rolled past him as they rode, Leaving him nothing but a memory Of his own making. Vaguely he perceived 1,000 meadows darkly streaming by With clouds of perfume from their secret flowers, A wayside cottage window pointing out A golden finger o'er the purple road, A puff of garden roses or a waft Of honeysuckle blown along a wood, While overhead that silver ship, the moon, Sailed slowly down the gulfs of glittering stars, Till at the last a buffet of fresh wind, Fierce with sharp savours of the stinging brine, Against his dreaming face brought up a roar Of mystic welcome from the Channel seas. And there Drake paused for a moment, as a song Stole o'er the waters from the Marygold, Where some musician, striking luscious chords Of sweet stringed music, freed his heart's desire In symbols of the moment, which the rest, And Doughty among them, scarce could understand. The moon is up, the stars are bright, the wind is fresh and free, We're out to seek for gold to night across the silver sea. The world was growing grey and old, break out the sails again, We're out to seek a realm of gold beyond the Spanish Main. We're sick of all the cringing knees, the courtly smiles and lies. God, let thy singing Channel breeze lighten our hearts and eyes. Let love no more be bought and sold for earthly loss or gain. We're out to seek an age of gold beyond the Spanish Main. Beyond the light of far Cathay, beyond all mortal dreams, Beyond the reach of night and day our Eldorado gleams, Revealing as the skies unfold a star without a stain, The glory of the gates of gold beyond the Spanish Main. And as the skilled musician made the words Of momentary meaning still simply His own eternal hope and heart's desire, Without belief perchance in Drake's own quest, To Drake's own greater mind the eternal glory Seemed to transfigure his immediate hope. But Doughty only heard a sweet concourse Of sounds; they ceased, and Drake resumed his tale Of that strange flight in boyhood to the sea. Next the red curtained inn and kindly hands Of Protestant Plymouth held his memory long. Often in strange and distant dreams he saw That scene which now he tenderly portrayed To Doughty's half ironic smiling lips, Half sympathetic eyes. He saw again That small inn parlour with the homely fare Set forth upon the table, saw the gang Of seamen dripping from the spray come in Like great new thoughts to some adventurous brain. Feeding his wide grey eyes, he saw them stand Around the crimson fire and stamp their feet And scatter the salt drops from their big sea boots. And all that night he lay awake and heard Mysterious thunderings of eternal tides Moaning out of a cold and houseless gloom Beyond the world, that made it seem most sweet to slumber in a little four-walled inn, immune from all that vastness. But at dawn he woke, he leapt from bed, he ran and looked. There, through the tiny high bright casement, there, oh, fairy vision of that small boy's face peeping at daybreak through the diamond pane! There first he saw the wondrous new born world, and round its princely shoulders wildly flowing, gemmed with a myriad clusters of the sun, the magic azure mantle of the sea. And afterwards there came those marvellous days when, on that battleship, a disused hulk rotting to death in Chatham Reach, they found sanctuary and a dwelling place at last. For Hawkins, that great shipman, being their friend, a Protestant, with power on Plymouth town, nigh half whereof he owned, made Edmund Drake reader of prayer to all the ships of war that lay therein. So there the dreaming boy, Francis, grew up in that grim nursery, among the ropes and masts and great dumb mouths of idle ordnance. In that hulk he heard, many a time his father and his friends, over some wild-eyed troop of refugees, thunder against the powers of Spain and Rome, idolaters who defiled the house of God in England. And all round them, as he heard, the clang and clatter of shipwright hammers rang, and hour by hour upon his vision rose, in solid oak reality, new ships, as Ilion rose to music, ships of war, the visible shapes and symbols of his dream, unconscious yet, but growing as they grew, a wondrous incarnation, hour by hour, till with their towering masts they stood complete, embodied thoughts, in God's own dockyards built, for Drake ere long to lead against the world. There, as to round the tale with ringing gold, across the waters from the full-plumed Swan, the music of a mermaid roundelay, Our Lady of the Sea, a Dorian theme tuned to the soul of England, charmed the moon. Queen Venus wandered away with a cry, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? For the purple wound in Adon's thigh, Je vous en prie, pity me. With a bitter farewell from sky to sky, and a moan from sea to sea, N'oserez-vous, mon bel, n'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? The soft Aegean heard her sigh, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? Heard the Spartan hills reply, Je vous en prie, pity me. Spain was aware of her drawing nigh, foot gilt from the blossoms of Italy. N'oserez-vous, mon bel, n'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? In France they heard her voice go by, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? And on the May wind droop and die, Je vous en prie, pity me. Your maidens choose their loves, but I, white as I came from the foam-white sea, N'oserez-vous, mon bel, n'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? The warm red meal-winged butterfly, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? Beat on her breast in the golden rye, Je vous en prie, pity me. Stained her breast with a dusty dye, red as the print of a kiss might be, N'oserez-vous, mon bel, n'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? Is there no land afar or nigh, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? But dreads the kiss o' the sea, ah why, Je vous en prie, pity me. Why will ye cling to the loves that die? Is earth all Adon to my plea? N'oserez-vous, mon bel, n'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? Under the warm blue summer sky, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? With outstretched arms and a low, long sigh, Je vous en prie, pity me. Over the channel they saw her fly To the white cliffed island that crowns the sea. N'oserez-vous, mon bel, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? England laughed as her queen drew nigh. N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? To the white walled cottages gleaming high, Je vous en prie, pity me. They drew her in with a joyful cry To the hearth where she sits with a babe on her knee. She has turned her moan to a lullaby. She is nursing a son to the kings of the sea. N'oserez-vous, mon bel, N'oserez-vous, mon bel ami? Such memories on the plunging Golden Hynde, Under the stars Drake drew before his friend, Clomb for a moment to that peak of vision, That purple peak of Darien, laughing aloud O'er those wild exploits down to Rio Grande, Which even now had made his fierce renown Terrible to all lonely ships of Spain. E'en now, indeed, that poet of Portugal, Lope de Vega, filled with this new fear, Began to meditate his epic muse, Till, like a cry of panic from his lips, He shrilled the faint Dragontea forth, wherein Drake is that dragon of the Apocalypse, The dread antagonist of God and man. Well had it been for Doughty on that night Had he not heard what followed, for indeed When two minds clash not often does the less Conquer the greater; but without one thought Of evil, seeing they now were safe at sea, Drake told him, only somewhat, yet too much, Of that close conference with the Queen, and lo, The face of Doughty blanched with a slow thought That crept like a cold worm through all his brain. Thus much I knew, though secretly, before, But here he freely tells me as his friend. If I be false and he be what they say, His knowledge of my knowledge will mean death. But Drake looked round at Doughty with a smile, And said, "Forgive me now, thou art not used To these cold nights at sea, thou tremblest, friend. Let us go down and drink a cup of sack To our return." And at that kindly smile Doughty shook off his nightmare mood and thought, The yardarm is for dogs, not gentlemen. Even Drake would not misuse a man of birth. And in the cabin of the Golden Hynde, Revolving subtle treacheries, he sat. There, with the sugared phrases of the court, Bartering beads for gold, he drew out all The simple Devon seaman's inmost heart, And coiled up in the soul of Francis Drake. There, in the solemn night, they interchanged Lies for sweet confidences. From one wall The picture of Drake's love looked down on him, And, like a bashful schoolboy's, that bronzed face Flushed as he blurted out with brightening eyes And quickening breath how he had seen her first, Crowned on the village green, a Queen of May. Her name too was Elizabeth, he said, As if it proved that she too was a queen, Though crowned with milk white Devon May alone, And queen but of one plot of meadow sweet. As yet, he said, he had only kissed her hand, Smiled in her eyes, and there Drake also flinched, Thinking, I ne'er may see her face again. And Doughty comforted his own dark heart, Thinking, I need not fear so soft a soul As this; and yet he wondered how the man, Seeing his love so gripped him, none the less Could leave her, thus to follow after dreams. For faith to Doughty was an unknown word, and trustfulness the property of fools. At length they parted, each to his own couch, Doughty with half a chuckle, Francis Drake with one old‐fashioned, richly grateful prayer, blessing all those he loved, as he had learnt beside his mother's knee in Devon days. So all night long they sailed, but when a rift of orchard crimson broke the yellowing gloom and barred the closely clouded east with dawn, behold, a giant galleon overhead, lifting its huge black shining sides on high, loomed like some misty monster of the deep, and suddenly rolling out great gorgeous folds, over her rumbled like a thunder cloud the heavy flag of Spain, the splendid poop, mistily lustrous as a dragon's hoard seen in some magic cave mouth o'er the sea through shimmering April sunlight after rain, blazed to the morning, and her portholes grinned with row on row of cannon. There, at once, one sharp shrill whistle sounded, and those 5 small ships, mere minnows clinging to the flanks of that leviathan, unseen, unheard, undreamt of, grappled her. She seemed asleep, swinging at ease with great half-slackened sails, majestically careless of the dawn. There, in the very native seas of Spain, there with the yeast and foam of her proud cliffs, her own blue coasts in sight across the waves, up her titanic sides without a sound the naked-footed British seamen swarmed, with knives between their teeth, then on her decks they dropped like panthers, and the softly fierce black-bearded watch of Spaniards, all amazed, rubbing their eyes as if at a wild dream, upraised a sudden shout, El Draque, El Draque, and flashed their weapons out, but all too late. For ere their sleeping comrades reached the deck, the little watch, outnumbered and outmatched, lay bound, and o'er the hatches everywhere the points of naked cutlasses on guard gleamed, and without a struggle those below gave up their arms, their poignards jewelled thick with rubies and their blades of Spanish steel. Then onward o'er the great grey gleaming sea they swept with their rich booty night and day. 5 other prizes, one for every ship, out of the seas of Spain they suddenly caught and carried with them, laughing as they went. Now indeed the Rubicon is crossed. Now have we singed the eyelids and the beard of Spain. Now have we roused the hornet's nest. Now shall we sail against a world in arms. Now have we naught between us and black death but our own hands, 5 ships, and 70 guns. So laughed they, plunging through the Bay of Storms, Biscay, and past Gibraltar, not yet clothed with British thunder, though, as one might dream, gazing in dim prophetic grandeur out across the waves while that small fleet went by, or watching them with love's most wistful fear, as they plunged southward to the lonely coasts of Africa, till right in front upsoared, tremendous over ocean, Teneriffe, cloud-robed but crowned with colours of the dawn. Already those 2 traitors were at work, Doughty and his false brother, among the crews, who knew not yet the vastness of their quest, nor dreamed of aught beyond the accustomed world. For Drake had kept it secret, and the thoughts of some that he had shipped before the mast set sail scarce farther than for Mogador in West Morocco, or at the utmost mark for northern Egypt, by the midnight woods and crystal palace roofed with chrysoprase, where Prester John had reigned 500 years, and Sidon, river of jewels, through the dark enchanted gorges rolled its rays along. Some thought of Rio Grande, but scarce to 10 the true intent was known, while to divert the rest from care the skilled musicians played. But those two doughties cunningly devised by chance dropped words to breathe a hint abroad, and through the forecastles crept a grisly fear of things that lay beyond the bourne of earth, till even those hardy seamen almost quailed, and now at any whisper they might turn with terror in their eyes, they might refuse to sail into that fabled burning void, or brave that primum mobile which drew o'er daring ships into the jaws of hell beyond the pole Antarctic, where the sea rushed down through fiery mountains, and no sail could e'er return against its roaring stream. End of Book 2, Part 1. Section 4 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 2, Part 2. Now down the coast of Barbary they cruised, till Christmas Eve embraced them in the heart of summer. In a bay of mellow calm they moored, and as the fragrant twilight brought the stars, the sound of song and dance arose. And down the shores in stealthy silence crept, out of the massy forest's emerald gloom, the naked dark-limbed children of the night, unseen to gaze upon the floating glare of revelry, unheard to hear that strange new music of the gods, where o'er the soft ripple and wash of the lanthorn crimsoned tide Will Harvest's voice above the chorus rang. In Devonshire now the Christmas chime is carolling over the lea, and the sexton shovels away the snow from the old church porch, maybe, and the waifs with their lanthorns and noses aglow come round for their Christmas fee. But as in old England it's Christmas time, why so is it here at sea, my lads, why so is it here at sea. When the ship comes home from turret to poop filled full with Spanish gold, there'll be many a country dance and joke and many a tale to be told. Every old woman shall have a red cloak to fend her against the cold, and every old man shall have a big round stoup of jolly good ale and old, my lads, jolly good ale and old. But on the morrow came a prosperous wind, whereof they took advantage, and shook out the flashing sails, and held their Christmas feast upon the swirling ridges of the sea, and sweeping southward with full many a rouse and shout of laughter at the fall of day, while the black prows drove, leapt, and plunged and ploughed through the broad dazzle of sunset coloured tides, outside the cabin of the Golden Hind, where Drake and his chief captains dined in state, the skilled musicians made a great new song. Happy by the hearth sit the lasses and the lads now, roasting of their chestnuts, toasting of their toes, when the doors opened to a blithe new comer, stamping like a ploughman to shuffle off the snows. Rosy flower-like faces through the soft red firelight float as if to greet us far away at sea, sigh as they remember and turn the sigh to laughter, kiss beneath the mistletoe and wonder at their glee. With their high ho the holly, this life is most jolly. Christmas time is kissing time, away with melancholy. Ah, the Yule of England, the happy Yule of England! Yule of berried holly and the merry mistletoe, the boar's head, the brown ale, the blue snap dragon, Yule of groaning tables and the crimson log aglow, Yule, the golden bugle to the scattered old companions, ringing as with laughter, shining as through tears. Loved of little children, O guard the holy Yuletide, guard it, men of England, for the child beyond the years. With its high ho the holly, away with melancholy. Christmas time is kissing time, this life is most jolly. Now to the Fortunate Islands of old time they came, and found no glory as of old encircling them, no red ineffable calm of sunset round crowned faces pale with bliss, like evening stars. Rugged and desolate those isles were when they neared them, though afar they beautifully smouldered in the sun, like dusky purple jewels fringed and frayed with silver foam across that ancient sea of wonder. On the largest of the seven, Drake landed Doughty with his musketeers to exercise their weapons and to seek supplies among the matted uncouth huts, which, as the ships drew round each ragged cliff, crept like remembered misery into sight. Oh, like the strange dull waking from a dream, they blotted out the rosy courts and fair imagined marble thresholds of the king, Achilles and the heroes that were gone. But Drake cared not for these things. Such a heart he had to make each utmost ancient bourne of man's imagination but a point of new departure for his golden dream. But Doughty with his men ashore alone, among the sparse wind-bitten groves of palm, kindled their fears of all they must endure on that immense adventure. Nay, sometimes he hinted of a voyage far beyond all history and fable, far beyond even that void whence only two returned: Columbus with his men in mutiny, Magellan, who could only hound his crew onward by threats of death, until they turned in horror from the threat that lay before, preferring to be hanged as mutineers rather than venture farther. Nor, indeed, did even Magellan at the last return, but with all hell around him, in the clutch of devils died upon some savage isle by poisonous black enchantment. Not in vain were Doughty's words on that volcanic shore, among the stunted dark acacia trees, whose heads, all bent one way by the trade wind, pointed north east by north, south west by west. Ambiguous sibyls that with wizened arms mysteriously declared a twofold path, homeward or onward. But aboard the ships, among the hardier seamen, old Tom Moone, with one or two stout comrades, overbore all doubts and questionings with blither tales of how they sailed to Darien and heard nightingales in November all night long, as down a coast like paradise they cruised through seas of lasting summer, Eden Isles, where birds like rainbows, butterflies like gems, and flowers like coloured fires o'er fairy creeks floated and flashed beneath the shadowy palms, while ever and anon a bark canoe with naked Indian maidens flower festooned put out from shadowy coves, laden with fruit, ambrosial o'er the silken shimmering sea. And once a troop of nut brown maidens came, so said Tom Moone, a twinkle in his eye, swimming to meet them through the warm blue waves and wantoned through the water like those nymphs which one green April at the Mermaid Inn should hear Kit Marlowe mightily portray among his boon companions in a song of love that swam the sparkling Hellespont, upheld by nymphs not lovelier than these, though whiter, yet not lovelier than these. For those like flowers, but these like rounded fruit, rosily ripening through the clear tides tossed from nut brown breast and arm all round the ship the thousand coloured spray. Shapely of limb they were, but as they laid their small brown hands upon the ropes we cast them, Captain Drake suddenly thundered at them and bade them pack for a troop of naughty wenches. At that tale a tempest of fierce laughter rolled around the forecastle, but one boy from London town, a pale faced prentice run away to sea, asking why Drake had bidden them pack so soon, Tom Moone turned to him with his deep sea growl, "Because our captain is no pink-eyed boy nor soft-limbed Spaniard, but a staunch-souled man, full-blooded, nerved like iron, with a girl he loves at home in Devon, and a mind for ever bent upon some mighty goal, I know not what, but 'tis enough for me to know my captain knows." And then he told how sometimes o'er the gorgeous forest gloom some marble city, rich, mysterious, white, an ancient treasure house of Aztec kings or palace of forgotten Incas gleamed, and in their dim rich lofty cellars gold, beyond all wildest dreams great bars of gold, like pillars tossed in mighty chaos, gold and precious stones, agate and emerald, diamond, sapphire, ruby and sardonyx. So said he as they waited the return of Doughty, resting in the forecastle gloom, or idly couched about the sun-swept decks on sails or coils of rope, while overhead some boy would climb the rigging and look out, arching his hand to see if Doughty came. But when he came with a strange face of feigned despair, and with a stammering tongue he vowed he could not find those poor supplies which Drake himself in other days had found upon that self same island, but perchance this was a barren year, he said, and Drake looked at him suddenly and at the musketeers. Their eyes were strained, their faces wore a cloud. That night he said no more, but on the morn, mistrusting nothing, Drake, with subtle sense of weather wisdom, through that little fleet distributed his crews anew, and all the prisoners and the prizes at those isles they left behind them, taking what they would from out their carven cabins, glimmering silks, chiselled Toledo blades, and broad doubloons. And lo, as they weighed anchor, far away behind them on the blue horizon line, it seemed a city of towering masts arose. And from the crow's nest of the Golden Hind a seaman cried, "By God, the hunt is up!" And like a tide of triumph through their veins the red rejoicing blood began to race, as there they saw the avenging ships of Spain, 8 mighty galleons nosing out their trail. And Drake growled, "O my lads of Bideford, it cuts my heart to show the hounds our heels, but we must not imperil our great quest. Such fights as that must wait, as our reward when we return. Yet I will not put on one stitch of sail, so, lest they are not too slow to catch us, clear the decks. God, I would like to fight them." So the little fleet advanced with decks all cleared, and shotted guns and men bare armed beside them, hungering to be caught. And quite distracted from their former doubts, for danger in that kind they never feared. But soon the heavy Spaniards dropped behind, and not in vain had Thomas Doughty sown the seeds of doubt, for many a brow grew black with sullen seeming care that erst was gay. But happily and in good time there came, not from behind them now, but right in front, on the first sundown of their quest renewed, just as the sea grew dark around their ships, a chance that loosed heart-gnawing doubt in deeds. For through a mighty zone of golden haze, blotting the purple of the gathering night, a galleon like a floating mountain moved to meet them, clad with sunset and with dreams. Her masts and spars, immense in jewelled mist, shimmered, her rigging like an emerald web of golden spiders tangled half the stars. Embodied sunset dragging the soft sky o'er dazzled ocean, through the night she drew out of the unknown lands, and round a prow that jutted like a moving promontory, over a cloven wilderness of foam, upon a lofty blazoned scroll her name, San Salvador, challenged obsequious isles, where'er she rode, who, kneeling like dark slaves before some great Sultan, must lavish forth from golden cornucopias, east and west, red streams of rubies, cataracts of pearl. But at a signal from their admiral, all those 5 small ships lay silent in the gloom, which, just as if some god were on their side, covered them in the dark troughs of the waves, letting her pass to leeward. On she came, blazing with lights, a city of the sea, belted with crowding towers and clouds of sail, and round her bows a long drawn thunder rolled, splendid with foam. But ere she passed them by, Drake gave the word, and with one crimson flash 200 yards of black and hidden sea leaped into sight between them as the roar of 20 British cannon shattered the night. Then after her they drove, like black sea wolves, behind some royal high branched stag of 10, hanging upon those bleeding foam-flecked flanks, leaping, snarling, worrying as they went in full flight down the wind, for those light ships, much speedier than their huge antagonist, keeping to windward, worked their will with her. In vain she burnt wild lights and strove to scan the darkening deep. Her musketeers in vain provoked the crackling night with random fires. In vain her broadside bellowings burst at large, as if the gates of Erebus unrolled. For ever and anon the deep sea gloom, from some new quarter, like a dragon's mouth, opened and belched forth crimson flames and tore her sides as if with iron claws unseen, till all at once rough voices close at hand out of the darkness thundered, "Grapple her!" And falling on their knees the Spaniards knew the dragon of that red apocalypse. There with one awful cry, "El Draque! El Draque!" they cast their weapons from them, for the moon rose eastward, and against her rising, black, over the bloody bulwarks, Francis Drake, grasping the great hilt of his naked sword, towered for a moment to their startled eyes, through all the zenith like the king of hell. Then he leaped down upon their shining decks, and after him swarmed and towered and leapt in haste a brawny band of 60 Englishmen, gigantic as they loomed against the sky, and risen, it seemed, by miracle from the sea. So small were those 5 ships below the walls of that huge floating mountain. Royally Drake from the swart commander's trembling hands took the surrendered sword and bade his men gather the fallen weapons on an heap, and placed a guard about them, while the moon, silvering the rolling seas for many a mile, glanced on the huddled Spaniards' rich attire, as like one picture of despair they grouped under the splintered mainmast's creaking shrouds, and the great swinging shadows of the sails mysteriously swept the gleaming decks, where many a butt of useless cannon gloomed along the accoutred bulwarks or upturned, as the ship wallowed in the heaving deep, dumb mouths of empty menace to the stars. Then Drake appointed Doughty, with a guard, to sail the prize on to the next dim isle, where they might leave her, taking aught they would from out her carven cabins and rich holds. And Doughty's heart leaped in him as he thought, "I have my chance at last." But Drake, who still trusted the man, made surety doubly sure, and in his wary weather wisdom sent, even as a breathing type of friendship sent, his brother Thomas Drake aboard the prize, but set his brother, his own flesh and blood, beneath the man, as if to say, "I give my loyal friend dominion over me." So courteously he dealt with him, but he, seeing his chance once more slipping away, raged inwardly, and, from his own false heart imputing his own evil, he contrived a cunning charge that night, and when they came next day at noon upon the destined isle, he suddenly spat the secret venom forth with such fierce wrath in his defeated soul that he himself almost believed the charge. For when Drake stepped on the San Salvador to order all things duly about the prize, what booty they must keep and what let go, Doughty received him with a blustering voice of red mock righteous wrath, is this the way Englishmen play the pirate, Francis Drake? While thou wast dreaming of thy hero's crown, God save the mark! Thy brother, nay, thy spy, must play the common pilferer, must convert the cargo to his uses, rob us all of what we risked our necks to win. He wears the ransom of an emperor round his throat that might enrich us all. Who saw him wear that chain of rubies ere last night? And Drake? Answer him, brother. And his brother smiled and answered, Nay, I never wore this chain before last night, but Doughty knows, indeed, for he was with me, and none else was there but Doughty, 'tis my word against his word, that close on midnight we were summoned down to an English seaman who lay dying below, unknown to any of us, a prisoner, in chains that had been captured none knew where, for all his mind was far from Darien, and wandering evermore through Devon lanes, at home, whom we released, and from his waist he took this hidden chain and gave it me, begging me that if ever I returned to Bideford in Devon I would go, with whatsoever wealth it might produce, to his old mother, who, with wrinkled hands, in some small whitewashed cottage o'er the sea, where wallflowers bloom in April, even now is turning pages of the well-worn book and praying for her son's return, nor knows that he lies cold upon the heaving main. But this he asked, and this in all good faith I swore to do, and even now he died, and hurrying hither from his side I clasped his chain of rubies round my neck awhile, in full sight of the sun. I have no more to say. Then up spoke Hatton's trumpeter. But I have more to say. Last night I saw Doughty, but not in full sight of the sun, nor once, nor twice, but 3 times at the least, carrying chains of gold, clusters of gems, and whatsoever wealth he could convey into his cabin and smuggle in smallest space. Nay, Doughty stammered, mixing sneer and lie, yet bolstering up his courage with the thought that being what courtiers called a gentleman, he ranked above the rude sea discipline. Nay, they were free gifts from the Spanish crew, because I treated them with courtesy. Then bluff Will Harvest, that perchance were true, for he hath been close closeted for hours with their chief officers, drinking their health in our own war-bought wine, while down below their captured English seaman groaned his last. Then Drake, whose utter silence with a sense of infinite power and justice ruled their hearts, suddenly thundered, and the traitor blanched and quailed before him, This my flesh and blood I placed beneath thee as my dearer self. But thou, in trampling on him, shalt not say I charged thy brother; nay, thou chargest me. Against me only hast thou stirred this strife. And now, by God, shalt thou learn once for all that I, thy captain for this voyage, hold the supreme power of judgment in my hands. Get thee aboard my flagship. When I come, I shall have more to say to thee. But thou, my brother, take this galleon in thy charge. For, as I see, she holdeth all the stores which Doughty failed to find. She shall return with us to that new world from which she came. But now let these our prisoners all embark in yonder pinnace let them all go free. I care not to be cumbered on my way through dead Magellan's unattempted dream with chains and prisoners, in that golden world which means much more to me than I can speak, much more than I can speak or breathe, being behind whatever name it bears, earthly paradise, island of the saints, Cathay, or Zipangu, or high Brazil, the eternal symbol of my soul's desire, a sacred country shining on the sea, that vision without which, the wise king said, a people perishes, in that place of hope, that Tir na nog, that land of lasting youth, where whosoever sails with me shall drink fountains of immortality and dwell beyond the fear of death for evermore, there shall we see the dust of battle dance everywhere in the sunbeam of God's peace. Oh, in the new Atlantis of my soul there are no captives, there the wind blows free, and, as in sleep I have heard the marching song of mighty peoples rising in the west, wonderful cities that shall set their foot upon the throat of all old tyrannies. And on the west wind I have heard a cry, the shoreless cry of the prophetic sea, heralding through that golden wilderness the soul whose path our task is to make straight, freedom, the last great saviour of mankind. I know not what I know. These are wild words which, as the sun draws out earth's morning mists over dim fields where careless cattle sleep, some visionary light unknown afar draws from my darkling soul. Why should we drag thither this old world weight of utter gloom, or with the ballast of these heavy hearts make sail in sorrow for Pacific seas? Let us leave chains and prisoners to Spain, but set these free to make their own way home. So said he, groping blindly towards the truth, and heavy with the treason of his friend. His face was like a king's face as he spake, for sorrows that strike deep reveal the deep, and through the gateways of a ragged wound sometimes a god will drive his chariot wheels from some deep heaven within the hearts of men. Nevertheless, the immediate seamen there, knowing how great a ransom they might ask for some among their prisoners, men of wealth and high degree, scarce liked to free them thus, and only saw in Drake's conflicting moods the moment's whim. For little will he care, they muttered, when we reach those fabled shores, whether his cannon break their golden peace. Yet to his face they murmured not at all, because his eyes compelled them like a law. So there they freed the prisoners and set sail across the earth-shaking shoulders of the broad Atlantic, and the great grey slumberous waves triumphantly swelled up to meet the keels. End of Book 2. Section 5 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 3, Part 1. Now in the cabin of the Golden Hind, at dusk Drake sent for Doughty. From one wall the picture of his love looked down on him. and on the table lay the magic chart, drawn on a buffalo horn, all small peaked isles, dwarf promontories, tiny twisted creeks, and fairy harbours under elfin hills, with marvellous inscriptions lined in red, as "Here is gold," or "Many rubies here," or "Ware witchcraft," or "Here is cannibals." For in his great simplicity the man delighted in it, with the adventurous heart of boyhood poring o'er some well thumbed tale on blue Twelfth Night beside the crimson fire. And o'er him, like a vision of a boy in his first knighthood, when upon some hill washed by the silver fringes of the sea, amidst the purple heather he lies and reads of Arthur and Avalon, like a star his love's pure face looked down. There Doughty came, half fearful, half defiant, with a crowd of jostling half excuses on his lips, and one dark swarm of adders in his heart. For now what light of chivalry remained in Doughty's mind was thickening with a plot subtler and deadlier than the serpent's first attempt on our first sire in Eden bower. Drake, with a countenance open as the sun, received him, saying, "Forgive me, friend, for I was hasty with thee. I well nigh forgot those large and liberal nights we two have passed in this old cabin, telling all our dreams and hopes in friendship, o'er and o'er again. But Vickery, thy friend, hath talked with me, and now I understand. Thou shalt no more be vexed with a divided mastership. Indeed, I trust thee, Doughty, wilt thou not be friends with me? For now in ample proof thou shalt take charge of this my Golden Hind in all things save of seamanship, which rests with the ship's master under my command. But I myself will sail upon the prize." And with the word he gathered up the chart, took down his lady's picture with a smile, gripped Doughty's hand and left him staring, sheer bewildered with that magnanimity of faith throughout all shadows, in some light unseen behind the shadows. Thus did Drake give up his own fair cabin, which he loved, being, it seemed, a little travelling home, fragrant with memories, gave it, as he thought, in recompense to one whom he had wronged. For even as his mind must ever yearn to shores beyond the sunset, even so he yearned through all dark shadows to his friend, and with his greater nature striving still to comprehend the lesser, as the sky embraces our low earth, he would adduce justifications thus: "These men of law are trained to plead for any and every cause, to feign an indignation, or to prove the worse is better, and that black is white. Small wonder that their passion goes astray. There is one prayer for all of us: enter not into judgment with thy servant." Yet as his boat pulled toward the Spanish prize, leaving the Golden Hind, far off he heard a voice that chilled him, as the voice of Fate, crying like some old bellman through the world: "Yes, oh yes, if any seek Laughter flown or lost delight, Glancing eye or rosy cheek, Love shall claim his own to night. Say, hath any lost a friend? Yes, oh yes, let his distress In my ditty find its end. Yes, oh yes, here all is found, kingly palaces await each its rightful owner, crowned king and consecrate, under the wet and wintry ground. Yes, oh yes, there sure redress lies where all is lost and found. And Doughty, though Drake's deed of kindness flashed a moment's kind contrition through his heart, immediately, with all his lawyer's wit, true to the cause that hired him, laughed it by, and straight began to weave the treacherous web of soft intrigue wherein he meant to snare the passions of his comrades. Night and day, as that small fleet drove onward o'er the deep, cleaving the sunset with their bright black prows, or hunted by the red pursuing dawn, he stirred between the high born gentlemen whose white and jewelled hands, gallant in fight, and hearts remembering Crécy and Poictiers, were of scant use in common seamanship, between these and the men whose rough tarred arms were good at equal need in storm or war, yet took a poorer portion of the prize, he stirred a subtle jealousy and fanned a fire that swiftly grew almost to hate. For when the seamen must take precedence of loiterers on the deck, through half a word, small, with intense device, like some fierce lens, he magnified their rude and blustering mode, or urged some scented fop whose idle brain busied itself with momentary whims, to bid the master alter here a sail or there a rope, and if the man refused, Doughty at night across the wine cups raved against the rising insolence of the mob, and hinted Drake himself was half to blame, in words that seemed to say, I am his friend, or I should bid you think him all to blame. So fierce indeed the strife became that once, while Chester, Doughty's catspaw, played with fire, the grim shipmaster growled between his teeth, Remember, sir, remember, ere too late, Magellan's mutinous vice admiral's end. And Doughty heard, and with a boisterous laugh slapped the old sea dog on the back and said, The gallows are for dogs, not gentlemen. Meanwhile his brother, sly John Doughty, sought to fan the seaman's fear of the unknown world with whispers and conjectures, and at night he brought old books of Greek and Hebrew down into the forecastle, claiming by their aid a knowledge of black art and power to tell the future, which he dreadfully displayed there in the flickering light of the oily lamp, bending above their huge and swarthy palms and tracing them to many a grisly doom. So many a night and day westward they plunged. The half moon ripened to its mellow round, dwindled again, and ripened yet again, and there was naught around them but the grey ruin and roar of huge Atlantic seas. And only like a memory of the world they left behind them rose the same great sun, and daily rolled his chariot through their sky, whereof the skilled musicians made a song. The same sun is o'er us, the same love shall find us, the same and none other, wherever we be, with the same goal before us, the same home behind us, England our mother, ringed round with the sea. When the breakers charged thundering in thousands all round us, with a lightning of lances up hurtled on high, when the stout ships were sundering, a rapture hath crowned us, like the wild light that dances on the crests that flash by. When the waters lay breathless, gazing at Hesper guarding the golden fruit of the tree, heard we the deathless, wonderful whisper, wafting the olden dream of the sea. No land in the ring of it now all around us, only the splendid resurging unknown. How should we sing of it, this that hath found us by the great sun attended in splendour alone? Ah, the broad miles of it, white with the onset of waves without number warring for glee! Ah, the soft smiles of it down to the sunset, holy for slumber, the peace of the sea! The wave's heart exalted leaps forward to meet us, the sun on the sea wave lies white as the moon. The soft sapphire vaulted deep heaven smiles to greet us, free sons of the free wave, all singing one tune. The same sun is o'er us, the same love shall find us, the same and none other, wherever we be. With the same goal before us, the same home behind us, England our mother, Queen of the sea. At last a faint flushed April dawn arose, with milk white arms upbinding golden clouds of fragrant hair behind her lovely head. And lo, before the bright black plunging prows, the whole sea suddenly shattered into shoals of rolling porpoises. Everywhere they tore the glittering water, like a moving crowd of black bright rocks washed smooth by foaming tides. They thrilled the unconscious fancy of the crews with subtle, wild, and living hints of land. And soon Columbus's happy signals came, the signs that saved him when his mutineers despaired at last and clamoured to return. And there, with awe triumphant in their eyes, they saw, lazily tossing on the tide, a drift of seaweed and a buried branch, which silenced them as if they had seen a hand writing with fiery letters on the deep. Then a black cormorant, vulture of the sea, with neck outstretched and one long ominous honk, went hurtling past them to its unknown bourne. A mighty white-winged albatross came next, then flight on flight of clamorous clanging gulls. And last, a wild and sudden shout of "Land!" echoed from crew to crew across the waves. Then, dumb upon the rigging as they hung staring at it, a menace chilled their blood. For like Il Gran Nemico of Dante, dark, ay, coloured like a thunder cloud from north to south, in front there slowly rose to sight a country like a dragon fast asleep along the west with wrinkled purple wings ending in ragged forests o'er its spine, and with great craggy claws outthrust that turned, as the dire distances dissolved their veils, to promontories bounding a huge bay. There, o'er the hushed and ever shallower tide, the staring ships drew nigh and thought, is this the dragon of our golden apple tree, the guardian of the fruit of our desire, which grows in gardens of the Hesperides, where those three sisters weave a white-armed dance around it everlastingly, and sing strange songs in a strange tongue that still convey warning to heedful souls. Nearer they drew, and now, indeed, from out a soft blue-grey mingling of colours on that coast's deep flank, there crept a garden of enchantment, height o'er height, a garden sloping from the hills, wooded as with Aladdin's trees that bore all coloured clustering gems instead of fruit. Now, vaster as it grew upon their eyes, and, like some Roman amphitheatre, cirque above mighty cirque all round the bay, with jewels and flowers ablaze on women's breasts, innumerably confounded and confused, while lovely faces flushed with lust of blood, rank above rank upon their tawny thrones, in soft barbaric splendour lapped and lulled by the low thunderings of 1,000 lions, luxuriously smiled as they bent down over the scarlet splashed and steaming sands to watch the white-limbed gladiators die. Such fears and dreams, for Francis Drake at least, rose and dissolved in his nigh fevered brain as they drew near that equatorial shore. For rumours had been borne to him, and now he knew not whether to impute the wrong to his untrustful mind or to believe Doughty a traitorous liar, yet there seemed proof and to spare. 1,000 shadows rose to mock him with their veiled indicative hands, and each alone he laid and exorcised, but for each doubt he banished, one returned from darker depths to mock him o'er again. So in that bay the little fleet sank sail and anchored, and the wild reality behind those dreams towered round them on the hills, or so it seemed, and Drake bade lower a boat and went ashore with 16 men to seek water, and as they neared the embowered beach, over the green translucent tide there came, 100 yards from land, a drowsy sound, immeasurably repeated and prolonged, as of innumerable elfin drums dreamily mustering in the tropic bloom. This from without they heard across the waves, but when they glided into a flowery creek, under the sharp black shadows of the trees, yucca and mango and palm and red festoons of garlanded liana wreaths, it ebbed into the murmur of the mighty fronds, prodigious leaves whose veinings bore the fresh impression of the finger-prints of God. There humming-birds, like flakes of purple fire upon some passing seraph's plumage, beat and quivered in blinding blots of golden light between the embattled cactus and cardoon, while one huge whisper of primeval awe seemed to await the cool green eventide when God should walk his garden as of old. Now as the boats were plying to and fro between the ships and that enchanted shore, Drake bade his comrades tarry a little and went, apart, alone, into the trackless woods. Tormented with his thoughts, he saw all round once more the battling image of his mind, where there was naught of man, only the vast, unending, silent struggle of Titan trees, large internecine twistings of the world, the hushed death grapple and the still intense locked anguish of Laocoons that gripped death by the throat for thrice 300 years. Once, like a subtle mockery overhead, some black-armed chattering ape swung swiftly by, but he strode onward thinking, was it false, false all that kind outreaching of the hands? false? Was there nothing certain, nothing sure, in those divinest aisles and towers of time wherein we took sweet counsel? Is there naught sure but the solid dust beneath our feet? Must all those lovelier fabrics of the soul, being so divinely bright and delicate, waver and shine no longer than some poor prismatic airy bubble? Ay, they burst, and all their glory shrinks into one tear no bitterer than some idle lovelorn maid sheds for her dead canary. God, it hurts, this hurts most, to think how we must miss what might have been, for nothing but a breath, a babbling of the tongue, an argument, or such a poor contention as involves the thrones and dominations of this earth. How many of us, like seed on barren ground, must miss the flower and harvest of their prayers, the living light of friendship and the grasp, which for its very meaning once implied eternities of utterance and the life immortal of two souls beyond the grave. Now wandering upward ever, he reached and clomb the slope side of a fern-fringed precipice, and at the summit found an opening glade, whence, looking o'er the forest, he beheld the sea, and in the land-locked bay below, far, far below, his elfin tiny ships, all six at anchor on the crawling tide. Then onward, upward, through the woods once more he plunged with bursting heart and burning brow, and once again, like madness, the black shapes of doubt swung through his brain and chattered and laughed, till he upstretched his arms in agony and cursed the name of Doughty, cursed the day they met, cursed his false face and courtier smiles. For oh, he cried, how easy a thing it were for truth to wear the garb of truth, this proves his treachery. And there at once his thoughts tore him another way, as thus: and yet, if he were false, is he not subtle enough to hide it? Why, this proves his innocence. This very courtly carelessness which I, black-hearted, evil thinker as I am, in my own clumsier spirit so misjudge. These children of the court are butterflies, fluttering hither and thither, and I, poor fool, would fix them to a stem and call them flowers, nay, bid them grasp the ground like towering oaks, and shadow all the zenith. And yet again the madness of distrustful friendship gleamed from his fierce eyes. O villain, damned villain! God's murrain on his heart, I know full well he hides what he can hide, he wears no fault upon the gloss and frippery of his breast. It is not that, it is the hidden things, unseizable, the things I do not know. Ay, it is these and these alone that I mistrust. And as he walked, the skies grew full of threats, and now enormous clouds rose mammoth-like above the ensanguined deep, trampling the daylight out, and with its death dyed purple, rushed along as if they meant to obliterate the world. He took no heed. Though that strange blackness brimmed the branching aisles with horror, he strode on till in the gloom, just as his winding way came out once more over a precipice that o'erlooked the bay, there, as he went, not gazing down, but up, he saw what seemed a ponderous granite cliff, a huge ribbed shell upon a lonely shore, left by forgotten mountains when they sank back to earth's breast like billows on a sea. A tall and whispering crowd of tree ferns waved mysterious fringes round it. In their midst he flung himself at its broad base with one sharp shivering cry of pain. Show me thy ways, O God, teach me thy paths. I am in the dark. Lighten my darkness. Almost as he spoke, there swept across the forest, far and wide, gathering power and volume as it came, a sound as of a rushing mighty wind. And overhead, like great black gouts of blood wrung from the awful forehead of the night, the first drops fell and ceased. Then suddenly, out of the darkness, earth with all her seas, her little ships at anchor in the bay, 5 ebony ships upon a sheet of silver, Drake saw not that, indeed Drake saw not that. Her woods, her boughs, her leaves, her tiniest twigs, leapt like a hunted stag through one immense lightning of revelation into the murk of Erebus. Then heaven o'er rending heaven shattered and crashed down ruin over the world. But in that deeper darkness Francis Drake stood upright now and with blind outstretched arms groped at that strange forgotten cliff and shell of mystery, for in that flash of light aeons had passed, and now the thing in front made his blood freeze with memories that lay behind his memory. In the gloom he groped, and with dark hands that knew not what they knew, as one that shelters in the night, unknowing, beneath a stranded shipwreck, with a cry he touched the enormous rain-washed belted ribs and bones like battlements of some mastodon, embedded there until the trump of doom. After long years, long centuries, perchance, triumphantly some other pioneer would stand where Drake now stood and read the tale of ages where he only felt the cold touch in the dark of some huge mystery. Yet Drake might still be nearer to the light, who now was whispering from his great deep heart, "Show me thy ways, O God, teach me thy paths." And there, by some strange instinct, oh, he felt God's answer there, as if he grasped a hand across a gulf of twice 10,000 years. And he regained his lost magnificence of faith in that great harmony which resolves our discords, faith through all the ruthless laws of nature in their lovely pitilessness, faith in that love which outwardly must wear, through all the sorrows of eternal change, the splendour of the indifference of God. All round him, through the heavy purple gloom, sloped the soft rush of silver arrowed rain, loosening the sky's hard anguish as with tears. Once more he felt his unity with all the vast composure of the universe, and drank deep at the fountains of that peace which comprehends the tumult of our days. But with that peace the power to act returned, and, with his back against the mastodon, he stared through the great darkness towards the sea. The rain ceased for a moment. Only the slow drip of the dim droop-feathered palms all round deepened the hush. Then out of the gloom once more the whole earth leapt to sight with all her woods, her boughs, her leaves, her tiniest twigs distinct for one wild moment, but Drake only saw the white flash of her seas, and there, oh there, that landlocked bay with those 5 elfin ships, 5 elfin ebony ships upon a sheet of wrinkled silver. Then, as the thunder followed, one thought burst through his brain. One ship was gone. End of Book 3, Part 1. Section 6 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 3, Part 2. Over the grim precipitous edge he hung, an eagle waiting for the lightning now to swoop upon his prey. One iron hand gripped a rough tree root like a bunch of snakes, and, as the rain rushed round him, far away he saw to northward yet another flash, a scribble of God's finger in the sky, over a waste of white stampeding waves. His eye flashed like a falchion as he saw it, and from his lips there burst the Sea King's laugh. For there, with a fierce joy, he knew Doughty at last, an open mutineer, an open foe to fight. Aye, there she went, his golden hind, his little golden hind, a wild deserter scudding to the north. And almost ere the lightning Drake had gone crashing down the face of the precipice by a narrow water gully, and through the huge forest he tore the straight and perilous way down to the shore, while 3 miles to the north, upon the wet poop of the Golden Hind, Doughty stood smiling. Scarce would he have smiled, knowing that Drake had seen him from that tower amidst the thunders. But indeed he thought he had escaped unseen amidst the storm. Many a day he had worked upon the crew, fanning their fears and doubts until he won the more part to his side. And when they reached that coast he showed them how Drake meant to sail southward into that unknown void, but he would have them suddenly slip by stealth away northward to Darien, showing them what a life of roystering glory waited for them there, if, laying aside this empty quest, they joined the merry feasters round those island fires which over many a dark blue creek illumed buccaneer camps in scarlet logwood groves fringing the Gulf of Mexico, till dawn summoned the black flags out to sweep the sea. But when Drake reached the flower embowered boat, and found the men awaiting his return there in a sheltering grove of breadfruit trees, beneath great eaves of leafage that obscured their sight but kept the storm out, as they tossed pieces of 8 or rattled the bone dice, his voice went through them like a thunderbolt, for none of them had seen the Golden Hind steal from the bay, and now the billows burst like cannon down the coast, and they had thought their boat could not be launched until the storm abated, under Drake's compelling eyes. Nevertheless they pulled her down the creek without one word, waiting their chance. Then all together with their brandished oars they thrust, and on the fierce white outdraft of a wave they shot up and over the toppling crest of the next, and plunged crashing into the trough behind it. Then they settled at their thwarts, and the fierce water boiled before their blades, as, with Drake's iron hand upon the helm, they soared and crashed across the rolling seas. Not for the Spanish prize did Drake now steer, but for that little ship the Marygold, swiftest of sail next to the Golden Hind, and, in the hands of Francis Drake, indeed swiftest of all. And ere the seamen knew what power as of a wind bore them along, anchor was up, their hands were on the sheets, the sails were broken out, the Marygold was flying like a storm cloud to the north, and on her poop an iron statue still as death stood Francis Drake. 1 hour they rushed northward, with green seas washing o'er the deck, and buffeted with splendour. Then they saw the Golden Hind, like some wing-broken gull, with torn, mismanaged plumes, beating the air in peril of utter shipwreck, saw her fly half-mast, a feeble signal of distress, despite all Doughty's curses; for her crew, wild with divisions, torn amongst themselves, most gladly now surrendered in their hearts, as, close alongside, grandly onward swept the Marygold, with canvas trim and taut, magnificently drawing the full wind, her gunners waiting at their loaded guns, bare armed and silent, and that iron soul alone upon her silent quarter-deck. There they hauled up into the wind and lay rocking, while Drake alone, without a guard, boarding the runaway, dismissed his boat back to the Marygold. Then his voice outrang, trumpet-like o'er the trembling mutineers, and clearly, as if they were but busied still about the day's routine. They hid their shame, as men that would propitiate a god by flying to fulfil his lightest word. And ere they knew what power, as of a wind, impelled them, that half-wreck was trim and taut, her sails all drawing and her bows afoam, and, creeping past the Marygold once more, she led their southward way. And not till then did Drake vouchsafe one word to the white face of Doughty, as he furtively slunk nigh, with some new lie upon his fear-parched lips, thirsting for utterance in his crackling laugh of deprecation, and with one ruffling puff of pigeon courage in his blinded soul. I am no sea dog, even Francis Drake would scarce misuse a gentleman. Then Drake turned and summoned 4 swart seamen out by name. His words went like a cold wind through their flesh, as, with a passionless voice, he slowly said, "Take ye this fellow, bind him to the mast, until what time I shall decide his fate." And Doughty gasped as at the world's blank end. "Nay, Francis," cried he, "wilt thou thus misuse a gentleman?" But as the seamen gripped his arms he struggled vainly and furiously to throw them off, and in his impotence let slip the whole of his treacherous cause and hope in empty wrath. "For God," he foamed and snarled, "ye shall all smart for this when we return. Unhand me, dogs! I have Lord Burleigh's power behind me. There is nothing I have done without his warrant. Ye shall smart for this. Unhand me, I say, unhand me!" And in one flash Drake saw the truth, and Doughty saw his eyes lighten upon him, and his false heart quailed once more, and he suddenly suffered himself, quietly, strangely, to be led away and bound without a murmur to the mast. And strangely Drake remembered, as those words, "Ye shall all smart for this when we return," yelped at his faith, how, while the Dover cliffs faded from sight, he leaned to his new friend, Doughty, and said, "I blame them not who stay. I blame them not at all who cling to home, for many of us indeed shall not return, nor ever know that sweetness any more." And when they had reached their anchorage anew, Drake, having now resolved to bring his fleet beneath a more compact control, at once took all the men and the chief guns and stores from out the Spanish prize, and sent Tom Moone to set the hulk afire. Also he bade unbind the traitor, and ordered him aboard the pinnace Christopher. John Doughty, too, he ordered thither into the grim charge of old Tom Moone, thinking it best to keep the poisonous leaven carefully apart, until they had won well southward to a place where, finally committed to their quest, they might arraign the traitor without fear or favour, and acquit him or condemn. But those two brothers, doubting as the false are damned to doubt, saw murder in his eyes, and thought he means to sink the smack one night, and they refused to go, till Drake abruptly ordered them straightway to be slung on board with ropes. The daylight waned, but ere the sun sank the 5 ships were plunging to the south. For Drake would halt no longer, lest the crews also should halt betwixt two purposes. He took the tide of fortune at the flood, and onward through the now subsiding storm, ere they could think what power, as of a wind, impelled them, he had swept them on their way. Far, far into the night they saw the blaze that leapt in crimson o'er the abandoned hulk behind them, like a mighty hecatomb, marking the path of some titanic will. Many a night and day they southward drove. Sometimes at midnight round them all the sea quivered with witches' oils and water snakes, green, blue, and red, with lambent tongues of fire. Mile upon mile about the blurred black hulls a cauldron of tempestuous colour coiled. On every mast mysterious meteors burned, and from the shores a bellowing rose and fell, as of great bestial gods that walked all night through some wild hell unknown, too vast for men. But when the silver and crimson of the dawn broke out, they saw the tropic shores anew, the fair white foam, and, round about the rocks, weird troops of tusked sea lions, and the world mixed with their dreams and made them stranger still. And once so fierce a tempest scattered the fleet that even the hardiest souls began to think there was a Jonah with them, for the seas rose round them like green mountains peaked and rigged with heights of Alpine snow amongst the clouds. And many a league to southward, when the ships gathered again amidst the sinking waves, 4 only met. The ship of Thomas Drake was missing, and some thought it had gone down with all hands in the storm. But Francis Drake held on his way, learning from hour to hour to merge himself in immortality, learning the secrets of those pitiless laws which dwarf all mortal grief, all human pain, to something less than nothing by the side of that eternal travail dimly guessed, since first he felt in the miraculous dark the great bones of the mastodon, that hulk of immemorial death, he learned to judge the passing pageant of this outward world as by the touchstone of that memory, even as in that country which some said lay now not far, the great Tezcucan king, resting his jewelled hand upon a skull, and on a smouldering glory of jewels throned, there in his temple of the unknown god, over the host of Aztec princes, clad in golden hauberks gleaming under soft surcoats of green or scarlet feather work, could, in the presence of a mightier power than life or death, give up his guilty sons, his only sons, to the sacrificial sword. And hour by hour the soul of Francis Drake, unconscious as an oak tree of its growth, increased in strength and stature as he drew earth, heaven, and hell within him more and more. For as the dream we call our world, with all its hues, is but a picture in the brain, so did his soul enfold the universe with gradual sense of superhuman power, while every visible shape within the vast horizon seemed the symbol of some thought waiting for utterance. He had found, indeed, God's own nirvana, not of empty dream, but of intensest life. Nor did he think aught of all this, but, as the rustic deems the colours that he carries in his brain are somehow all outside him while he peers, unaltered, through two windows in his face, Drake only knew that as the four ships plunged southward the world mysteriously grew more like a prophet's vision, hour by hour, fraught with dark omens and significances, a world of hieroglyphs and sacred signs, wherein he seemed to read the truth that lay hid from the Roman augurs when of old they told the future from the flight of birds. How vivid with disaster seemed the flight of those blood-red flamingoes o'er the dim blue steaming forest, like two terrible thoughts flashing unapprehended through his brain. And now as they drove southward, day and night, through storm and calm, the shores that fleeted by grew wilder, grander, with his growing soul, and pregnant with the approaching mystery. And now along the Patagonian coast they cruised, and in the solemn midnight saw wildernesses of shaggy barren marl, petrified seas of lava, league on league, craters and bouldered slopes and granite cliffs, with ragged rents, grim gorges, deep ravines, and precipice on precipice up-piled, innumerable to those dim distances where, over valleys, hanging in the clouds, gigantic mountains and volcanic peaks catching the wefts of cirrus fleece appeared to smoke against the sky, though all was now dead as that frozen chaos of the moon, or some huge passion of a slaughtered soul, prostrate under the marching of the stars. At last, and in a silver dawn, they came suddenly on a broad-winged estuary, and in the midst of it an island lay. There they found shelter on its leeward side, and Drake convened upon the Golden Hind his dread court-martial. 2 long hours he heard defence and accusation, then broke up the conclave, and with burning heart and brain, feverishly seeking everywhere some sign to guide him, went ashore upon that isle, and lo, turning a rugged point of rock, he rubbed his eyes to find out if he dreamed, for there, a Crusoe's wonder, a miracle, a sign, before him stood on that lone strand, stark, with a stern arm pointing out his way, and jangling still one withered skeleton, the grim black gallows where Magellan hanged his mutineers. Its base was white with bones, picked by the gulls, and crumbling o'er the sand a dread sea salt, dry from the tides of time. There, on that lonely shore, Death's finger-post stood like some old forgotten truth made strange by the long lapse of many memories, all starting up in resurrection now as at the trump of doom, heroic ghosts out of the cells and graves of his deep brain, reproaching him, were this man not thy friend, ere now he should have died the traitor's death. What wilt thou say to others if they too prove false? Or wilt thou slay the lesser and save the greater sinner? Nay, if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off. And in one flash Drake saw his path and chose it. With a voice low as the passionless anguished voice of fate that comprehends all pain but girds it round with iron, lest some random cry break out for man's misguidance, he drew all his men around him, saying, "Ye all know how I loved Doughty, who hath betrayed me twice and thrice, for I still trusted him. He was no felon, that I should turn my heart away from him. He is the type and image of man's laws, while I am lawless as the soul that still must sail and seek a world beyond the worlds, a law behind earth's laws. I dare not judge. But ye, who know the mighty goal we seek, who have seen him sap our courage hour by hour, till God himself almost appeared a dream behind his technicalities and doubts of aught he could not touch or handle, ye, who have seen him stir up jealousy and strife between our seamen and our gentlemen, even as the world stirs up continual strife, bidding the man forget he is a man, with God's own patent of nobility, ye who have seen him strike this last sharp blow, sharper than any enemy hath struck, he whom I trusted he alone could strike so sharply, for indeed I loved this man. Judge ye, for see, I cannot, do not doubt, I loved this man. But now, if ye will let him have his life, oh speak. But if ye think it must be death, hold up your hands in silence." His voice dropped, and eagerly he whispered forth one word beyond the scope of fate. "I would not have him die." There was no sound save the long thunder of eternal seas. Drake bowed his head and waited. Suddenly one man upheld his hand. Then, all at once, a brawny forest of brown arms arose in silence, and the great sea whispered death. There, with one big swift impulse, Francis Drake held out his right sun-blackened hand and gripped the hand that Doughty proffered him, and lo, Doughty laughed out and said, "Since I must die, let us have one more hour of comradeship, one hour as old companions. Let us make a feast here on this island ere I go where there is no more feasting." So they made a great and solemn banquet as the day decreased, and Doughty bade them all unlock their sea chests and bring out their rich array. There, by that wondering ocean of the West, in crimson doublets lined and slashed with gold, in broidered lace and double golden chains embossed with rubies and great cloudy pearls, they feasted, gentlemen adventurers, drinking old Malmsey as the sun sank down. Now Doughty, fronting the rich death of day, and flourishing a silver pouncet box with many a courtly jest and rare conceit, there, as he sat in rich attire, outbraved the rest, though darker hued, yet richer far, his murrey-coloured doublet, double piled of Genoa velvet, puffed with cypress, shone; for over its grave hues the gems that bossed his golden collar, wondrously relieved, blazed lustrous to the west like stars. But Drake was clad in black, with midnight silver slashed, and at his side a great two-handed sword. At last they rose, just as the sun's last rays rested upon the heaving molten gold immeasurable. The long slow sigh of the waves that creamed across the lonely time-worn reef all round the island seemed the very voice of the everlasting. Black against the sea, the gallows of Magellan stretched its arm, with the gaunt skeleton and its rusty chain creaking and swinging in the solemn breath of eventide like some strange pendulum, measuring out the moments that remained. There did they take the holy sacrament of Jesus' body and blood, then Doughty and Drake kissed each other as brothers on the cheek. And Doughty knelt, and Drake, without one word, leaning upon the two-edged naked sword, stood at his side with iron lips and eyes full of the sunset, while the doomed man bowed his head upon a rock. The great sun dropped suddenly, and the land and sea were dark. And as it were a sign, Drake lifted up the gleaming sword. It seemed to sweep the heavens down in its arc as he smote once and no more. Then for a moment silence froze their veins, till one fierce seaman stooped with a hoarse cry, and, like an eagle clutching up its prey, his arm swooped down and bore the head aloft, gorily streaming by the long dark hair. And a great shout went up, "So perish all traitors to God and England!" Then Drake turned and bade them to their ships, and, wondering, they left him. As the boats thrust out from shore, brave old Tom Moone looked back with faithful eyes, like a great mastiff to his master's face. He, looming larger from his loftier ground, clad with the slowly gathering night of stars, and gazing seaward o'er his quiet dead, seemed like some Titan bronze in grandeur based, unshakable until the crash of doom shatter the black foundations of the world. End of Book 3. Section 7 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 4, Part 1. Dawn, everlasting and almighty dawn, hailed by 10,000 names of death and birth, who chiefly by thy name of sorrow seem'st to half the world a sunset, God's great dawn, fair light of all earth's partings, till we meet where dawn and sunset, mingling east and west, shall make in some deep orient of the soul one radiant rose of love for evermore. Teach me, O teach to bear thy broadening light, thy deepening wonder, lest as old dreams fade with love's unfaith, like wasted hours of youth, and dim illusions vanish in thy beam, their rapture and their anguish break that heart which loved them and must love for ever now. Let thy great sphere of splendour, ring by ring, for ever widening, draw new seas, new skies within my ken. Yet as I still must bear this love, help me to grow in spirit with thee. Dawn on my song, which trembles like a cloud pierced with thy beauty. Rise, shine, as of old, across the wondering ocean in the sight of those world-wandering mariners, when earth rolled flat up to the gates of Paradise, and each slow mist that curled its gold away from each new sea they furrowed into pearl might bring before their blinded mortal eyes God and the glory, lighten as on the soul of him that all night long, in torment dire, anguish and thirst unceasing for thy ray upon that lonely Patagonian shore, had lain as on the bitterest coasts of hell. For all night long, mocked by the dreadful peace of world-wide seas that darkly heaved and sank, with cold recurrence, like the slow, sad breath of a fallen Titan dying all alone in lands beyond all human loneliness, while far and wide glimmers that broken targ hurled from tremendous battle with the gods, and, as he breathes in pain, the chain mail rings round his broad breast a muffled rattling make for many a league, so seemed the sound of waves upon those beaches, there, bemocked all night, beneath Magellan's gallows, Drake had watched beside his dead. And over him the stars paled as the silver chariot of the moon drove, and her white steeds ramped in a fury of foam on splendid peaks of cloud. The Golden Hind slept with those other shadows on the bay. Between him and his home the Atlantic heaved, and on the darker side, across the strait of starry sheen that softly rippled and flowed betwixt the mainland and his isle, it seemed death's gates indeed burst open, the night yawned like a foul wound, black shapes of the outer dark poured out of forests older than the world, and just as reptiles that take form and hue, speckle and blotch in strange assimilation from thorn and scrub and stone and the waste earth through which they crawl, so that almost they seem the incarnate spirits of their wilderness, were these most horrible kindred of the night. Aeonian glooms unfathomable, grim aisles, grotesque, distorted boughs and dancing shades outbelched their dusky brood on the dim shore. monsters with sooty limbs, red raddled eyes, and faces painted yellow, women and men, fierce naked giants howling to the moon, and loathlier gorgons with long snaky tresses, pouring vile purple over pendulous breasts like wine bags. On the mainland beach they lit a brushwood fire that reddened creek and cove, and lapped their swarthy limbs with hideous tongues of flame, so near that by their light Drake saw the blood upon the dead man's long black hair, clotting corruption. The fierce funeral pyre of all things fair seemed rolling on that shore, and in that dull red battle of smoke and flame, while the sea crunched the pebbles and dark drums rumbled out of the gloom as if this earth had some titanic tigress for a soul, purring in forests of eternity over her own grim dreams, his lonely spirit passed through the circles of a world-wide waste darker than ever Dante roamed. No gulf was this of fierce harmonious reward, where evil moans in anguish after death, where all men reap as they have sown, where gluttons gorge upon toads and usurers gulp hot streams of molten gold. This was that Malebolge, which hath no harmony to mortal ears, but seems the reeling and tremendous dream of some omnipotent madman. There he saw the naked giants dragging to the flames young captives hideous with a new despair. He saw great craggy blood-stained stones upheaved to slaughter, saw through mists of blood and fire the cannibal feast prepared, saw filthy hands rend limb from limb, and almost dreamed he saw foul mouths adrip with quivering human flesh, and horrible laughter in the crimson storm that clomb and leapt and stabbed at the high heaven till the whole night seemed saturate with red. And all night long upon the Golden Hind, a cloud upon the waters, brave Tom Moone watched o'er the bulwarks for some dusky plunge to warn him if that savage crew should mark his captain and swim over to his isle. Whistle in hand he watched, his boat well ready, his men low crouched around him, swarthy faces grim-chinned upon the taffrail, muttering oaths that trampled down the fear in their bristly throats, while at their sides a dreadful hint of steel sent stray gleams to the stars. But little heed had Drake of all that menaced him, though oft some wandering giant, belching from the feast, all blood besmeared, would come so near he heard his heavy breathing o'er the narrow strait. Yet little care had Drake, for though he sat bowed in the body above his quiet dead, his burning spirit wandered through the wastes, wandered through hells behind the apparent hell, horrors immeasurable, clutching at dreams found fair of old, but now most foul. The world leered at him through its old remembered mask of beauty, the green grass that clothed the fields of England, shallow, shallow fairy dream! What was it but the hair of dead men's graves, rooted in death, enriched with all decay? And like a leprosy the hawthorn bloom crawled o'er the whitening bosom of the spring, and bird and beast and insect, ay, and man, how fat they fed on one another's blood! And love, What faith in love when spirit and flesh are found of such a filthy composition? And knowledge, God, his mind went reeling back to that dark voyage on the deadly coast of Panama, where one by one his men sickened and died of some unknown disease, till Joseph, his own brother, in his arms died, and Drake trampled down all tender thought, all human grief, and sought to find the cause, for his crew's sake, the ravenous, unknown cause of that fell scourge. There, in his own dark cabin, lit by the wild light of the swinging lanthorn, he laid the naked body on that board where they had supped together. He took the knife from the ague-stricken surgeon's palsied hands, and while the ship rocked in the eternal seas, and dark waves lapped against the rolling hulk, making the silence terrible with voices, he opened his own brother's cold white corse, that pale deserted mansion of a soul, bidding the surgeon mark with his own eyes, while yet he had strength to use them, the foul spots, the swollen liver, the strange sodden heart, the yellow intestines. Yea, his dry lips hissed, there in the stark face of eternity, "Seest thou? Seest thou? Knowest thou what it means?" Then, like a dream upsurged, the belfried night Of Saint Bartholomew, the scented palaces Whence harlots leered out on the twisted streets Of Paris choked with slaughter, Europe flamed With human torches, living altar candles Lighted before the cross where men had hanged The Christ of little children. Cirque by cirque The world wide hell reeled round him, east and west, To where the tortured Indians worked the will Of lordly Spain in golden famed Peru. "God, is thy world a madman's dream?" he groaned. And suddenly the clamour on the shore Sank, and that savage horde melted away Into the midnight forest as it came, Leaving no sign save where the brushwood fire Still smouldered like a ruby in the gloom. And into the inmost caverns of his mind That other clamour sank, and there was peace. "A madman's dream," he whispered, "ay, to me A madman's dream; but better, better far Than that which bears upon its awful gates Gates of a hell defined, unalterable. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Here, here at least the dawn hath power to bring New light, new hope, new battles. Men may fight And sweep away that evil, if no more, At least from the small circle of their swords. Then die content if they have struck one stroke For freedom, knowledge, brotherhood, one stroke To hasten that great kingdom God proclaims Each morning through the trumpets of the dawn. And far away in Italy that night Young Galileo, gazing upward, heard The self same whisper from the abyss of stars Which lured the soul of Shakespeare as he lay Dreaming in May sweet England even now, And with its infinite music called once more The soul of Drake out to the unknown West. Now like a wild rose in the fields of heaven Slipped forth the slender fingers of the dawn, And drew the great grey eastern curtains back From the ivory saffroned couch, rosily slid One shining foot and one warm rounded knee from silken coverlets of the tossed back clouds. Then, like the meeting after desolate years, face to remembered face, Drake saw the dawn step forth in naked splendour o'er the sea. Dawn, bearing still her rich divine increase Of beauty, love, and wisdom round the world, the same, yet not the same. So strangely gleamed her pearl and rose across the sapphire waves That scarce he knew the dead man at his feet. His world was made anew. Strangely his voice rang through that solemn Eden of the morn, Calling his men, and stranger than a dream Their boats, black blurred against the crimson east, Or flashing misty sheen where'er the light Smote on their smooth wet sides, like seraph ships Moved in a dewy glory towards the land. Their oars of glittering diamond broke the sea As by enchantment into burning jewels, And scattered rainbows from their flaming blades. The clear green water lapping round their prows, The words of sharp command as now the keels Crunched on his lonely shore, and the following wave Leapt slapping o'er the sterns, in that new light Were more than any miracle. At last Drake, as they grouped a little way below The crumbling sandy cliff whereon he stood, Seeming to overshadow them as he loomed, A cloud of black against the crimson sky, Spoke as a man may hardly speak but once. "My seamen, O my friends, companions, kings! For I am least among you, being your captain. And ye are men, and all men born are kings By right divine, and I the least of these, Because I must usurp the throne of God And sit in judgment, even till I have set My seal upon the red wax of this blood, This blood of my dead friend, ere it grow cold. Not all the waters of that mighty sea Could wash my hands of sin if I should now Falter upon my path. But look to it, you, Whose word was doom last night to this dead man. Look to it, I say, look to it. Brave men might shrink from this great voyage, But the heart of him who dares turn backward now Must be so hardy that God might make 1,000 millstones of it to hang about the necks Of those that hurt some little child and cast them in the sea. Yet if ye will be found so more than bold, Speak now, and I will hear you. God will judge. But ye shall take 4 ships of these my 5, Tear out the lions from their painted shields, And speed you homeward. Leave me but 1 ship, My Golden Hind, and 5 good friends, nay 1, To watch when I must sleep, and I will prove This judgment just against all winds that blow. Now ye that will return, speak, let me know you, Or be for ever silent; for I swear Over this butchered body, if any swerve Hereafter from the straight and perilous way, He shall not die alone. What? Will none speak? My comrades and my friends! Yet ye must learn, mark me, my friends, I'd have you all to know that ye are kings. I'll have no jealousies aboard my fleet. I'll have the gentlemen to pull and haul with the seamen. I'll not have that canker of the Spaniards in my fleet. Ye that were captains, I cashier you all. I'll have no captains, I'll have nought but seamen obedient to my will, because I serve England. What, will ye murmur? Have a care lest I should bid you homeward all alone, you whose white hands are found too delicate for aught but dallying with your jewelled swords. And thou too, Master Fletcher, my ship's chaplain, mark me, I'll have no priestcraft. I have heard overmuch talk of judgment from thy lips, God's judgment here, God's judgment there, upon us. Whene'er the winds are contrary, thou takest their powers upon thee for thy moment's end. Thou art God's minister, not God's oracle. Chain up thy tongue a little, or by his wounds, if thou canst read this wide world like a book, thou hast so little to fear, I'll set thee adrift on God's great sea to find thine own way home. Why, 'tis these very tyrannies o' the soul we strike at when we strike at Spain for England. And shall we here, in this great wilderness, ungrappled and unchallenged, out of sight, alone, without one struggle, sink that flag, which, when the cannon thundered, could but stream triumphant over all the storms of death? Nay, Master Winter and my gallant captains, I see ye are tamed. Take up your ranks again, in humbleness, remembering ye are kings, kings for the sake and by the will of England, therefore her servants till your lives' last end. Comrades, mistake not this, our little fleet is freighted with the golden heart of England, and if we fail, that golden heart will break. The world's wide eyes are on us, and our souls are woven together into one great flag of England. Shall we strike it? Shall it be rent asunder with small discord, party strife, ephemeral conflict of contemptible tongues? Or shall it be blazoned, blazoned evermore on the most heaven-wide page of history? This is that hour, I know it in my soul, when we must choose for England. Ye are kings, and sons of Vikings, exiled from your throne. Have ye forgotten? Nay, your blood remembers. There is your kingdom, Vikings, that great ocean whose tang is in your nostrils. Ye must choose whether to reassume it now for England, to claim its thunders for her panoply, to lay its lightnings in her sovereign hands, win her the great commandment of the sea, and let its glory roll with her dominion round the wide world forever, sweeping back all evil deeds and dreams, or whether to yield for evermore that kinghood. Ye must learn, here in this golden dawn our great emprise is greater than we knew. Eye hath not seen, ear hath not heard what came across the dark last night, as there, anointed with that blood, I knelt and saw the wonder that should be. I saw new heavens of freedom, a new earth, released from all old tyrannies. I saw the brotherhood of man, for which we rode, most ignorant of the splendour of our spears, against the crimson dynasties of Spain. Mother of freedom, home and hope and love, our little island far, how far away, I saw thee shatter the whole world of hate. I saw the sunrise on thy helmet flame with new born hope for all the world in thee. Come now to see, to sea! And, ere they knew what power impelled them, with one mighty cry they lifted up their hearts to the new dawn, and hastened down the shores and launched the boats. And in the fierce white outdraft of the waves, thrust with their brandished oars, and the boats leapt out and they settled at the groaning thwarts, and the white water boiled before their blades, as with Drake's iron hand upon the helm his own boat led the way. And ere they knew what power, as of a wind, bore them along, anchor was up, their hands were on the sheets, the sails were broken out, and that small squadron was flying like a sea-bird to the south. End of Book 4, Part 1. Section 8 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 4, Part 2. Now to the Strait Magellanus they came, and entered in with ringing shouts of joy. Nor did they think there was a fairer strait in all the world than this which lay so calm between great silent mountains crowned with snow, unutterably lonely, marvellous the pomp of dawn and sunset on those heights, and like a strange new sacrilege the advance of prows that ploughed that time-forgotten tide. But soon rude flaws, cross-currents, tortuous channels bewildered them, and many a league they drove as down some vaster Acheron, while the coasts with wailing voices cursed them all night long, and once again the hideous fires leapt red by many a grim wrenched crag and gaunt ravine. So for 100 leagues of whirling spume they groped, till suddenly, far away, they saw, full of the sunset, like a cup of gold, the purple westward portals of the strait. Onward o'er roughening waves they plunged and reached Capo Desiderato, where they saw what seemed stupendous in that lonely place, gaunt, black, and sharp as death against the sky, the cross, the great black cross on Cape Desire, which dead Magellan raised upon the height to guide, or so he thought, his wandering ships, not knowing they had left him to his doom, not knowing how with tears of joy, rapture, and terrible triumph and deep awe, another should come voyaging and read unutterable glories in that sign. While his rough seamen raised their mighty shout, and once again before his wondering eyes league upon league of awful burnished gold rolled the unknown immeasurable sea. Now in those days, as even Magellan held, men thought that southward of the strait there swept firm land up to the white Antarctic pole, which now not far they deemed. But when Drake passed from out the strait to take his northward way up the Pacific coast, a great head wind suddenly smote them, and the heaving seas bulged all around them into billowy hills, dark rolling mountains whose majestic crests, like wild white flames, far blown and savagely flickering, swept through the clouds. And on their sullen slopes, like wind-whipped withered leaves, those little ships, now hurtled to the zenith and now plunged down into bottomless gulfs, were suddenly scattered and whirled away. Drake, on the Golden Hind, one moment saw them near him, soaring up above him on the huge o'erhanging billows, as if to crash down on his poop; the next, a mile of howling sea had swept between each of those wind-whipped straws, and they were gone through roaring deserts of embattled death, where, like 100,000 chariots charged with lightnings and with thunders, one great wave, leading the unleashed ocean down the storm, hurled them away to southward. One last glimpse Drake caught o' the Marygold, when some mighty vortex, wide as the circle of the wide sea line, swept them together again. He saw her staggering, with mast snapped short and wreckage tangled deck where men like insects clung. He saw the waves leap over her mangled hulk like wild white wolves, volleying out of the clouds down dismal steeps of green black water, like a wounded steed quivering upon its haunches. Up she heaved her head to throw them off. Then in one mass of fury crashed the great deep over her, trampling her down, down into the nethermost pit, as with a madman's wrath. She rose no more. And in the stream of the ocean's hurricane laughter the Golden Hind went hurtling to the south, with sails rent into ribbons and her mast snapped like a twig. Yea, where Magellan thought firm land had been, the little Golden Hind whirled like an autumn leaf through league on league of bursting seas, chaos on crashing chaos, a rolling wilderness of charging Alps that shook the world with their tremendous war, grim beetling cliffs that grappled with clamorous gulfs, valleys that yawned to swallow the wide heaven, immense white flowering fluctuant precipices, and hills that swooped down at the throat of hell. From pole to pole one blanching bursting storm of world-wide oceans, where the huge Pacific roared greetings to the Atlantic, and both swept in broad white cataracts league on struggling league, pursuing and pursued, immeasurable, with Titan hands grasping the rent black sky, east, west, north, south. Then was battle indeed of midget men upon that wisp of grass, the Golden Hind, who, as her masts crashed, hung, clearing the tiny wreckage from small decks with ant-like weapons. Not their captain's voice availed them now amidst the deafening thunder of seas that felt the heavy hand of God. Only they saw across the blinding spume, in steely flashes, grand and grim, a face like the last glimmer of faith among mankind, calm in this warring universe, where Drake stood, lashed to his post, beside the helm. Black seas buffeted him. Half stunned he dashed away the sharp brine from his eagle eyes, and turned to watch some mountain range come rushing down, as if to o'erwhelm them utterly. Once, indeed, welkin and sea were one black wave, white fanged, white crested, and upheaped so mightily that, though it coursed more swiftly than a herd of Titan steeds upon some terrible plain nigh the huge city of Ombos, yet it seemed most strangely slow, with all those crumbling crests, each like a cataract on a mountain side, and moved with the steady majesty of doom, high over him. One moment's flash of fear, and yet not fear but rather life's regret, felt Drake, then laughed a low deep laugh of joy, such as men taste in battle. Yea, 'twas good to grapple thus with death. One low deep laugh, one mutter as of a lion about to spring, then burst that thunder o'er him. Height o'er height the heavens rolled down, and waves were all the world. Meanwhile in England, dreaming of her sailor, far off his heart's bride waited, of a proud and stubborn house the bright and gracious flower, whom oft her father urged with scanty grace that Drake was dead and she had best forget the fellow, he grunted, for her father's heart was fettered with small memories, mocked by all the greater world's traditions, and the trace of earth's low pedigree among the suns, ringed with the terrible twilight of the gods, ringed with the blood-red dusk of dying nations. His faith was in his grandam's mighty skirt, and in that awful consciousness of power, had it not been that even in this he feared to sully her silken flounce or farthingale with a white dust on his hands, he would have chalked to his own shame, thinking it shame, the word nearest to God in its divine embrace of agonies and glories, the dread word Demos, across that door in Nazareth whence came the prentice carpenter whose voice hath shaken kingdoms down, whose menial gibbet rises triumphant o'er the wreck of empires, and stretches out its arms amongst the stars. But she, his daughter, only let her heart lovably forge a charter for her love, cheat her false creed with faithful fairy dreams that wrapped her love in mystery, thought perchance he came of some unhappy noble race, ruined in battle for some lost high cause. And in the general mixture of men's blood, her dream was truer than his whose bloodless pride urged her to wed the chinless moon-struck fool sprung from 500 years of idiocy, who now besought her hand, would force her bear some heir to a calf's tongue and a coronet, whose cherished taints of blood will please his friends with, yea, Sir William's firstborn hath the freak, the family freak being embryonic, yea, and with a fine half-wittedness, forsooth. Praise God, our children's children yet shall see the lord o' the manor muttering to himself at midnight by the griffin-guarded gates, or gnawing his nails in desolate corridors, or pacing moonlit halls, dagger in hand, waiting to stab his father's pitiless ghost. So she, the girl, sweet Bess of Sydenham, most innocently proud, was prouder yet than thus to let her heart stoop to the lure of lording lovers, though her unstained soul slumbered amidst those dreams, as in old tales the princess in the enchanted forest sleeps, till the prince wakes her with a kiss and draws the far-flung hues o' the gleaming magic web into one heart of flame. And now for Drake she slept like Brunhild in a ring of fire which he must pass to win her, for the wrath of Spain now flamed, awaiting his return all round the seas of home, and even the Queen Elizabeth flinched as that tremendous power menaced the heart of England, flinched and vowed Drake's head to Spain's ambassadors, though still by subtlety she hoped to find some way later to save or warn him ere he came. Perchance, too, nay, most like, he will be slain, or even now lies dead out in the west, she thought, and then the promise works no harm. But day by day there came, as on the wings of startled winds from o'er the Spanish main, strange echoes, as of sacked and clamouring ports and battered gates of fabulous golden cities, a murmur out of the sunset of Peru, a sea bird's wail from Lima, while no less the wrathful menace gathered up its might all round our little isle, till now the King Philip of Spain half secretly decreed the building of huge docks from which to launch a fleet invincible that should sweep the seas of all the world, throttle with one broad grasp all Protestant rebellion, having stablished his red feet in the Netherlands, thence to hurl his whole world empire at this little isle, England, our mother, home and hope and love, and bend her neck beneath his yoke, for now no half surrender sought he. At his back, robed with the scarlet of 1,000 martyrs, admonishing him stood Rome, and in her hand, grasping the cross of Christ by its great hilt, she pointed it like a dagger towards the throat of England. 1 long year, 2 years had passed since Drake set sail from grey old Plymouth Sound, and in those woods of fairy wonder still slumbered his love in steadfast faith. But now, with louder lungs her father urged, "He is dead, forget him. There is one that loves you, seeks your hand in marriage, and he is a goodly match, e'en for my daughter. You shall wed him, Bess." But when the new found lover came to woo, glancing in summer silks and radiant hose, whipped doublet and enormous pointed shoon, she played him like a fish, and sent him home spluttering with dismay, a stickleback discoloured, a male minnow of dimpled streams, with all his rainbows paling in the prime, to hide amongst his lilies, while once more she took her casement seat that overlooked the sea, and read in Master Spenser's book, which Francis gave to my dear lady and queen, Bess, that most rare processional of love, "Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song." Yet did her father urge her day by day, and day by day her mother dinned her ears with petty saws, as when I was a girl, and I remember what my father said, and love, oh feather fancies plucked from geese you call your poets. Yet she hardly meant to slight true love, save in her daughter's heart. For the old folk ever find it hard to see the passion of their children. When it wakes, the child becomes a stranger. So with Bess. But since her soul still slumbered, and the moons rolled on and blurred her soul's particular love with the vague unknown impulse of her youth, her brave resistance often melted now in tears, and her will weakened day by day, till on a dreadful summer morn there came, borne by a wintry flaw, home to the Thames, a bruised and battered ship, all that was left, so said her crew, of Drake's ill-fated fleet. John Winter, her commander, told the tale of how the Golden Hind and Marigold had by the wind Euroclydon been driven sheer o'er the howling edges of the world, of how himself by God's good providence was hurled into the strait Magellanus, of how on the horrible frontiers of the void he had watched in vain, lit red with beacon fires the desperate coasts o' the black abyss whence none ever returned, though many a week he watched beneath the cross, and only saw God's wrath burn through the heavens and devastate the mountains, and hurl unheard of oceans roaring down after the lost ships in one cataract of thunder and splendour and fury and rolling doom. Then, with a bitter triumph in his face, as if this were the natural end of all such vile plebeians, as if he had foreseen it, as if himself had breathed a tactful hint into the aristocratic ears of God, her father broke the last frail barriers down, broke the poor listless will o' the lonely girl, who, careless now of aught but misery, promised to wed their lordling. Mighty speed they made to press that loveless marriage on, and ere the May had mellowed into June, her marriage eve had come. Her cold hands held Drake's gift. She scarce could see her name writ broad by that strong hand as it was, "To my Queen Bess." She looked out through her casement o'er the sea, Listening its old enchanted moan, which seemed striving to speak she knew not what. Its breath fluttered the roses round the grey old walls and shook the ghostly jasmine. A great moon hung like a red lamp in the sycamore. A corncrake in the hay fields far away Chirped like a cricket, and the nightjar churred his passionate love song. Soft winged moths besieged her lantern. Under many a star stabbed elm the nightingale began his golden song, whose warm thick notes are each a drop of blood from that small throbbing breast against the thorn pressed close to turn the white rose into red. Even as her lawn clad May white bosom pressed, quivering, against the bars, while her dark hair streamed round her shoulders, and her small bare feet gleamed in the dusk. Then spake she to her maid, "I cannot sleep, I cannot sleep to night. Bring thy lute hither and sing. Alison, think you the dead can watch us from their distant world? Can our dead friends be near us when we weep? I wish 'twere so, for then my love would come, no matter then how far, my love would come, and he'd forgive me." Then Bess bowed down her lovely head, her breast heaved with short sobs sickening at the heart. She grasped the casement, moaning, "Love, love, love, come quickly, come, before it is too late. Come quickly, oh, come quickly." Then her maid slipped a soft arm around her and gently drew The supple quivering body shaken with sobs And all that firm young sweetness to her breast, And led her to her couch, and all night long She watched beside her, till the marriage morn Blushed in the heartless east. Then swiftly flew the pitiless moments, till, as in a dream, And borne along by dreams, or like a lily Cut from its anchorage in the stream to glide Down the smooth bosom of an unknown world Through fields of unknown blossom, so moved Bess amongst her maids as the procession passed Forth to the little church upon the cliffs. And, as in those days was the bridal mode, Her lustrous hair in billowing beauty streamed Dishevelled o'er her shoulders, while the sun caressed her bent and glossy head and shone over the deep blue white flaked wrinkled sea on full blown rosy petalled sails that flashed like flying blossoms fallen from her crown. End of Book 4. Section 9 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 5. With the fruit of Aladdin's garden clustering thick in her hold, with rubies awash in her scuppers, and her bilge ablaze with gold, a world in arms behind her to sever her heart from home, the Golden Hind drove onward over the glittering foam. If we go as we came by the southward, we meet with the fleets of Spain. 'Tis 1,000 to 1 against us. We'll turn to the west again. We have captured a China pilot, his charts and his golden keys. We'll sail to the Golden Gateway, over the golden seas. Over the immeasurable molten gold, wrapped in a golden haze, onward they drew. And now they saw the tiny purple quay grow larger and darker and brighten into brown across the swelling sparkle of the waves. Brown on the quay, a train of tethered mules munched at the nose-bags, while a Spaniard drowsed, on guard beside what seemed at first a heap of fish, then slowly turned to silver bars, up-piled and glistering in the enchanted sun. Nor did that sentry wake as, like a dream, the Golden Hind divided the soft sleep of warm green lapping water, sidled up, sank sail, and moored beside the quay, but Drake, lightly leaping ashore and stealing nigh, picked up the Spaniard's long gay ribboned gun close to his ear. At once, without a sound, the watchman opened his dark eyes and stared, as at strange men who suddenly had come, borne by some magic carpet, from the stars. Then, with a courtly bow, his right hand thrust within the lace embroideries of his breast. Politely Drake, with pained apologies for this disturbance of a cavalier napping on guard, straightway resolved to make complete amends by now relieving him of these, which doubtless troubled his repose, these anxious bars of silver. With that word 2 seamen leaped ashore and, gathering up the bars in a stout old patch of tawny sail, slung them aboard. No sooner this was done, than out o' the valley, like a foolish jest out of the mouth of some great John a dreams, in soft procession of buffoonery, a woolly train of llamas proudly came stepping by 2 and 2 along the quay, laden with pack on pack of silver bars, and driven by a Spaniard. His amaze the seamen greeted with profuser thanks for his most punctual thought and opportune courtesy. None the less they must avouch it pained them much to see a cavalier turned carrier, and at once they must insist on easing him of that too sordid care. Then out from Tarapaca once again they sailed, their hold a glimmering mine of wealth, towards Arica and Lima, where they deemed the prize of prizes waited unaware. For every year a gorgeous galleon sailed with all the harvest of Potosi's mines, and precious stones from dead kings' diadems, Aztecs and Incas' gem encrusted crowns, pearls from the glimmering temples of the moon, rich opals with their milky rainbow clouds, white diamonds from the temples of the sun, carbuncles flaming scarlet, amethysts, rubies and sapphires, these to Spain she brought to glut her priestly coffers. Now not far ahead they deemed she lay upon that coast, crammed with the lustrous Indies, wrung with threat and torture from the naked Indian slaves. To him that spied her topsails first, a prize Drake offered of the wondrous chain he wore. And every seaman, every ship boy watched, not only for the prize, but for their friends, if haply these had weathered through the storm. Nor did they know their friends had homeward turned, bearing to England and to England's Queen and his heart's queen the tale that Drake was dead. Northward they cruised along a warm wild coast that like a most luxurious goddess drowsed, supine to heaven, her arms behind her head, one knee upthrust to make a mountain peak, her rosy breasts upheaving their soft snow in distant Andes, and her naked side, with one rich curve, for 100 leagues bathed by the creaming foam, her heavy hair fraught with the perfume of 1,000 forests tossed round about her beauty, and her mouth, a scarlet mystery of distant flower, upturned to take the kisses of the sun. But like a troop of boys let loose from school, the adventurers went by, startling the stillness of that voluptuous dream encumbered shore with echoing shouts of laughter and alien song. But as they came to Arica, from afar they heard the clash of bells upon the breeze, and knew that Rumour with her 1,000 wings had rushed before them, horsemen in the night had galloped through the white coast villages and spread the dreadful cry El Draque abroad. And when the gay adventurers drew nigh, they found the quays deserted and the ships all flown, except one little fishing boat, wherein an old man like a tortoise moved, a wrinkled head above the rusty net his crawling hands repaired. He seemed to dwell outside the world of war and peace, outside everything save his daily task, and cared no whit who else might win or lose, for all the pilot asked of him without demur he answered, scarcely looking from his work. A galleon laden with 800 bars of silver not 3 hours ago had flown northward, he muttered. Ere the words were out, the will of Drake thrilled through the Golden Hind like one sharp trumpet call, and ere they knew what power impelled them, crowding on all sail, northward they surged, and roaring down the wind, at Chiuli, port of Arequipa, saw the chase at anchor. Wondering they came, with all the gunners waiting at their guns, bare armed and silent, nearer, nearer yet, close to the enemy, but no sight or sound of living creature stirred upon her decks. Only a great grey cat lay in the sun upon a warm smooth cannon butt, a chill ran through the veins of even the boldest there at that too peaceful silence. Cautiously Drake neared her in his pinnace, cautiously, cutlass in hand, up that mysterious hull he clomb and wondered, as he climbed, to breathe the friendly smell o' the pitch and hear the waves, with their incessant old familiar sound, crackling and slapping against her windward flank. A ship of dreams was that, for when they reached the silent deck they saw no crouching forms, they heard no sound of life, only the hot creak of the cordage whispered in the sun. The cat stood up and yawned and slunk away, slowly, with furtive glances. The great hold was empty and the rich cabin stripped and bare. Suddenly one of the seamen with a cry pointed where, close inshore, a little boat stole towards the town, and with a louder cry Drake bade his men aboard the Golden Hind. Scarce had they pulled 200 yards away when with a roar that seemed to buffet the heavens and rip the heart of the sea out, one red flame, blackened with fragments, the great galleon burst asunder. All the startled waves were strewn with wreckage, and Drake laughed. "My lads, we have diced with death to day and won. My merry lads, it seems that Spain is bolting with the stakes. Now, if I have to stretch the skies for sails and summon the blasts of God up from the south to fill my canvas, I will overhaul those dusky devils with the treasure ship that holds our hard-earned booty. Pull hard all, hard for the Golden Hind." And so they came, at dead of night, on Callao de Lima. They saw the harbour lights across the waves, glittering, and the shadowy hulks of ships gathered together like a flock of sheep within the port. With shouts and clink of chains a shadowy ship was entering from the north, and like the shadow of that shadow slipped the Golden Hind beside her through the gloom. And side by side they anchored in the port amidst the shipping. Over the dark tide a small boat from the customs house drew near. A sleepy, yawning, gold-laced officer boarded the Golden Hind, and, with a cry, stumbling against a cannon butt, he saw the bare-armed British seamen in the gloom, all waiting by their guns. Wildly he plunged over the side and urged his boat away, crying "El Draque! El Draque!" At that dread word the darkness filled with clamour, and the ships, cutting their cables, drifted here and there in mad attempts to seek the open sea. Wild lights burnt hither and thither, and all the port, one furnace of confusion, heaved and seethed in terror, for each shadow of the night, nay, the great night itself, was all El Draque. The dragon's wings were spread from quay to quay. The very lights that burnt from mast to mast and flared across the tide kindled his breath to fire, while here and there a British pinnace slipped softly through the roaring gloom and glare, ransacking ship by ship, for each one thought a fleet had come upon them. Each gave up the struggle as each was boarded, while elsewhere, cannon to cannon, friends bombarded friends. Yet not 1 ounce of treasure in Callao they found, for 14 days before they came, that greatest treasure ship of Spain, with all the gorgeous harvest of that year, had sailed for Panama, her ballast silver bars, her cargo rubies, emeralds, and gold. Out through the clamour and the darkness, out to the harbour mouth, the Golden Hind, steered by the iron soul of Drake, returned. And where the way was blocked, her cannon clove a crimson highway to the midnight sea. Then northward, northward, o'er the jewelled main, Under the white moon like a storm they drove In quest of the Cacafuego. 14 days Her start was, and at dawn the fair wind sank, And chafing lay the Golden Hynde becalmed, While on the hills the Viceroy of Peru Marched down from Lima with 2000 men, And sent out 4 huge ships of war to sink Or capture the fierce dragon. Loud laughed Drake To see them creeping nigh, urged with great oars, Then suddenly pause, for none would be the first To close with him; and ere they had steeled their hearts To battle, a fair breeze broke out anew, And northward sped the little Golden Hynde In quest of the lordliest treasure ship of Spain. Behind her lay a world in arms, for now Wrath and confusion clamoured for revenge From sea to sea. Spain claimed the pirate's head From England, and awaited his return With all her tortures; and where'er he passed He sowed the dragon's teeth; and everywhere Cadmean broods of armed men arose And followed on his fiery trail. Men toiled at Lima to fit out a fleet Grim enough to destroy him. All night long The flare went up from cities on the coast, Where men, like naked devils, toiled to cast Cannon that might have overwhelmed the powers Of Michael when he drave that hideous rout Through livid chaos to the black abyss. Small hope, indeed, there seemed of safe return; But northward sped the little Golden Hynde, The world watched midget ship of 18 guns, Undaunted; and upon the second dawn Sighted a galleon, not indeed the chase, Yet worth a pause; for out of her they took, Embossed with emeralds large as pigeons' eggs, A golden crucifix with 80 pounds In weight of gold; the rest they left behind; And onward, onward to the north they flew, A score of golden miles, a score of green, 100 miles, 800 miles of foam, Rainbows and fire, ransacking as they went Ship after ship for news o' the chase and gold; Learning from every capture that they drew Nearer and nearer. At Truxillo, dim and dreaming city, Adrowse with purple flowers, she had paused, ay, Paused to take a freight of gold. At Paita she had passed 2 days in front, Only 2 days, 2 days ahead, nay, one. At Quito, close in shore, a youthful page, Bright eyed, ran up the rigging and cried "A sail! A sail! The Cacafuego and the chain is mine!" And by the strange cut of her sails, Whereof they had been told in Callao, They knew her. Heavily laden with her gems, Lazily drifting with her golden fruitage, Over the magic seas they saw her hull Loom as they onward drew; but Drake, for fear The prey might take alarm and run ashore, Trailed wine skins, filled with water, over the side To hold his ship back till the darkness fell. And with the night the off shore wind arose. At last the sun sank down, the rosy light Faded from Andes' peaked and bosomed snow. The night wind rose, the wine skins were uphauled, And, like a hound unleashed, the Golden Hynde Leapt forward through the gloom. A cable's length divided them. The Cacafuego heard a rough voice in the darkness bidding her Heave to. She held her course. Drake gave the word. A broadside shattered the night, and over her side Her mainyard clattered like a broken wing. On to her decks the British sea dogs swarmed, Cutlass in hand. That fight was at an end. The ship was cleared, a prize crew placed aboard, Then both ships turned their heads to the open sea. At dawn, being out of sight of land, they 'gan Examine the great prize. None ever knew, Save Drake and Gloriana, what wild wealth They had captured there. Thus much at least was known: An hundredweight of gold and 20 tons Of silver bullion, 13 chests of coins, Nuggets of gold unnumbered, countless pearls, Diamonds, emeralds; but the worth of these Was past all reckoning. In the crimson dawn, Ringed with the lonely pomp of sea and sky, The naked footed seamen bathed knee deep In gold, and gathered up Aladdin's fruit, All coloured gems, and tossed them in the sun. The hold like one great elfin orchard gleamed With dusky globes and tawny glories piled, Hesperian apples, heap on mellow heap, Rich with the hues of sunset, rich and ripe And ready for the enchanted cider press. An emperor's ransom in each burning orb, A kingdom's purchase in each clustered bough, The freedom of all slaves in every chain. End of Book 5. Section 10 of Drake by Alfred Noyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 6. Now like the soul of Ophir on the sea Glittered the Golden Hind, and all her heart Turned home to England, as a child that finds A ruby ring upon the highway Straight homeward desires to run with it, so she Yearned for her home and country. Yet the world was all in arms behind her. Fleet on fleet awaited her return. Along the coast the very churches melted down their chimes And cast them into cannon. To the south 1,000 cannon watched Magellan's Straits, And fleets were scouring all the sea Like hounds, with orders that where'er they came on Drake, Although he were the dragon of their dreams, They should outblast his thunders, and convey, Dead or alive, his body back to Spain. And Drake laughed out and said, "My trusty lads of Devon, You have made the wide world ring with England's name. You have swept one half the seas from sky to sky, And in our oaken hold You have packed the gorgeous Indies. We shall sail but slowly with such wealth. If we return, we are one against 10,000. We will seek the fabled northern passage, Take our gold safe home, then out to sea again And try our guns against their guns." And as they sailed northward they swooped on warm blue Guatulco For food and water. Nigh the dreaming port The grand alcaldes in high conclave sat, Blazing with gold and scarlet, as they tried A batch of negro slaves upon the charge Of idleness in Spanish mines. Dumb slaves, with bare scarred backs and labour broken knees, And sorrowful eyes like those of wearied kine Spent from the ploughing. Even as the judge rose to condemn them to the knotted lash, the British boat's crew, quiet and compact, entered the court. The grim judicial glare grew wider with amazement, and the judge staggered against his gilded throne. "I thank Almighty God," cried Drake, "who hath given me this, that I who once in ignorance procured Slaves for the golden bawdy house of Spain, May now in England's name help to requite that wrong. For now I say in England's name, Where'er her standard flies, the slave shall stand upright, the shackles fall from off his limbs. Unyoke the prisoners. Tell them they are men once more, not beasts of burden. Set them free. But take these gold and scarlet popinjays aboard my Golden Hind, and let them write an order that their town shall now provide my boats with food and water." This being done, the slaves being placed in safety on the prize, the Golden Hind revictualled, and the casks replenished with fresh water, Drake set free the judges and swept northward once again, and off the coast of Nicaragua found a sudden treasure better than all gold. For on the track of the China trade they caught a ship whereon 2 China pilots sailed, and in their cabin lay the secret charts, red hieroglyphs of empire, unknown charts Of silken sea roads down the golden west, Where all roads meet and east and west are one. And with that mystery stirring in their hearts Like a strange cry from home, northward they swept and northward, till the soft luxurious coasts hardened, the winds grew bleak, the great green waves loomed high like mountains round them, and the spray froze on their spars and yards. Fresh from the warmth of tropic seas, the men could hardly brook that cold, and when the floating hills of ice, like huge green shadows crowned with ghostly snow, went past them with strange whispers in the gloom, or took mysterious colours in the dawn, their hearts misgave them, and they found no way, but all was iron shore and icy sea. And one by one the crew fell sick to death In that fierce winter, and the land still ran Westward and showed no passage. Tossed with storms, onward they plunged, or furrowed gentler tides Of ice lit emerald that made the prow A fairy beak of some enchanted ship, Flinging wild rainbows round her as she drove Through seas unsailed by mortal mariners, Past isles unhailed of any human voice, Where sound and silence mingled in one song Of utter solitude. Ever as they went, The flag of England blazoned the broad breeze Northward, where never ship had sailed before, Northward, till lost in helpless wonderment, Dazed as a soul awakening from the dream Of death to some wild dawn in Paradise, Yet burnt with cold as they whose very tears Freeze on their faces where Cocytus wails. All world worn, bruised, wing broken, racked and wrenched, Blackened with lightning, scarred as with evil deeds, But all embalmed in beauty by that sun Which never sets, bosomed in peace at last, The Golden Hind rocked on a glittering calm. Seas that no ship had ever sailed From sky to glistening sky swept round them, Glory and gleam, Glamour and lucid rapture and diamond air Embraced her broken spars, begrimed with gold Her gloomy hull, rocking upon a sphere New made, it seemed, mysterious with the first Mystery of the world, where holy sky And sacred sea shone like the primal light Of God, astir with whispering sea birds' wings And glorious with clouds; only all day, all night, The rhythmic utterance of His will In the deep sigh of seas that washed His throne, Rose and relapsed across eternity Timed to the pulse of aeons. All their world Seemed strange as unto us the great new heavens And glittering shores, if on some airy bark To Saturn's coasts we came and traced no more The tiny gleam of our familiar earth Far off, but heard tremendous oceans roll Round unimagined continents, and saw Terrible mountains unto which our Alps Were less than molehills, and such gaunt ravines Cleaving them, and such cataracts roaring down As burst the gates of our earth moulded senses, Pour the eternal glory on our souls; And, while 10,000 chariots bring the dawn, Hurl us poor midgets, trembling, to our knees. Glory and glamour and rapture of lucid air, Ice cold, with subtle colours of the sky, Embraced her broken spars, belted her hulk With brilliance, while she dipped her jacinth beak In waves of mounded splendour, and sometimes A great ice mountain flashed and floated by, Throned on the waters, pinnacled and crowned With all the smouldering jewels in the world; Or in the darkness, glimmering berg on berg, All emerald to the moon, went by like ghosts Whispering to the south. There as they lay, Waiting a wind to fill the stiffened sails, Their hearts remembered that in England now The spring was nigh, and in that lonely sea The skilled musicians filled their eyes with home. It is the spring tide now. Under the hawthorn bough the milkmaid goes. Her eyes are violets blue, Washed with the morning dew, her mouth a rose. It is the spring tide now. The lanes are growing sweet, The lambkins frisk and bleat In all the meadows. The glossy dappled kine Blink in the warm sunshine, Cooling their shadows. It is the spring tide now. Soon hand in sunburnt hand, Through God's green fairyland, England our home, Whispering as they stray Adown the primrose way, Lovers will roam. It is the spring tide now. And then with many a chain of linkèd sweetness, Harmonious gold, they drew their hearts and souls Back, back to England, thoughts of wife and child, Mother and sweetheart, and the old companions, The twisted streets of London and the deep Delight of Devon lanes, all softly voiced In words or cadences, made them breathe hard And gaze across the everlasting sea, Craving for that small isle so far away. O you beautiful land, Deep bosomed with beeches and bright With the flowery largesse of May, Sweet from the palm of her hand, outflung Till the hedges grew white As the green arched billows with spray. White from the fall of her feet, The daisies awake in the sun, Cliff side and valley and plain, with the breath of the time growing sweet, laugh, for the spring is begun, and love hath turned homeward again. O you beautiful land! Where should the home be of love but there where the hawthorn tree blows, and the milkmaid trips out with her pail, and the skylark in heaven above sings till the west is a rose and the east is a nightingale? O you beautiful land! There where the sycamore trees are shading the satin-skinned kine, and oaks whose brethren of old conquered the strength of the seas grow broad in the sunlight and shine, crowned with their cressets of gold. O you beautiful land! Deep bosomed with beeches and bright with rose-coloured cloudlets above, billowing, broad and grand, where the meadows with blossom are white for the footfall of love. O you beautiful land! How should we sing of thy beauty, England, mother of men, we that can look in thine eyes and see there the splendour of duty, deep as the depth of their ken, wide as the ring of thy skies? O you beautiful land, deep bosomed with beeches and bright with the flowery largesse of May, sweet from the palm of her hand, outflung till the hedges grew white as the green-arched billows with spray. O you beautiful land! And when a fair wind rose again, there seemed no hope of passage by that fabled way northward, and suddenly Drake put down his helm, and, with some wondrous purpose in his eyes, turned southward once again, until he found a lonely natural harbour on the coast near San Francisco, where the cliffs were white like those of England, and the soft soil teemed with gold. There they careened the Golden Hind, her keel being thick with barnacles and weeds, and built a fort and dockyard to refit their little wandering home, not half so large as many a coasting bark to day that scarce would cross the Channel, yet she had swept the seas of half the world, and even now prepared for new adventures greater than them all. And as the sound of chisel and hammer broke the stillness of that shore, shy figures came, keen-faced and grave-eyed Indians, from the woods, to bow before the strange white-faced newcomers as gods, whereat the chaplain, all aghast, persuaded them with signs and broken words and grunts that even Drake was but a man, whom none the less the savages would crown with woven flowers and barbarous ritual King of New Albion, so the seamen called that land remembering the white cliffs of home. Much they implored, with many a sign and cry, which by the rescued slaves upon the prize were part interpreted, that Drake would stay and rule them. And the vision of the great empire of Englishmen arose and flashed a moment round them on that lonely shore. A small and weather-beaten band they stood, bronzed seamen, by the laughing rescued slaves, ringed with gigantic loneliness, and saw an empire that should liberate the world, a power before the lightning of whose arms darkness should die and all oppression cease, a federation of the strong and weak, whereby the weak were strengthened and the strong made stronger in the increasing good of all, a gathering up of one another's loads, a turning of the wasteful rage of war to accomplish large and fruitful tasks of peace, even as the strength of some great stream is turned to grind the corn for bread, e'en thus on England that splendour dawned which those in dreams foresaw, and saw not with their living eyes, but thou, England, mayst lift up eyes at last and see, who, like that angel of the Apocalypse, hast set one foot upon thy sea-girt isle, the other upon the waters, and canst raise now, if thou wilt, above the assembled nations, the trumpet of deliverance to thy lips. At last their task was done. The Golden Hind undocked, her white wings hoisted, and away westward they swiftly glided from the shore, where, with a wild lament, their Indian friends, knee deep i' the creaming foam, all stood at gaze, like men that for one moment in their lives have seen a mighty drama cross their path and played upon the stage of vast events, knowing henceforward all their life is naught. But westward sped the little Golden Hind, across the uncharted ocean, with no guide but that great homing cry of all their hearts. Far out of sight of land they steered, straight out across the great Pacific in those days when even the compass proved no trusty guide. Straight out they struck in that small bark, straight out, week after week, without one glimpse of aught but heaving seas, across the uncharted waste, straight to the sunset. Laughingly they sailed, with all that gorgeous booty in their holds, a splendour dragging deep through seas of doom, a prey to the first great hurricane that blew, except their God averted it, and still their skilled musicians cheered the way along to shores beyond the sunset and the sea. And oft at nights the yellow forecastle lanthorn swung over swarthy, singing faces grouped within the four small wooden walls that made their home and shut them from the unfathomable depths of mysterious gloom without that rolled all around them, or Tom Moone would heartily troll a simple stave that struggled oft with thoughts beyond its reach, yet reached their hearts no less. Good luck befall you, mariners all That sail this world so wide. Whither we go not yet we know, We steer by wind and tide. Be it right or wrong I sing this song, For now it seems to me Men steer their souls through rocks and shoals As mariners use by sea, As mariners use by sea, my lads, As mariners use by sea. And now they plough to windward, now they drive before the gale. Now are they hurled across the world with torn and tattered sail. Yet as they will they steer and still defy the world's rude glee, till death o'erwhelm them mast and helm, they ride and rule the sea. They ride and rule the sea, my lads, they ride and rule the sea. Meantime in England, Bess of Sydenham, Drake's love and queen, being told that Drake was dead, and numbed with grief, obeying her father's will, that dreadful summer morn, in bridal robes had passed to wed her father's choice. The sun streamed smiling on her as she went, half dazed, amidst her smiling maids. Nigh to the sea the church was, and the mellow marriage bells Mixed with its music. Far away white sails Spangled the sapphire, white as flying blossoms New fallen from her crown. But as the glad and sad procession neared the little church, From some strange ship of war, far out at sea, There came a sudden tiny puff of smoke, And then a dull strange throb, a whistling hiss, And scarce a score of yards away a shot Ploughed up the turf. None knew, none ever knew From whence it came, whether a perilous jest Of English seamen, or a wanton deed Of Spaniards, or mere accident. But all her maids in flight were scattered. Bess awoke, as from a dream, crying aloud, "'Tis he! 'Tis he that sends this message! He is not dead! I will not pass the porch! Come home with me! 'Twas he that sent that message!" Naught availed her father's wrath, her mother's tears, Her maids' cunning persuasions, naught. Home she returned, And waited for the dead to come to life; Nor waited long, for ere that month was out Rumour on rumour reached the coasts of England, Borne, as it seemed, on sea birds' wings, that Drake Was on his homeward way. End of Book 6. Section 11 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 7. The imperial wrath of Spain, one world-wide sea Of furious pomp and flouted power, Now surged all round this little isle With one harsh roar, deepening for Drake's return. The Golden Hind ye swore had foundered, Drake ye swore was drowned. They are on their homeward way. The head of Drake! What answer, what account, what recompense Now can ye yield our might invincible, Except the head of Drake, whose bloody deeds Have reddened the Pacific, who hath sacked Cities of gold, burnt fleets, and ruined realms? What answer but his life? To which the Queen, who saw the storm of Europe slowly rising In awful menace o'er her wave beat throne, And midmost of the storm the ensanguined robes of Rome, And murderous hand grasping the cross by its great hilt, Pointing it like a brand, blood blackened at the throat of England, Saw, like skeleton castles wrapped in rolling mist, The monstrous engines and designs of war, The secret fleets and brooding panoplies Philip prepared, growing from day to day In dusk armipotent and embattled gloom Surrounding her, replied, the life of Drake, If, on our strict enquiry, in due order, We find that Drake have hurt our friends, mark well, If Drake have hurt our friends, the life of Drake. And while the world awaited him, as men Might wait an earthquake, quietly one grey morn, One grey October morn of mist and rain, When all the window panes in Plymouth dripped With listless drizzle, and only through her streets Rumbled the death cart with its dreary bell Monotonously plangent; for the plague Had lately like a vampire sucked the veins Of Plymouth town. A little weed clogged ship, grey as a ghost, Glided into the Sound and anchored, Scarce a soul to see her come, And not an eye to read the faded scroll around her battered prow, the Golden Hind. Then through the dumb grey misty listless port a rumour like the colours of the dawn streamed o'er the shining quays, up the wet streets, in at the tavern doors, flashed from the panes and turned them into diamonds, fired the pools in every muddy lane with Spanish gold, flushed in 1,000 faces, Drake is come! Down every crowding alley the urchins leaped, tossing their caps, the Golden Hind is come! Fisherman, citizen, prentice, dame and maid, Fat justice, flowery baker, bloated butcher, Fishwife, minister, and apothecary, yea, even the driver of the death cart, leaving his ghastly load, using his dreary bell to merrier purpose, down the seething streets, panting, tumbling, jostling, helter-skelter to the waterside, to the waterside they rushed, and some knee-deep beyond it, all one wild welcome to Francis Drake. Wild kerchiefs fluttering, thunderous hurrahs rolling from quay to quay, 1,000 arms outstretched to that grey ghostly little ship at whose masthead the British flag still flew. Then over all, in one tumultuous tide of pealing joy, the Plymouth bells out clashed a nation's welcome home to Francis Drake. The very Golden Hind, no idle dream, the little ship that swept the Spanish Main, carelessly lying there in Plymouth Sound, the Golden Hind, the wonder of the world, a glory wrapped her greyness, and no boat dared yet approach save one, with Drake's close friends, who came to warn him, England stands alone, and Drake is made the price of England's peace. The Queen perforce must temporise with Spain the Invincible. She hath forfeited thy life to Spain against her will. Only by this rejection of thee as a privateer she averted instant war. For now the menace of Spain draws nigher, looms darker every hour. The world is made Spain's footstool. Philip the King e'en now hath added to her boundless power without a blow the vast domains and wealth of Portugal, and deadlier yet, a coast that crouches over against us. Cadiz holds a huge armada, none knows where to strike. And even this day a flying horseman brought rumours that Spain hath landed a great force in Ireland. Mary of Scotland only waits the word to stab us in the side for Rome. The Queen, weighed down by Burleigh and the friends of peace at any cost, may yet be driven to make thy life our ransom, which indeed she hath already sworn, or seemed to swear. To whom Drake answered, Gloriana lives, and in her life mine only fear lies dead, mine only fear for England, not myself. Willing am I and glad, as I have lived, to die for England's sake. Yet, lest the Queen be driven now to restore this cargo that I bring her, a world's wealth, the golden springs of all the power of Spain, the jewelled hearts of all those cruel realms, for I have plucked them out beyond the sea, lest she be driven to yield them up again for Spain and Spain's delight, I will warp out behind St. Nicholas Island, The fierce plague in Plymouth shall be colour and excuse, until my courier return from court with Gloriana's will. If it be death, I'll out again to sea, strew its rough floor with costlier largesses than kings can throw, and, ere I die, will singe the Spaniard's beard and set the fringe of his imperial robe blazing along his coasts. Then let him roll his galleons round the little Golden Hind, bring her to bay, if he can, on the high seas, ring us about with thousands, we'll not yield. I and my Golden Hind, we will go down with flag still flying on the last stump left us, and all my cannon spitting out the fires of everlasting scorn into his face." So Drake warped out the Golden Hind anew behind St. Nicholas Island. She lay there, the small grey golden centre of the world that raged all round her, the last hope, the star of Protestant freedom, she, the outlawed ship, holding within her the great head and heart of England's ocean power, and all the fleets that have enfranchised earth in that small ship lay waiting for their doom. Past her at night fisher boats glided, wondering as they heard in the thick darkness the great songs they deemed must oft have risen from many a lonely sea. For oft had Spaniards brought a rumour back of that strange pirate who in royal state sailed to a sound of violins and dined with skilled musicians round him, turning all battle and storm and death into a song. The same sun is o'er us, the same love shall find us, the same and none other wherever we be, with the same hope before us, the same home behind us, England our mother, ringed round with the sea. No land in the ring of it now all around us, only the splendid resurging unknown. How should we sing of it, this that hath found us, by the great stars attended at midnight alone? Our highway none knoweth, yet our blood hath discerned it. Clear, clear is our path now, whose foreheads are free. Where the hurricane bloweth, our spirits have learned it. 'Tis the highway of wrath now, the storm's way, the sea. When the waters lay breathless, gazing at Hesper, guarding that glorious fruitage of gold, heard we the deathless, wonderful whisper, we follow victorious to night as of old. Ah, the broad miles of it, white with the onset of waves without number, warring for glee! Ah, the soft smiles of it, down to the sunset, sacred for slumber, the swan's bath, the sea! When the breakers charged thundering in thousands all round us, with a lightning of lances uphurtled on high, when the stout ships were sundering, a rapture hath crowned us, like the wild light that dances on the crests that flash by. Our highway none knoweth, yet our blood hath discerned it. Clear, clear is our path now, whose foreheads are free. Where Euroclydon bloweth, our spirits have learned it. 'Tis the highway of wrath now, the storm's way, the sea. Who now will follow us where England's flag leadeth us, where gold not inveigles nor statesmen betray? Though the deep midnight swallow us, let her cry when she needeth us, we return her sea eagles the hurricane's way. For the same sun is o'er us, the same love shall find us, the same and none other, wherever we be, with the same hope before us, the same home behind us, England, our mother, ringed round with the sea. So 6 days passed, and on the 7th returned the courier with a message from the Queen, summoning Drake to court, bidding him bring also such curious trifles of his voyage as might amuse her, also be of good cheer, she bade him, and rest well content his life in Gloriana's hands were safe. So Drake laughingly landed with his war-bronzed crew amid the wide-eyed throng on Plymouth beach, and loaded 12 big pack-horses with pearls beyond all price, diamonds, crosses of gold, rubies that smouldered once for Aztec kings, and great dead Incas' gem-encrusted crowns. Also, he said, we'll add a sack or twain of gold doubloons, pieces of 8, moidores, and such like Spanish trash for those poor lords at court, lilies that toil not, neither spin, wherefore methinks their purses oft grow lean in these harsh times. 'Twere even as well their tongues wagged in our favour now as in our blame. 6 days thereafter a fearful whisper reached Mendoza, plenipotentiary of Spain, in London, that the pirate Drake was now in secret conference with the Queen, nay, more, that he, the master thief of the golden world, Drake, even he, that bloody buccaneer, had 6 hours' audience with Her Majesty daily, nay, more, walked with her in her garden alone among the fiery autumn leaves, talking of God knows what, and suddenly the temporising diplomatic voice of caution he was wont to expect from England and blandly accept as his imperial due, changed to a ringing key of firm resolve, resistance, nay, defiance. For when he came demanding audience of the Queen, behold, her officers of state, with mouths awry, informed the High Ambassador of Spain, despite his pomp and circumstance, the Queen could not receive him, being in conference with some rough seaman, pirate, what you will, a fellow made of bronze, a buccaneer, maned like a lion, bearded like a pard, with hammered head, clamped jaws, and great deep eyes that burned with fierce blue colours of the brine. And liked not Spain. Drake, 'twas the very name, one Francis Drake, a Titan that had stood thundering commands against the thundering heavens on lightning shattered, storm swept decks, and drunk great draughts of glory from the rolling sea, El Draque, El Draque. Nor could she promise aught to Spain's ambassador, nor see his face again, while yet one Spanish musketeer remained in Ireland. Vainly the Spaniard raged of restitution, recompense, for now had Drake brought up the little Golden Hind to London, and the rumour of her wealth out-topped the wild reality. The crew were princes as they swaggered down the streets in weather-beaten splendour. Out of their doors to wonder and stare the jostling citizens ran when they went by, and through the length and breadth of England now the gathering glory of life shone like the dawn. o'er hill and dale it streamed, dawn, everlasting and almighty dawn, making a golden pomp of every oak, had not its British brethren swept the seas, in each remotest hamlet, by the hearth, the cart, the grey church porch, the village pump, by meadow and mill and old manorial hall, by turnpike and by tavern, farm and forge, men staved the crimson vintage of romance, and held it up against the light and drank it, and with it drank confusion too, the wrath that menaced England, but eternal honour, while blood ran in their veins to Francis Drake. End of Book 7. Section 12 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 8. Meanwhile, young Bess of Sydenham, the queen of Drake's deep heart, imprisoned in her home, fenced by her father's angry watch and ward, lest he, the poor plebeian dread of Spain, shaker of nations, king of the untamed seas, might win some word with her, sweet Bess, the flower triumphant o'er their rusty heraldries, waited her lover, as in ancient tales the pale princess from some grey wizard's tower, midmost the deep sigh of enchanted woods, looks for the starry flash of her knight's shield, or on the further side o' the magic west sees pushing through the ethereal golden gloom some blurred black prow with loaded colours coarse, clouded with sunsets of a mortal sea and rich with earthly crimson. She with lips apart still waits the shattering golden thrill when it shall grate the coasts of Fairyland. Only to Bess of Sydenham there came no sight or sound to break that frozen spell and lonely watch, no message from her love, or none that reached her restless helpless hands. Only the general rumour of the world, borne to her by the gossip of her maid, kept the swift pictures passing through her brain of how the Golden Hind was hauled ashore at Deptford through a sea of exultation, and by the Queen's command was now set up for an everlasting memory; of how the Queen, with subtle statecraft still, kept Spain at arm's length, dangling, while she played at fast and loose with France, whose embassy, arriving with the marriage treaty, found and trembled at her daring, since the wrath of Spain seemed in their eyes to flake with foam the storm-beat hulk, a gorgeous banquet spread to greet them on that very Golden Hind which sacked the Spanish Main, a gorgeous feast, the like of which old England had not seen since the bluff days of boisterous King Hal. Great shields of brawn with mustard, roasted swans, haunches of venison, roasted chines of beef, and chewets baked, big olive pies there too, and sallets mixed with sugar and cinnamon, white wine, rose water, and candied eringoes. There on the outlawed ship, whose very name rang like a blasphemy in the imperial ears of Spain, its every old worm-eaten plank being scored with scorn and courage that not storm nor death nor all their Inquisition racks, the white hot irons and bloody branding whips, that scarred the backs of Rome's pale galley slaves, her captured English seamen ever could daunt. There, with huge empires waiting for one word, one breath of colour and excuse, to leap like wolves at the naked throat of her small isle, there in the eyes of the staggered world she stood, great Gloriana, while the live decks reeled with flash of jewels and flush of rustling silks, she stood with Drake, the corsair, and her people surged like a sea around. There did she give open defiance with her agate smile to Spain. "Behold this pirate now," she cried, "whose head my lord the invincible Philip of Spain demands from England. Kneel down, Master Drake, kneel down, for now have I this gilded sword wherewith to strike it off. Nay, thou, my lord, ambassador of France, since I be woman, and squeamish at the sight of blood, give thou the accolade." With that jest she gave the hilt, thus even in boldness playing a crafty part and dangling France before the adventurous deed, to Marchaumont, and in the face of Europe, with that huge fleet in Cadiz and the whole world power of Spain crouching around her isle, knighted the master thief of the unknown world, Sir Francis Drake. And then the rumour came of vaster privateerings planned by Drake against the coasts of Philip, but held in check and fretting at the leash, as ever the Queen clung to her statecraft, while Drake's enemies worked in the dark against him. Spain had set an emperor's ransom on his life. At home, John Doughty, treacherous brother of that traitor who met his doom by Drake's own hand, intrigued with Spain abroad and Spain's dark emissaries at home to avenge his brother. Burleigh still beset Drake's path with pitfalls. Treacherous greed for Spain's blood money daggered all the dark around him, and John Doughty without cease sought to make use of all, until by chance Drake gat the proof of treasonable intrigue with Spain against him up to the deadly hilt and hurled him into the Tower. Many a night she sat by that old casement nigh the sea and heard its ebb and flow. With soul erect and splendid now she waited, yet there came no message. And she thought, "He hath seen at last my little worth." And when her maiden sang, with white throat throbbing softly in the dusk, and fingers gently straying o'er the lute, as was her wont at twilight, some old song of high disdainful queens and lovers pale, pining 1,000 years before their feet, she thought, "Oh, if my lover loved me yet, my heart would break for joy to welcome him. Perchance his true pride will not let him come, since false pride barred him out." And yet again she burned with shame, thinking, "To him such pride were matter for a jest. Ah, no, he hath seen my little worth." Even so, one night she sat, one dark rich summer night, thinking him far away, wrapped in the multitudinous cares of one that seemed the steersman of the state now through the storm of Europe, while her maid sang to the lute, and soft sea breezes brought wreathed scents and sighs of secret waves and flowers warm through the casements muffling jasmine bloom. Nymphs and Naiads, come away, Love lies dead. Cover the cast back golden head, cover the lovely limbs with May, and with fairest boughs of green, and many a rose wreathed briar spray, but let no hateful yew be seen where Love lies dead. Let not the queen that would not hear Love lies dead, or beauty that refused to save Exult in one dejected tear, but gather the glory of the year, the pomp and glory of the year, the triumphing glory of the year, and softly, softly, softly shed its light and fragrance round the grave where Love lies dead. The song ceased. Far away the great sea slept, and all was very still. Only hard by, one bird throat poured its passion through the gloom, and the whole night breathlessly listened. A twig snapped, the song ceased, the intense dumb night was all one passion of expectation, as if that song were prelude, and ere long the heavens and earth would burst into one great triumphant psalm. The song ceased only as if that small bird throat availed no further. Would the next great chord ring out from harps in flaming seraph hands ranged through the sky? The night watched, breathless, dumb. Bess listened. Once again a dry twig snapped beneath her casement, and a face looked up, draining her face of blood, of sight, of life, whispering, a voice from far beyond the stars, whispering unutterable joy, the whole glory of life and death in one small word, "Sweetheart." The jasmine at her casement shook. She knew no more than he was at her side, his arms were round her, and his breath beat warm against her cheek. Suddenly, nigh the house, a deep-mouthed mastiff bayed and a foot crunched the gravel. "Hark, they are watching for thee," she cried. He laughed. "There's half of Europe on the watch outside for my poor head. 'Tis cosier here with thee. But now," his face grew grave, he drew a silken ladder from his doublet. "Quick, before yon good gamekeeper rounds the house, we must be down." And, ere the words were out, Bess reached the path, and Drake was at her side. Then into the star-stabbed shadow of the woods they sped, his arm around her. Suddenly she drew back with a cry, as four grim faces, with hand to forelock, glimmered in their way. Laughing, she saw their storm-beat friendly smile welcome their doughty captain in this new adventure. Far away once more they heard the mastiff bay, then nearer, as if his nose were down upon the trail, and then a cry as of a hot pursuit. They reached the brook, hurrying to the deep. Drake lifted Bess in his arms, and down the watery bed they splashed to baffle the clamouring hunt. Then out of the woods they came on the seaward side, and Bess, with a shiver, saw starlight flashing from bare cutlasses as the mastiff bayed still nearer. Swiftlier now they passed along the bare blunt cliffs and saw the furrow ploughed by that strange cannon shot which saved this hour for Bess. Down to the beach and starry foam that churned the silver gravel around an old black lurching boat, a strange grim Charon's wherry for two lovers' flight, guarded by old Tom Moone. Drake took her hand, and with one arm around her waist, her breath warm on his cheek for a moment, in she stepped daintily o'er the gunwale and took her seat, his throned princess beside him at the helm, backed by the glittering waves, his throned princess with jewelled throat and glorious hair that seemed flashing back scents and colours to a sea which lived but to reflect her loveliness. Then, all together, with their brandished oars, the seamen thrust as a heavy mounded wave lifted the boat, and up the flowering breast of the next they soared, then settled at the thwarts, and the fierce water boiled before their blades, while with Drake's iron hand upon the helm they plunged and ploughed across the starlit seas, to where a small black lugger at anchor swung, dipping her rakish brow i' the liquid moon. Small was she, but not fangless, for Bess saw, with half a tremor, the dumb protective grin of 4 grim guns above the tossing boat. But ere his seamen or his sweetheart knew What power, as of a wind, bore them along, anchor was up, the sails were broken out, and as they scudded down the dim grey coast Of a new enchanted world, for now had love made all things new and strange, the skilled musicians upraised, at Drake's command, a song to cheer their midnight path across that fairy sea. Sweet, what is love? 'Tis not the crown of kings, Nay, nor the fire of white seraphic wings. Is it a child's heart leaping while he sings? Even so say I, even so say I. Love like a child around our world doth run, Happy, 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 for all that God hath done, Glad of all the little leaves dancing in the sun. Even so say I, even so say I. Sweet, what is love? 'Tis not the burning bliss Angels know in heaven. God blows the world a kiss, Wakes on earth a wild rose. Ah, who knows not this? Even so say I, even so say I. Love, love is kind. Can it be far away, Lost in a light that blinds our little day? Seems it a great thing? Sweetheart, answer nay. Even so say I, even so say I. Sweet, what is love? The dust beneath our feet, Whence breaks the rose, and all the flowers that greet April and May with lips and heart so sweet. Even so say I, even so say I. Love is the dust whence Eden grew so fair, Dust of the dust that set my lover there. Ay, and wrought the gloriole of Eve's gold hair. Even so say I, even so say I. Also the springing spray, the little topmost flower, Swung by the bird that sings a little hour. Earth's climbing spray into the heaven's blue bower. Even so say I, even so say I. And stranger, ever stranger grew the night Around those twain, for whom the fleecy moon Was but a mightier Cleopatra's pearl Dissolving in the rich dark wine of night, While mid the tenderer talk of eyes and hands And whispered nothings, his great ocean realm rolled round their gloomy barge, robing its hulk with splendours Rome and Egypt never knew. Old Ocean was his Nile, his mighty queen, an English maiden purer than the dawn, his cause the cause of freedom, his reward the glory of England. Strangely simple then, simple as life and death, anguish and love, to Bess appeared those mighty dawning dreams, whereby he shaped the pageant of the world to a new purpose, strangely simple all those great new waking tides i' the world's great soul, that set towards the fall of tyranny behind a thunderous roar of ocean triumph o'er burning ships and shattered fleets, while England grasped with sure hands the sceptre of the sea, that untamed realm of liberty which none had looked upon as aught but wilderness ere this, or even dreamed of as the seat of power and judgment and high sovereignty, whereby all nations at the last should make one brotherhood, and war should be no more. And ever, as the vision broadened out, the sense of some tremendous change at hand, the approach of vast armadas and the dawn of battle reddening the diviner dawn with clouds confused it, till once more the song rang out triumphant o'er the glittering sea. Ye that follow the vision of the world's weal afar, have ye met with derision and the red laugh of war. Yet the thunder shall not hurt you, nor the battle storms dismay. Though the sun in heaven desert you, love will find out the way. When the pulse of hope falters, when the fire flickers low on your faith's crumbling altars, and the faithless gods go, when the fond hope ye cherished cometh kissing to betray, when the last star hath perished, love will find out the way. When the last dream bereaveth you, and the heart turns to stone, when the last comrade leaveth you in the desert alone, with the whole world before you clad in battle array, and the starless night o'er you, love will find out the way. Your dreamers may dream it, the shadow of a dream, your sages may deem it a bubble on the stream, yet our kingdom draweth nigher with each dawn and every day. Through the earthquake and the fire, love will find out the way. Love will find it though the nations rise up blind as of old, and the new generations wage their warfares of gold, though they trample child and mother as red clay into the clay, where brother wars with brother, love will find out the way. Dawn, ever bearing some divine increase of beauty, love, and wisdom round the world, dawn like a wild rose in the fields of heaven, washed grey with dew, awoke, and found the bark at anchor in a little landlocked bay. A crisp breeze blew, and all the living sea beneath the flower soft colours of the sky, now like a myriad petalled rose, and now innumerably scalloped into shells of rosy fire, with dwindling wrinkles edged fainter and fainter to the unruffled glow and soft white pallor of the distant deep, shone with a mystic beauty for those twain who watched the gathering glory, and in an hour Drake and sweet Bess, attended by a guard of 4 swart seamen with bare cutlasses, and by the faithful eyes of old Tom Moone went up the rough rock steps and twisted street o' the small white sparkling seaport towards the church, where, hand in hand, before God's altar they with steadfast eyes did plight eternal troth, and so were wedded. Never a chime of bells had they, but as they passed from out the porch, between the sleeping graves, a skylark soared above the world in an ecstasy of song, and, quivering heavenwards, lost himself in light. End of Book 8. Section 13 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 9. Now like a white cliffed fortress England shone amid the murk of chaos, for the huge Empire of Spain was but the dusky van of that dread night beyond all nights and days, night of the last corruption of a world fast bound in misery and iron, with chains of priest and king and feudal servitude, night of the fettered flesh and ravaged soul, night of anarchic chaos, darkening the deep, swallowing up cities, kingdoms, empires, gods, with vaster gloom approaching, till the sun of love was blackened, the moon of faith was blood. All round our England, our small struggling star, fortress of freedom, rock o' the world's desire, bearing at last the hope of all mankind, the thickening darkness surged, and close at hand those first fierce cloudy fringes of the storm, the Armada sails gathered their might, and Spain crouched close behind them with her screaming fires and steaming shambles. Spain, the hell hag, crouched, still grasping with red hand the cross of Christ by its great hilt, pointing it like a dagger, spearhead of the ultimate darkness, at the throat of England. Under Philip's feet at last writhed all the Protestant Netherlands' dim coasts right over against us, whence his panoplies might suddenly whelm our isle. But all night long, on many a mountain, many a guardian height, from Beachy Head to Skiddaw, little groups of seamen, torch and battle lanthorn nigh, watched by the brooding unlit beacons, piled of sun-dried gorse, funereal peat, rough logs reeking with oil, mid sharp scents of the sea, waste trampled grass and heather and close-cropped thyme. High o'er the thundering coast, among whose rocks, far, far below, the pacing coastguards gazed steadfastly seaward through the loaded dusk. And through that deepening gloom when, as it seemed, all England held her breath in one grim doubt, swift rumours flashed from north to south as runs the lightning round a silent thunder cloud. And there were muttering crowds in the London streets, and hurrying feet in the brooding eastern ports. All night dark inns, gathering the countryside, reddened with clashing auguries of war. All night in the ships of Plymouth Sound the soul of Francis Drake was England, and all night her singing seamen by the silver quays polished their guns and waited for the dawn. But hour by hour that night grew deeper, Spain watched cloud by cloud her huge armadas grow, watched tower by tower and zone by zone her fleets grapple the sky with 100 hands and drag whole sea horizons into her menacing ranks, joining her powers to the fierce night, while Philip still strove, with many a crafty word, to lull the fears of Gloriana, till his plots were ripe, his armaments complete, and still great Gloriana took her woman's way, preferring ever tortuous intrigue to battle, since the stakes had grown so great. Now, more than ever, hoping against hope to find some subtler means of victory, yet not without swift impulses to strike, swiftly recalled. Blind, yet not blind, she smiled on Mary of Scotland waiting for her throne, a throne with many a strange dark tremor thrilled now as the rumoured murderous mines below converged towards it, mine and countermine, till the live earth was honeycombed with death. Still with her agate smile, still she delayed, holding her pirate admiral in the leash, till Walsingham, nay, even the hunchback Burleigh, that crafty king of statesmen, seeing at last the inevitable thunder crash at hand, grew heart sick with delay and ached to shatter the tense tremendous hush that seemed to oppress all hearts, compress all brows, load the broad night with more than mortal menace. Only once the night was traversed with one lightning flash, one rapier stroke from England, at the heart of Spain, as swiftly parried, yet no less a fiery challenge. For Philip's hate and scorn, growing with his armada's growth, he lured, with promises of just and friendly trade, a fleet of English corn ships to relieve his famine-stricken coast. There as they lay within his ports he seized them, one and all, to fill the Armada's maw. Whereat the Queen, passive so long, summoned great Walsingham, and still averse from open war despite the battle hunger burning in his eyes, with one strange swift sharp agate smile she hissed, "Unchain El Draque." A lightning flash indeed was this, for he whose little Golden Hind with scarce a score of seamen late had scourged the Spanish main, he whose piratic neck scarcely the Queen's most wily statecraft saved from Spain's revenge, he, privateer to the eyes of Spain, but England to all English hearts, gathered together in all good jollity, all help and furtherance himself could wish, before that moon was out, a pirate fleet, whereof the like old ocean had not seen, 18 swift cruisers, 2 great battleships, with pinnaces and store ships, and a force of nigh 3,000 men, wherewith to singe the beard o' the King of Spain. By night they gathered in marvellous wind-whipped inns nigh Plymouth Sound, not secretly as ere the Golden Hind burst through the west, that small adventurous crew gathered beside the Thames, tossing the phrase "pieces of eight" from mouth to mouth and singing great songs of the rich Indies, and those tall enchanted galleons red with blood and gold, superb with rubies, glorious as clouds, clouds in the sun, with mighty press of sail, dragging the sunset out of the unknown world, and staining all the grey old seas of time with rich romance. But these Though privateers, or secret knights on Gloriana's quest, Recked not if round the glowing magic door Of every inn the townsfolk grouped to hear The storm scarred seamen toasting Francis Drake, Nor heeded what blithe urchin faces pressed On each red curtained magic casement, bright With wild reflection of the fires within, The fires, the glasses, and the singing lips Lifting defiance to the powers of Spain. Sing we the rose, the flower of flowers most glorious. Never a storm that blows across our English sea But its heart breaks out with the rose On England's flag victorious, The triumphing flag that flows Through the heavens of liberty. Sing we the rose, the flower of flowers most beautiful. Until the world shall end she blossometh year by year, Red with the blood that flows for England's sake most dutiful, Wherefore now we bend our hearts and knees to her. Sing we the rose, the flower of war it is, Where deep in the midnight gloom its waves are the waves o' the sea, And the glare of battle grows, and red over hulk and spar it is, Till the grim black broadsides bloom with our rose of victory. Sing we the rose, the flower of love it is, Which lovers aye shall sing and nightingales proclaim, For, oh, the heaven that glows and burns above it is Freedom's perpetual spring, our England's faithful fame. Sing we the rose, that eastward still shall spread for us Upon the dawn's bright breast Red leaves with a foam impearled, And onward ever flows till eventide make red for us A rose that sinks i' the west and surges round the world. Sing we the rose. One night as with his great Vice Admiral Frobisher, his Rear Admiral Francis Knowles, And Thomas Fenner, his flag captain, Drake Took counsel at his tavern, there came a knock, The door opened, and cold as from the sea The gloom rushed in, and there against the night, Clad as it seemed with wind and cloud and rain, Glittered a courtier whom by face and form All knew for the age's brilliant paladin, Sidney, the king of courtesy, a star of chivalry. The seamen stared at him, each with a hand upon the red lined chart Outspread before them. Then all stared at Drake, Who crouched like a great bloodhound o'er the table, And rose with a strange light burning in his eyes. For he remembered how, 3 years agone, That other courtier came with words and smiles Copied from Sidney's self, and in his ears Rang once again the sound of the two-edged sword Upon the desolate Patagonian shore Beneath Magellan's gallows. With a voice so harsh himself scarce knew it, he desired This fair new courtier's errand. With grim eyes He scanned the silken knight from head to foot, While Sidney, smiling graciously, besought Some place in their adventure. Drake's clenched fist Crashed down on the old oak table like a rock, Splintering the wood and dashing his rough wrist with blood As he thundered, "By the living God, no, we've no room For courtiers now. We leave all that to Spain." Whereat, seeing Sidney stood amazed, Drake drawing nearer, said, "You ask more than you dream. I know you for a knight most perfect and most gentle, yea, a man ready to die on any battlefield to save a wounded friend." Even so said Drake, not knowing how indeed this knight would die. Then fiercely he outstretched his bleeding hand And pointed through the door to where the gloom Glimmered with bursting spray, and the thick night Was all one wandering thunder of hidden seas Rolling out of eternity. You'll find no purple fields of Arcady out there, No shepherds piping in those boisterous valleys, No sheep among those roaring mountain tops, No lists of feudal chivalry. I've heard that voice cry death to courtiers. 'Tis God's voice. Take you the word of one who has occupied his business in great waters, there's no room, meaning or reason, office or place or name For courtiers on the sea. Does the sea flatter, You cannot bribe it, torture it, or tame it. Its laws are those of the Juggernaut universe, Remorseless. Listen to that! A mighty wave broke thundering down the coast. Your hands are white, your rapier jewelled. Can you grapple that? What part have you in all its flaming ways? What share in its fierce gloom? Has your heart broken as those waves break out there? Can you lie down and sleep as a lion cub by the old lion When it shakes its mane out over you to hide you, And leap out with the dawn as I have done? These are big words, but see, my hand is red. You cannot torture me, I have borne all that. And so I have some kinship with the sea, Some sort of wild alliance with its storms, Its exultations, ay, and its great wrath At last, and power upon them. 'Tis the worse for Spain, be counselled well. Come not between my sea and its rich vengeance." Silently, bowing his head, Sidney withdrew. But Drake, so fiercely the old grief rankled in his heart, Summoned his swiftest horseman, bidding him ride, Ride like the wind through the night straight to the Queen, Praying she would most instantly recall Her truant courtier. Nay, to make all sure, Drake sent a gang of seamen out to crouch, Ambushed in woody hollows nigh the road, Under the sailing moon, there to waylay The Queen's reply, that she might never know It reached him, if it proved against his will. And swiftly came that truant's stern recall. But Drake, in hourly dread of some new change In Gloriana's mood, slept not by night or day Till out of roaring Plymouth Sound the pirate fleet Swept to the wind swept main, and took the wind And shook out all its sails. Then with the unfettered sea he mixed his soul In great rejoicing union, while the ships, Crashing and soaring o'er the heart free waves, Drave ever straight for Spain. Water and food They lacked, but the fierce fever of his mind To sail from Plymouth ere the Queen's will changed Had left no time for these. Right on he drave, Determining, though the Queen's old officers Beneath him stood appalled, to take in stores Of all he needed, water, powder, food, By plunder of Spain herself. In Vigo Bay, close to Bayona town, Under the cliffs of Spain's world wide And thunder fraught prestige, he anchored With the old sea touch that wakes our England still. There in the tingling ears of the world he cried En garde to the King of Spain. There, ordering out his pinnaces in force, while a great storm, as if he held indeed Heaven's batteries in reserve, growled o'er the sea, he landed. Ere one cumbrous limb of all the monstrous armaments of Spain could move, his ships were stored; and ere the sword of Spain stirred in its crusted sheath, Bayona town beheld an empty sea; for like a dream the pirate fleet had vanished, none knew whither. But in its visible stead, invisible fear filled the vast rondure of the sea and sky as with the omnipresent soul of Drake. For when Spain saw the small black anchored fleet ride in her bays, the sight set bounds to fear. She knew at least the ships were oak, the guns of common range, nor did she dream e'en Drake could sail two seas at once. Now all her coasts heard him all night in every bursting wave, his topsails gleamed in every moonlit cloud, his battle lanthorn glittered in the stars that hung the low horizon. He became a universal menace, yet there followed no sight or sound of him, unless the sea were that grim soul incarnate. Did it not roar his great commands? The very spray that lashed the cheeks of Spanish seamen lashed their hearts to helpless hatred of him. The wind sang El Draque across the rattling blocks and sheets when storms perplexed them, and when ships went down, as under the fury of his onsetting battle the drowning sailors cursed him while they sank. Suddenly a rumour shook the Spanish court. He has gone once more to the Indies. Santa Cruz, High Admiral of Spain, the most renowned captain in Europe, clamoured for a fleet of 40 sail instantly to pursue. For unto him whose little Golden Hind was weapon enough, now leading such a squadron, the West Indies, the whole Pacific coast, and the whole Spanish main lay at his mercy. And onward over the great grey gleaming sea swept like a thunder cloud the pirate fleet, with vengeance in its heart. 5 years agone, young Hawkins, in the Cape Verde Islands, met at Santiago with such treachery as Drake burned to requite, and from that hour was Santiago doomed. His chance had come. Drake swooped upon it, plundered it, and was gone, leaving the treacherous isle a desolate heap of smoking ashes in the leaden sea, while onward all those pirate bowsprits plunged into the golden west, across the broad Atlantic once again. "For I will show," said Drake, "that Englishmen henceforth will sail old ocean where they will." Onward they surged, and the great glittering crested majestic waves jubilantly rushed up to meet the keels, and there was naught around them but the grey ruin and roar of the huge Atlantic seas, grey mounded seas pursuing and pursued, that fly, hounded and hounding on for ever, from empty marge to marge of the grey sky. Over the wandering wilderness of foam, onward through storm and death Drake swept, for now once more a fell plague gripped the tossing ships, and not by twos and threes as heretofore his crews were minished, but in 3 black days 300 seamen in their shotted shrouds were cast into the deep. Onward he swept, implacably, having in mind to strike Spain in the throat at St. Domingo, port of Hispaniola, a city of far renown, a jewel on the shores of old romance, palm shadowed, gated with immortal gold, queen city of Spain's dominions over sea, and guarded by great guns. Out of the dawn the pirate ships came leaping, grim and black, and ere the Spaniards were awake the flag of England floated from their topmost tower. But since he had not troops enough to hold so great a city, Drake entrenched his men within the plaza and held the batteries. Thence he demanded ransom and sent out a boy with flag of truce. The boy's return Drake waited long. Under a sheltering palm he stood, watching the enemy's camp, and lo, along the hot white purple shadowed road towards him a crawling shape writhed through the dust up to his feet, a shape besmeared with blood, a shape that held the stumps up of its wrists and moaned, an eyeless thing, a naked rag of flesh obscenely mangled, a small face hideously puckered, shrivelled like a monkey's, with lips drawn backward from its teeth. "Speak, speak, in God's name speak, what art thou?" whispered Drake. And a sharp cry came, answering his dread, a cry as of a sea bird in the wind desolately astray from all earth's shores. "Captain, I am thy boy, only thy boy. See, see, my captain, see what they have done. Captain, I only bore the flag, I only—" "O lad, lad, lad," moaned Drake, and stooping strove To pillow the mangled head upon his arm. "What have they done to thee? What have they done?" And at the touch the boy screamed once and died. Then like a savage sea, with arms uplift To heaven the wrath of Drake blazed thundering, "Eternal God, be this the doom of Spain! Henceforward have no pity. Send the strength of thy great seas into my soul, that I may devastate this empire, this red hell they make of thy good earth." His men drew round, staring in horror at the silent shape That daubed his feet. Like a cold wind his words went through their flesh. "This is the lad that bore our flag of truce. This hath Spain done. Look well upon it, draw the smoke of the blood Up into your nostrils, my companions, And down into your souls. This makes an end for Spain. Bring forth the Spanish prisoners, And let me look on them." Forth they were brought, a swarthy gorgeous band of soldiers, priests, and sailors, hedged between two sturdy files Of British tars with naked cutlasses. Close up to Drake they halted under the palm, Gay smiling prisoners, for they thought their friends Had ransomed them. Then they looked up and met A glance that swept athwart them like a sword, Making the blood strain back from their blanched faces Into their quivering hearts with unknown dread, As that accuser pointed to the shape Before his feet. "Dogs, will ye lap his blood before ye die? Make haste, for it grows cold. Ye will not even dabble your hands in that red puddle of flesh, what? Are ye Spaniards? Come, come, I'll look at you. Perchance there's one That's but a demi devil and holds you back." And with the word Drake stepped among their ranks. and read each face among the swarthy crew, the gorgeous soldiers, ringleted sailors, priests with rosary and cross, a slender page in scarlet with a cloud of golden hair, and two rope-girdled friars. The slim page Drake drew before the throng. "You are young," he said. "Go, take this message to the camp of Spain. Tell them I have a hunger in my soul to look upon the murderers of this boy, to see what eyes they have, what manner of mouths, to touch them and to take their hands in mine, and draw them close to me and smile upon them, until they know my soul as I know theirs, and they grovel in the dust and grope for mercy. Say that until I get them, every day I'll hang 2 Spaniards though I dispeople the Spanish Main. Tell them that every day I'll burn a portion of their city down, then find another city and burn that, and then burn others till I burn away their empire from the world, ay, till I reach the imperial throne of Philip with my fires, and send it shrieking down to burn in hell for ever. Go." Then Drake turned once again to face the Spanish prisoners. With a voice cold as the passionless utterance of fate, his grim command went forth. "Now, Provost Marshal, begin with yon 2 friars, in whose faces, chined like singed swine, and eyed with the spent coals of filthy living, sweats the glory of Spain. Strip off their leprous rags, and twist their ropes around their throats and hang them high over the Spanish camp for all to see. At dawn I'll choose 2 more." End of Book 9. Section 14 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 10, Part 1. Across the Atlantic great rumours rushed as of a mighty wind, the wind of the spirit of Drake. But who shall tell, in this cold age, the power that he became who drew the universe within his soul, and moved with cosmic forces? Though the deep divided it from Drake, the gorgeous court of Philip shuddered away from the streaming coasts as a wind-cuffed field of golden wheat, the king, bidding his guests to a feast in his own ship on that wind-darkened sea, was made a mock, as one by one his ladies proffered excuse for fear of that beyond. Round Europe now ballad and story told how in the cabin of Francis Drake there hung a magic glass, wherein he saw the fleets of every foe, and all that passed aboard them. Rome herself, perplexed that this proud heretic should prevail, fostered a darker dream, that Drake had bought, like old Norse wizards, power to loose or bind the winds at will. And now a wilder tale flashed o'er the deep, of a distant blood-red dawn o'er San Domingo, where the embattled troops of Spain and Drake were met, but not in war, met in the dawn by his compelling will to offer up a sacrifice. Yea, there, between the hosts, the hands of Spain herself slaughtered the Spanish murderers of the boy who had borne Drake's flag of truce, offered them up as a blood offering and an expiation, lest Drake, with that dread alchemy of his soul, should e'en transmute the dust beneath their feet to one same substance with the place of pain, and whelm them suddenly in the eternal fires. Rumour on rumour rushed across the sea, large mockeries, and one most bitter of all, wormwood to Philip, of how Drake had stood I' the governor's house at San Domingo and seen a mighty scutcheon of the King of Spain, whereon was painted the terrestrial globe, and on the globe a mighty steed in act to spring into the heavens, and from its mouth, streaming like smoke, a scroll, and on the scroll 3 words of flame and fury, non sufficit orbis, of how Drake and his seamen stood gazing upon it, and could not forbear from summoning the Spaniards to expound its meaning, whereupon a hurricane roar of mirth burst from those bearded British lips, and that immortal laughter shook the world. So while the imperial warrior eyes of Spain watched every hour her vast armada grow readier to launch and shatter with one stroke our island's frail defence, fear gripped her still. For there came sounds across the heaving sea Of secret springs unsealed, forces unchained, a mustering of deep elemental powers, a sound as of the burgeoning of boughs in universal April, and dead hearts uprising from their tombs, a mighty cry of resurrection surging through the souls of all mankind, for now the last wild tale swept like another dawn across the deep. And in that dawn men saw the slaves of Spain, the mutilated negroes of the mines, with gaunt backs wealed and branded, scarred and seared by whip and iron in Spain's brute lust for gold, saw them at Drake's great liberating word burst from their chains erect, uplifting hands of rapture to the glad new light that then first began to struggle through the clouds and crown all manhood with a sacred crown august, a light which, though from age to age clouds may obscure it, grows and still shall grow, until that kingdom come, that grand communion, that commonweal, that empire which still draws nigher with every hour, that federation, that turning of the wasteful strength of war to accomplish large and fruitful tasks of peace, that gathering up of one another's loads, whereby the weak are strengthened and the strong made stronger in the increasing good of all. Then suddenly it seemed, as he had gone, a ship came stealing into Plymouth Sound, and Drake was home again, but not to rest, for scarce had he cast anchor ere the road to London rang beneath the flying hoofs that bore his brief dispatch to Burleigh, saying, "We have missed the Plate fleet by but 12 hours' sail, the reason being best known to God. No less, we have given a cooling to the King of Spain. There is a great gap opened which, methinks, is little to his liking. We have sacked the towns of his chief Indies, burnt their ships, captured great store of gold and precious stones, 300 pieces of artillery, the more part brass. Our loss is heavy indeed. Under the hand of God 800 men, 3 parts of them by sickness. Captain Moon, my trusty old companion, he that struck the first blow in the South Seas at a Spaniard, died of a grievous wound at Cartagena. My fleet and I are ready to strike again at once where'er the Queen and England please. I pray for her commands, and those with speed, that I may strike again. Outside the scroll these words were writ once more: My Queen's commands I much desire. Your servant, Francis Drake. This terse dispatch the hunchback Burleigh read thrice over, with the broad cliff of his brow bending among his books. Thrice he essayed to steel himself with caution as of old, and thrice, as a glorious lightning running along and flashing between those simple words, he saw the great new power that lay at England's hand, an ocean sovereignty, a power unknown before but dawning now, a power that swept all earth's old plots and counterplots away like straws, the germ of an unmeasured force, new born, that laid the source of Spanish might at England's mercy. Could that force but grow ere Spain should nip it, ere the mighty host that waited in the Netherlands even now, that host of 30,000 men encamped round Antwerp under Parma, should embark convoyed by that invincible armada to leap at England's throat. Thrice he essayed to think of England's helplessness, her ships little and few. Thrice he essayed to quench with caution the high furnace of his soul which Drake had kindled. As he read the last rough simple plea, I wait my Queen's commands, his deep eyes flashed with glorious tears. He leapt to his feet and cried aloud, Before my God, I am proud, I am very proud for England's sake. This Drake is a terrible man to the King of Spain. And still, still Gloriana, brooding darkly on Mary of Scotland's doom, who now at last was plucked from out her bosom like a snake hissing of war with France, a queenly snake, a Lilith in whose lovely gleaming folds and sexual bonds the judgment of mankind writhes even yet half strangled, meting out wild execrations on the maiden queen, who quenched those jewelled eyes and mixed with dust that white and crimson, who with cold sharp steel, in substance and in spirit, severed the neck and straightened out those glittering supple coils for ever, though for evermore will men lie subject to the unforgotten gleam of diamond eyes and cruel crimson mouth, and curse the sword-bright intellect that struck like lightning far through Europe and the world for England, when amid the embattled fury of world-wide empires England stood alone. Still she held back from war, still disavowed the deeds of Drake to Spain, and yet once more Philip, resolved at last never to swerve by one digressive stroke, one ell or inch from his own patient, sure, laborious path, accepted her suave plea, and with all speed pressed on his huge emprise until it seemed his coasts groaned with grim bulks of cannonry, thick loaded hulks of thunder and towers of doom. And all round Antwerp Parma still prepared to hurl such armies o'er the rolling sea As in all history hardly the earth herself Felt shake with terror her own green hills and plains. I wait my Queen's commands. Despite the plea Urged every hour upon her with the fire That burned for action in the soul of Drake, Still she delayed, till on one darkling eve She gave him audience in that glimmering room Where first he saw her. Strangely sounded there The seaman's rough strong passion as he poured His heart before her, pleading, "Every hour Is one more victory lost," and only heard The bitter answer, "Nay, but every hour Is a breath snatched from the unconquerable doom That awaits us if we are forced to war. Yea, and who knows, though Spain may forge a sword, Its point is not inevitably bared Against the breast of England." As she spake, The winds without clamoured with clash of bells. There was a gleam of torches and a roar. "Mary, the traitress of the North, is dead. God save the Queen." Her head bent down. She wept. "Pity me, friend, though I be a queen, oh, yet My heart is woman, and I am sore pressed On every side. Scotland and France and Spain Beset me, and I know not where to turn." Even as she spake there came a hurried step Into that dim rich chamber. Walsingham stood there before her without ceremony, Thrusting a letter forth. "At last," he cried, "Your Majesty may read the full intent Of priestly Spain, here plainly written out Upon this paper, worth your kingdom's crown, This letter, stolen by a trusty spy Out of the inmost chamber of the Pope Sixtus himself. Here is your murder planned. Blame not your ministers who with such haste Plucked out this viper Mary from your breast. Read here how with his 30,000 men, The pick of Europe, Parma joins the Scots, While Ireland, grasped in their Armada's clutch, And the Isle of Wight, against our west and south Become their base. "Rome, Rome, and Rome again, and always Rome," she muttered. "Even here in England hath she thousands yet. She hath struck her curse out with pontific finger at me, Cursed me down and away to the bottomless pit. Her shadow like the shadow of clouds or sails, The shadow of that huge event at hand Darkens the seas already, and the wind Is on my cheek that shakes my kingdom down. She hath thousands here in England, born and bred Englishmen, they will stand by Rome." "'Fore God," cried Walsingham, "my Queen, you do them wrong. There is another Rome, not this of Spain, Which lurks to pluck the world back into darkness And stab it there for gold. There is a city whose eyes are toward the morning, On whose heights blazes the cross of Christ above the world. A Rome that shall wage warfare yet for God In the dark days to come, a Rome whose thought Shall march with our humanity and be proud To cast old creeds like seed into the ground, Watch the strange shoots, and foster the new flower Of faiths we know not yet. Is this a dream? I speak as one by knighthood bound to speak. For even this day, and my heart burns with it, I heard the Catholic gentlemen of England speaking in grave assembly, at one breath of peril to our island, why, their swords leapt from their scabbards, and their cry went up to split the heavens, God save our English Queen. Even as he spake, there passed the rushing gleam Of torches once again, and as they stood Silently listening, all the winds ran wild With clamouring bells, and a great cry went up, God save Elizabeth, our English Queen. I'll vouch for some 200 Catholic throats Among that thousand, whispered Walsingham, Eagerly, with his eyes on the Queen's face. Then, seeing it brighten, fervently he cried, Pressing the swift advantage home, "O madam, the heart of England now is all on fire! We are one people as we have not been In all our history, all prepared to die Around your throne. Madam, you are beloved As never yet was English king or queen." She looked at him, the tears in her keen eyes glittered, "And I am very proud," she said, "but if our enemies command the world, And we have one small island and no more—" She ceased, and Drake, in a strange voice, hoarse and low, Trembling with passion deeper than all speech, Cried out, "No more than the great ocean sea Which makes the enemy's coast our frontier now, No more than that great empire of the deep Which rolls from pole to pole, washing the world With thunder, that great empire whose command This day is yours to take. Hear me, my Queen, This is a dream, a new dream, but a true, For mightier days are dawning on the world Than heart of man hath known. If England hold the sea, she holds the 100,000 gates That open to futurity, she holds The highway of all ages. Argosies Of unknown glory set their sails this day For England out of ports beyond the stars. Ay, on the sacred seas we ne'er shall know, They hoist their sails this day by peaceful quays, Great gleaming wharves in the perfect city of God, If she but claim her heritage." He ceased, and the deep dream of that new realm, the sea, Through all the soul of Gloriana surged A moment; then with splendid eyes that filled With fire of sunsets far away, she cried, Faith making her a child yet queenlier still, "Yea, claim it thou for me!" A moment there Trembling she stood, then once again there passed A rush of torches through the gloom without, And a great cry, "God save Elizabeth! God save our English Queen!" "Yea, go, then, go," she said. "God speed you now, Sir Francis Drake, Not as a privateer, but with full powers, My admiral at the seas." Without a word Drake bent above her hand, and ere she knew it His eyes from the dark doorway flashed farewell, And he was gone. But ere he leapt to saddle, Walsingham stood at his stirrup, muttering, "Ride, ride now like hell to Plymouth, for the Queen Is hard beset, and ere ye are out at sea Her mood will change. The friends of Spain Will move earth and the heavens for your recall. They'll tempt her with their false baits of peace, Though I shall stand here at your back through thick and thin. farewell!" Fire flashed beneath the hoofs, and Drake was gone. End of Book 10, Part 1. Section 15 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 10, Part 2. Scarce had he vanished in the night than doubt once more assailed the Queen. The death of Mary had brought e'en France against her, Walsingham, and Burleigh himself, prime mover of that death, being held in much disfavour for it, stood as helpless. Long ere Drake or human power, they thought, could put to sea, a courier sped to Plymouth, bidding Drake forbear to strike at Spain, but keep to the high seas. And lo, the roadstead glittered empty. Drake was gone. Gone, though the friends of Spain had poured their gold to thin his ranks, and every hour his crews deserted. He had laughed, "Let Spain buy scum. Next to an honest seaman I love best an honest landsman. What more goodly task than teaching brave men seamanship?" He had filled his ships with soldiers. Out in the teeth of the gale that raged against him he had driven. In vain, amid the boisterous laughter of the quays, a pinnace dashed in hot pursuit and met a roaring breaker and came hurtling back, with oars and spars all trailing in the foam, a tangled mass of wreckage and despair. Sky swept to stormy sky. No sail could live in that great yeast of waves, but Drake was gone. Then, once again, across the rolling sea, great rumours rushed of how he had sacked the port of Cadiz and had swept along the coast to Lisbon, where the whole Armada lay, had snapped up prizes under its very nose, and taunted Santa Cruz, High Admiral of Spain, striving to draw him out for fight, and offering, if his course should lie that way, to convoy him to Britain, taunted him so bitterly that for once, in the world's eyes, a jest had power to kill. For Santa Cruz died with the spleen of it, since he could not move before the appointed season. Then there came, flying back home, the Queen's old Admiral Borough, deserting Drake, and all aghast at Drake's temerity. "For," he said, "this man, thrust o'er my head against all precedent, bade me follow him into harbour mouths aflame with cannon like the jaws of death. Whereat I much demurred, and straightway Drake clapped me in irons, me, an officer and admiral of the Queen, and, though my voice was all against it, plunged into the pit without me, left me with some word that burns and rankles in me still, making me fear the man was mad, some word of lonely seas, a desert island and a mutineer, and dead Magellan's gallows. Sirs, my life was hardly safe with him. Why, he resolved to storm the castle of Saint Vincent, sirs, a castle on a cliff, grinning with guns, well known impregnable. The Spaniards fear Drake, but to see him land below it and bid surrender, sirs, the strongest fort of Spain, without a blow, they laughed. and straightway he, with all the fury of Satan, turned that cliff to hell itself. He sent down to the ships for faggots, broken oars, beams, bowsprits, masts, and piled them up against the outer gates, higher and higher, and fired them. There he stood amid the smoke and flame and cannon shot, this admiral, like a common seaman, black with soot, besmeared with blood, his naked arms full of great faggots, labouring like a giant, and roaring like Apollyon. Sirs, he is mad. But did he take it, say you? Yea, he took it, the mightiest stronghold on the coast of Spain, took it and tumbled all its big brass guns clattering over the cliffs into the sea. But, sirs, ye need not raise a cheer so loud. It is not warfare, 'twas a madman's trick, a devil's. Then the rumour of a storm that scattered the fleet of Drake to the four winds disturbed the heart of England, as his ships came straggling into harbour, one by one, saying they could not find him. Then, at last, when the storm burst in its earth-shaking might along our coasts, one night of rolling gloom, his cannon woke old Plymouth. In he came, across the thunder and lightning of the sea, with his grim ship of war, and, close behind, a shadow like a mountain or a cloud torn from the heaven-high panoplies of Spain, a captured galleon loomed, and round her prow a blazoned scroll, whence, as she neared the quays, which many a lanthorn swung from brawny fist yellowed, the sudden crimson of her name, San Philippe, flashed o'er the white sea of faces, and a rending shout went skyward that outroared the blanching breakers. "'Tis the heart of Spain, the great San Philippe!" Overhead she towered, the mightiest ship afloat, and in her hold the riches of a continent, a prize greater than earth had ever known, for there not only ruby and pearl like ocean beaches heaped on some wizard coast in that dim hull blazed to the lanthorn light, not only gold gleamed, though of gold a million would not buy her store, but in her cabin lay the charts and secrets of the wild unwhispered wealth of India, secrets that splashed London wharves with coloured dreams and made her misty streets flame like an eastern city when the sun shatters itself on jewelled domes and spills its crimson wreckage through the silvery palms. And of those dreams the far East India quest began, the first foundation stone was laid of our great Indian empire, and a star began to tremble on the brows of England that time can never darken. But now the seas darkened indeed with menace, now at last the cold wind of the black approaching wings of Azrael crept across the deep, the storm throbbed with their thunderous pulse, and ere that moon waned a swift gunboat foamed into the Sound, with word that all the invincible armada was hoisting sail for England. Even now Elizabeth, torn 1,000 ways, withheld the word for which Drake pleaded as for life, that he might meet them ere they left their coasts, meet them or ever they reached the Channel, meet them now or too late, too late, At last his voice beat down e'en those that blindly dinned her ears With chatter of meeting Spain on British soil. And swiftly she commanded, seeing once more The light that burned amid the approaching gloom In Drake's deep eyes, Lord Howard of Effingham, High Admiral of England, straight to join him at Plymouth Sound. "How many ships are wanted?" she asked him, thinking, "We are few indeed." "Give me but 16 merchantmen," he said, "And but 4 battleships, by the mercy of God I'll answer for the Armada." Out to sea They swept in the teeth of a gale, but vainly Drake Strove to impart the thought wherewith his mind Travailed, to win command of the ocean sea By bursting on the fleets of Spain at once Even as they left their ports, not as of old To hover in a vain dream of defence Round 50 threatened points of British coast. But Howard, clinging to his old world order, Flung out his ships in a loose long straggling line Across the Channel, waiting, wary, alert, But powerless thus as a string of scattered seagulls Beating against the storm. Then flying to meet them, a merchantman brought terror down the wind With news that she had seen that monstrous host Stretching from sky to sky, great hulks of doom, Dragging death's midnight with them o'er the sea Towards England. Up to Howard's flagship Drake In his immortal battleship Revenge Rushed through the foam, and through the swirling seas His pinnace dashed alongside. On to the decks o' the tossing flagship Like a very Viking, shaking the surf And rainbows of the spray From sun smit lion like mane and beard he stood Before Lord Howard in the escutcheoned poop, And poured his heart out like the rending sea In passionate wave on wave. "If yonder fleet once reach the Channel, Hardly the mercy of God saves England. I would pray with my last breath, let us beat up to windward of them now And handle them before they reach the Channel." "Nay, but we cannot bear the coast," cried Howard, "Nor have we stores of powder or food enough." "My lord," said Drake, with his great arm outstretched, "There is food enough in yonder enemy's ships, And powder enough and cannon shot enough. We must revictual there. Look, look!" He cried, and pointed to the heavens, As for a soul that by sheer force of will Compels the world to work his bidding, so it seemed the wind That blew against them slowly veered. The sails quivered, the skies revolved, A northerly breeze awoke and now Behind the British ships blew steadily towards the unseen host of Spain. "It is the breath of God," cried Drake. "They lie Wind bound, and we may work our will with them. Signal the word, Lord Howard, and drive down." And as a man convinced by heaven itself, Lord Howard ordered straightway the whole fleet to advance. And now, indeed, as Drake foresaw, the Armada lay Beyond the dim horizon, wind bound and helpless in Corunna Bay, At England's mercy, could her fleet but draw nigh enough, With its fire ships and great guns, to windward. Nearer, nearer, league by league, the ships of England came Till Ushant lay some 70 leagues behind. Then yet once more the wind veered Straight against them, to remain beating against it idly was to starve. And as a man whose power upon the world fails for one moment of exhausted will, Drake, gathering up his forces as he went for one more supreme effort, turned his ship towards Plymouth and retreated with the rest. There, while the ships refitted with all haste, and axe and hammer rang, one golden eve, just as the setting sun began to fringe the clouds with crimson, and the creaming waves were one wild riot of fairy rainbows, Drake stood with old comrades on the close cropped green of Plymouth Hoe, playing a game of bowls. Far off, unseen, a little bark, full sail, struggled and leapt and strove towards Plymouth Sound, noteless as any speckled herring gull, flickering between the white flakes of the waves. A group of schoolboys with their satchels lay stretched on the green, gazing with great wide eyes upon their seamen heroes as, like gods, disporting with the battles of the world, they loomed, tossing black bowls like cannon balls against the rosy west, or lounged at ease, with faces olive dark against that sky, laughing, while from the neighbouring inn mine host, white aproned and blue jerkined, hurried out with foaming cups of sack, and they drank deep, tossing their heads back under the golden clouds and burying their bearded lips. The hues that slashed their doublets for the boys' bright eyes, even as the gleams of Grecian cloud or moon revealed the old gods, were here rich dusky streaks of splendour from the Spanish main that shone but to proclaim these heroes. There a boy more bold crept nearer to a slouched hat thrown upon the green, and touched the silver plume, and felt as if he had touched a sunset isle of feathery palms beyond a crimson sea. Another stared at the blue rings of smoke a storm-scarred seaman puffed from a long pipe, primed with the strange new herb they had lately found in far Virginia. But the little ship, now plunging into Plymouth Bay, none saw. E'en when she had anchored and her straining boat had touched the land, and the boat's crew over the quays leapt with a shout, scarce was there one to heed. A seaman smiling swaggered out of the inn, swinging in one brown hand a gleaming cage wherein a big green parrot chattered and clung, fluttering against the wires. A troop of girls, with arms linked, paused to watch the game of bowls, and now they flocked around the cage, while one, with rosy finger, tempted the horny beak to bite. Close overhead a sea-mew flashed seaward. Once from an open window, soft through trellised leaves, not far away, a voice floated, a voice that flushed the cheek of Drake, the voice of Bess, bending her glossy head over the broidery frame in a quiet song. The song ceased. Still, with rainbows in their eyes, the schoolboys watched the bowls like cannon balls roll from the hand of gods along the turf. Suddenly, towards the green, a little cloud of seamen shouting, stumbling, as they ran, drew all eyes on them. The game ceased. A voice, rough with the storms of many an ocean, roared, "Drake, Captain Drake, the Armada! They are in the Channel! We sighted them! A line of battleships! We could not see an end of them! They stretch from north to south like a great storm of clouds! glinting with guns from sky to sky. So after all his strife, the wasted weeks had tripped him, the fierce hours of pleading for the sea's command, great hours and golden moments, all were lost. The fleet of Spain had won the Channel without a blow. All eyes were turned on Drake as he stood there, a giant against the sunset and the sea, looming alone. Far off the first white star gleamed in a rosy space of heaven. He tossed a grim black ball in the lustrous air and laughed. "Come, lads," he said, "we've time to finish the game." End of Book 10. Section 16 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 11, Part 1. Few minutes and well wasted those were spent on that great game of bowls, for well knew Drake what panic threatened Plymouth, since his fleet lay trapped there by the black head wind that blew straight up the Sound, and Plymouth town itself, except the ships won seaward ere the dawn, lay at the Armada's mercy. Never a seaman of all the sea dogs clustered on the quays, and all the captains clamouring round Lord Howard, hoped that one ship might win to the open sea. At dawn, they thought, the Armada's rolling guns to windward in an hour must shatter them, huddled in their red slaughter‐house like sheep. Now was the great sun sunken and the night dark, far to westward, like the soul of man fighting blind nature, a wild flare of red upon some windy headland suddenly leapt and vanished, flickering into the clouds. Again it leapt and vanished. Then all at once it streamed steadily as a crimson torch upheld by Titan hands to heaven. It was the first beacon. A sudden silence swept along the seething quays, and in their midst appeared Drake. Then the jubilant thunder of his voice rolled, buffeting the sea wind far and nigh. And ere they knew what power, as of a sea, surged through them, his immortal battleship Revenge had flung out cables to the quays. And while the seamen, as he had commanded, knotted thick ropes together, he stood apart, for well he knew what panic threatened still, whittling idly at a scrap of wood, and carved a little boat out for the child of some old sea companion. So great and calm a master of the world seemed Drake that, as he whittled, and the chips fluttered into the blackness over the quay, men said that in this hour of England's need each tiny flake turned to a battleship. For now began the lanthorns one by one to glitter and half reveal the shadowy hulks before him. So the huge old legend grew, not all unworthy the Homeric age of gods and godlike men. Saint Michael's Mount, answering the first wild beacon far away, rolled crimson thunders to the stormy sky. The ropes were knotted. Through the panting dark, great heaving lines of seamen all together, hauled with a shout, and all together again, hauled with a shout against the roaring wind. And slowly, slowly, onward towards the sea moved the Revenge, and seaward ever heaved the brawny backs together, and in their midst, suddenly, as they slackened, Drake was there, hauling like any 10, and with his heart doubling the strength of all, giving them joy of battle against those odds, ay, till they found delight in the burning tingle of the blood that even their hardy hands must feel besmear the harsh rough straining ropes. There as they toiled, answering a score of hills, old Beachy Head streamed like a furnace to the rolling clouds, then all around the coast each windy ness and craggy mountain kindled, peak from peak caught the tremendous fire and passed it on, round the bluff east and the black mouth of Thames, up northward to the waste wild Yorkshire fells and gloomy Cumberland, where, like a giant, great Skiddaw grasped the red tempestuous brand and thrust it up against the reeling heavens. Then all night long inland the wandering winds ran wild with clamour and clash of startled bells. All night the cities seethed with torches, flashed with 20,000 flames of burnished steel, while over the trample and thunder of hoofs blazed forth the lightning of wild trumpets. Lonely lanes of country darkness, lit by cottage doors entwined with rose and honeysuckle, roared like mountain torrents now, east, west, and south, as to the coasts with pike and musket streamed the trained bands, horse and foot, from every town and every hamlet. All the shaggy hills, from Milford Haven to the downs of Kent and up to Humber, gleamed with many a hedge of pikes between the beacons' crimson glares; while in red London 40,000 men, in case the invader should prevail, drew swords around their queen. All night in dark St. Paul's, while round it rolled a multitudinous roar as of the Atlantic on a western beach, and all the leaning London streets were lit with fury of torches, rose the passionate prayer of England's peril. O Lord God of hosts, let thine enemies know that thou hast taken England into thine hands. The mighty sound rolled, billowing round the kneeling aisles, then died, echoing up the heights. A voice far off, as on the cross of Calvary, caught it up, and poured the prayer o'er that deep hush alone. We beseech thee, O God, to go before our armies, bless and prosper them both by land and sea. Grant unto them thy victory, O God, as thou used to do to thy children when they please thee. All power, all strength, all victory come from thee. Then from the lips of all those thousands burst a sound as from the rent heart of an ocean, one tumult, one great rushing storm of wings, cleaving the darkness round the gates of heaven. Some put their trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember thy name, O Lord our God. So while at Plymouth Sound her seamen toiled all through the night, and scarce a ship had won seaward, the heart of England cried to God. All night, while trumpets yelled and blared without, and signal cannon shook the blazoned panes, and billowing multitudes went thundering by, amid that solemn pillared hush arose from lips of kneeling thousands one great prayer, storming the gates of heaven. O Lord our God, Heavenly Father, have mercy upon our Queen, to whom thy far dispersed flock do fly in the anguish of their souls. Behold, behold, how many princes band themselves against her, how long thy servant hath laboured to them for peace, how proudly they prepare themselves for battle. Arise, therefore, maintain thine own cause, judge thou between her and her enemies. She seeketh not her own honour, but thine; not the dominions of others, but thy truth; not bloodshed, but the saving of the afflicted. O rend the heavens therefore and come down, deliver thy people. To vanquish is all one with thee, by few or many, ward or wealth, weakness or strength. The cause is thine, the enemies thine, the afflicted thine, the honour, victory, and triumph thine. Grant her people now one heart, one mind, one strength. Give unto her councils and her captains wisdom and courage strongly to withstand the forces of her enemies, that the fame and glory of thy kingdom may be spread unto the ends of the world. Father, we crave this in thy mercy, for the precious death of thy dear Son, our Saviour, Jesus Christ. Amen. And as the dreadful dawn through mist wreaths broke, and out of Plymouth Sound at last, with cheers ringing from many a thousand throats, there struggled 6 little ships, all that the night's long toil had warped down to the sea, but leading them the ship of Drake. There rose one ocean cry from all those worshippers, "Let God arise, and let his enemies be scattered." Under the leaden fogs of that new dawn, empty and cold, indifferent as death, the sea heaved strangely to the seamen's eyes, seeing all round them only the leaden surge, wrapped in wet mists, or flashing here and there with crumbling white. Against the cold wet wind, westward the little ships of England beat with short tacks, close inshore, striving to win the windward station of the threatening battle that neared behind the veil. 6 little ships, no more, beat westward, even as all mankind beats up against that universal wind whereon, like withered leaves, all else is blown down one wide way to death. The soul alone, whether at last it wins or faints and fails, stems the dark tide with its intrepid sails. Close hauled, with many a short tack struggled and strained, northwest, southwest, the ships, but ever westward gained some little way with every tack, and soon, while the prows plunged beneath the grey gold noon, lapped by the crackling waves, even as the wind died down a little, in the mists behind stole out from Plymouth Sound the struggling score of ships that might not win last night to sea. They followed, but the 6 went on before, not knowing alone, for God and liberty. Now as they tacked northwest, the sullen roar of reefs crept out, or some strange tinkling sound of sheep upon the hills. Southwest once more the boatswain's whistle swung their bowsprits round. Southwest, until the long low lapping splash was all they heard of keels that still ran out seaward, then with one muffled heave and crash once more the whistles brought their sails about. And now the noon began to wane, the west with slow rich colours filled, and shadowy forms, dark curdling wreaths and fogs with crimsoned breast, and tangled zones of dusk like frozen storms, motionless, flagged with sunset, hulled with doom, motionless, Nay, across the darkening deep Surely the whole sky moved its gorgeous gloom Onward, and like the curtains of a sleep The red fogs crumbled, mists dissolved away. There, like Death's secret dawning through a dream, Great thrones of thunder dusked the dying day, And, higher, pale towers of cloud began to gleam. There, in one heaven wide storm, great masts and clouds of sail Crept slowly forth, the ships of Spain. From north to south their tangled spars and shrouds Controlled the slow wind as with bit and rein. Onward they rode in insolent disdain, Sighting the little fleet of England there, While o'er the sullen splendour of the main 3 solemn guns told all their host to prayer, And their great ensign blazoned all the doom fraught air. The sacred standard of their proud crusade Up to the masthead of their flagship soared. On one side knelt the Holy Mother Maid, On one the crucified Redeemer poured His blood, and all their kneeling hosts adored Their saints, and clouds of incense heavenward streamed, While pomp of canonry and pike and sword Down long sea lanes of mocking menace gleamed, And chant of priests rolled out o'er seas that darkly dreamed. Who comes to fight for England? Is it ye, 6 little straws that dance upon the foam? Ay, sweeping o'er the sunset crimsoned sea, Let the proud pageant in its glory come, Leaving the sunset like a hecatomb Of souls whose bodies yet endure the chain. Let slaves by thousands, branded, scarred, and dumb, In those dark galleys grip their oars again, And o'er the rolling deep bring on the pomp of Spain. Bring on the pomp of royal paladins, For all the princedoms of the land are there, And for the gorgeous purple of their sins The papal pomp bring on with psalm and prayer. Nearer the splendour heaves. Can ye not hear the rushing foam, not see the blazoned arms, And black faced hosts through leagues of golden air Crowding the decks, muttering their beads and charms, To where in furthest heaven they thicken like locust swarms? Bring on the pomp and pride of old Castile, Blazon the skies with royal Aragon, Beneath Oquendo let old Ocean reel. The purple pomp of priestly Rome bring on, And let her censers dusk the dying sun, The thunder of her banners on the breeze Following Sidonia's glorious galleon Deride the sleeping thunder of the seas, While 20,000 warriors chant her litanies. Lo, all their decks are kneeling, sky to sky Responds, it is their solemn evening hour. Salve Regina, though the daylight die, Salve Regina, though the darkness lour. Have they not still the kingdom and the power? Salve Regina, hark, their thousands cry, From where like clouds to where like mountains tower Their crowded galleons, looming far or nigh. Salve Regina, hark, what distant seas reply? What distant seas, what distant ages hear? Bring on the pomp, the sun of Spain goes down, The moon but swells the tide of praise and prayer. Bring on the world wide pomp of her renown. Let darkness crown her with a starrier crown, And let her watch the fierce waves crouch and fawn Round those huge hulks from which her cannon frown, While close in shore the wet sea mists are drawn Round England's Drake, then wait in triumph for the dawn. the sun of Rome goes down, the night is dark, still are her thousands praying, still their cry ascends from the wide waste of waters. Hark! Ave Maria, darker grows the sky. Ave Maria, those about to die salute thee. Nay, what wandering winds blaspheme with random gusts of chilling prophecy against the solemn sounds that heavenward stream? The night is come at last, break not the splendid dream. But through the misty darkness, close inshore, northwest, southwest, and ever westward strained the little ships of England. All night long, as down the coast the reddening beacons leapt, the crackle and lapping splash of tacking keels, the boatswain's low sharp whistles, and the whine of ropes, mixing with many a sea bird's cry, disturbed the darkness, waking vague swift fears among the mighty hulks of Spain that lay nearest, then fading through the mists inshore, northwest, then growing again, but farther down their ranks to westward, with each dark return and dark departure, till the rearmost rank of grim sea castles heard the swish and creak pass plashing seaward through the wet sea mists to windward now of all that monstrous host, then heard no more than wandering sea-birds' cries, wheeling around their leagues of lanthorn light or heave of waters, waiting for the dawn. Dawn, everlasting and almighty dawn, rolled o'er the waters, the grey mists were fled. See, in their reeking heaven-wide crescent drawn, those masts and spars and cloudy sails outspread like one great sulphurous tempest soaked with red, in vain withstand the march of brightening skies. The dawn sweeps onward and the night is dead, and lo, to windward, what bright menace lies, what glory kindles now in England's wakening eyes? There, on the glittering plains of open sea, to windward now, behind the fleets of Spain, two little files of ships are tossing free, free of the winds and of the wind-swept main. Were they not trapped? Who brought them forth again, free of the great new fields of England's war, with sails like blossoms shining after rain, and guns that sparkle to the morning star? Drake, first upon the deep that rolls to Trafalgar. And Spain knows well that flag of fiery fame. Spain knows who leads those files across the sea. Implacable, invincible, his name, El Draque, creeps hissing through her ranks to lee. But now she holds the rolling heavens in fee, his ships are few. They surge across the foam, the hunt is up, but need the mountains flee or fear the snarling wolf pack? Let them come! They crouch but dare not leap upon the flanks of Rome. Nearer they come and nearer, nay, prepare! Close your huge ranks that sweep from sky to sky. Madness itself would shrink, but Drake will dare Eternal hell. Let the great signal fly. Close up your ranks, El Draque comes down to die. El Draque is brave, the vast sea cities loom through heaven. Spain spares one smile of chivalry, one wintry smile across her cannon's gloom, as that frail fleet full sail comes rushing towards its doom. End of Book 11, Part 1. Section 17 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 11, Part 2. Suddenly, as the wild change of a dream, even as the Spaniards watched those lean sharp prows leap straight at their huge hulks, watched well content, knowing their foes once grappled must be doomed, even as they caught the rush and hiss of foam across that narrow dwindling gleam of sea, and heard abruptly close the sharp commands and steady British answers, caught one glimpse of bare-armed seamen waiting by their guns, the vision changed. The ships of England swerved swiftly, a volley of flame and thunder swept, blinding the buffeted air, a volley of iron from four sheer broadsides crashing through a hulk of Spain. She reeled, blind in the fiery surge and fury of that assault. So swift it seemed that as she heeled to leeward, ere her guns trained on the foe once more, the sulphurous cloud that wrapped the sea once, twice, and thrice again split with red thunderclaps that rent and raked her huge beams through and through. Aye, as she heeled to leeward still, her own grim cannon belched their lava skyward, wounding the void air. And, as by miracle, the ships of Drake were gone. Along the Spanish rear they swept from north to south, raking them as they went, at close range, hardly a pistol shot away, with volley on volley. Never Spain had seen seamen or marksmen like to these who sailed 2 knots against her 1. They came and went, suddenly neared or sheered away at will, as if by magic, pouring flame and iron in 4 full broadsides through some Spanish hulk, ere one of hers burst blindly at the sky. Southward along the Spanish rear they swept, then swung about, and volleying sheets of flame, iron, and death along the same fierce road, littered with spars, reeking with sulphurous fumes, returned, triumphantly rushing, all their sails alow, aloft, full-bellied with the wind. Then, from sky to sky, one mighty surge of baleful pride, huge wrath, stormy disdain, with shuddering clouds and towers of sail would urge onward the heaving citadels of Spain, which dragged earth's thunders o'er the groaning main and held the panoplies of faith in fee, beating against the wind, struggling in vain to close with that swift ocean cavalry. Spain had all earth in charge. Had England then the sea? Spain had the mountains. Mountains flow like clouds. Spain had great kingdoms. Kingdoms melt away. Yet in that crescent army on army crowds. How shall she fear what seas or winds can say? The seas that leap and shine round earth's decay, the winds that mount and sing while empires fall, and mountains pass like waves in the wind's way, and dying gods through shuddering twilights call. Had England then the sea that sweeps o'er one and all? See, in gigantic wrath the Rata hurls her mighty prows round to the wild sea wind. The deep like one black maelstrom round her swirls, while great Recalde follows hard behind. Reeling like Titans, thunder blasted, blind, they strive to cross the ships of England, yea, challenge them to the grapple, and only find red broadsides bursting o'er the bursting spray, and England surging still along her windward way. To windward still Revenge and Raleigh flash and thunder, and the sea flames red between. In vain against the wind the galleons crash, and plunge and pour blind volleys through the screen Of rolling sulphurous clouds at dimly seen Topsails that to and fro like sea birds fly. Ever to leeward the great hulks careen, Their thousand cannon can but wound the sky, While England's little rainbow foams and flashes by. Suddenly the flagship of Recalde, stung To fury it seemed, heeled like an avalanche To leeward, then reeled out beyond the rest Against the wind, alone, daring the foe To grapple her. At once the little Revenge, With Drake's flag flying, flashed at her throat, And hardly a cable's length away outbelched Broadside on broadside under those great cannon, Crashing through 5-foot beams 4 shots to 1, While Howard and the rest swept to and fro, Keeping at deadly bay the rolling hulks That, looming like leviathans, now plunged Desperately against the freshening wind To rescue the great flagship where she lay Alone amid the cannonades of Drake, Alone like a volcanic island lashed With crimson hurricanes, dinning the winds With isolated thunders, flaking the skies With wrathful lava, while great spars and blocks Leapt through the cloudy glare and fell, far off, Like small black stones into the hissing sea. Oquendo saw her peril far away. His rushing prow through heaven begins to loom. Oquendo, first in all that proud array, Hath heart the pride of Spain to reassume. He comes, the rolling seas are dusked with gloom Of his great sails. Now round him once again Thrust out your oars, ye mighty hulks of doom! Forward, with hiss of whip and clank of chain! Let twice 10,000 slaves bring on the wrath of Spain. Sidonia comes, Toledo comes, huge ranks That rally against the storm from sky to sky, As down the dark blood rusted chain locked planks Of labouring galleys the dark slave guards ply Their knotted scourges, and the red flakes fly From bare scarred backs that quiver and heave once more, And slaves that heed not if they live or die Pull with numb arms at many a red stained oar, Nor know the sea's dull crash from cannon's growing roar. Bring on the wrath! From heaven to rushing heaven The white foam sweeps around their fierce array. In vain before their shattering crimson levin The ships of England flash and dart away. Not England's heart can hold that host at bay. See, a swift signal shoots along her line. Her ships are scattered, they fly like spray Driven against the wind by wrath divine, While round Recalde now Sidonia's cannon shine. The wild sea winds with golden trumpets blaze. One wave will wash away the crimson stain That blots Recalde's decks. Her first amaze Is over. Down the channel once again Turns the triumphant pageantry of Spain In battle order now. Behind her, far, While the broad sun sinks to the western main, Glitter the little ships of England's war, And over them in heaven glides out the first white star. The sun goes down, the heart of Spain is proud. Her censers fume, her golden trumpets blow. Into the darkening east, with cloud on cloud Of broad flung sail, her huge sea castles go. Rich under blazoned poops like rose flushed snow Tosses the foam. Far off the sunset gleams. Her banners like 1,000 sunsets glow, As down the darkening east the pageant streams, Full fraught with doom for England, rigged with princely dreams. Nay, rigged with curses dark, as o'er the waves Drake watched them slowly sweeping into the gloom That thickened down the Channel, watched them go In ranks compact, roundels impregnable, With Biscay's bristling broad beamed squadron drawn Behind for rear guard. As the sun went down Drake flew the council flag. Across the sea that gleamed still like a myriad petalled rose, Up to the little Revenge the pinnaces foamed. There on Drake's powder grimed escutcheoned poop They gathered, admirals and great flag captains, Hawkins, Frobisher, shining names and famous, And some content to serve and follow and fight Where duty called, unknown, but heroes all. High on the poop they clustered, gazing east, With faces dark as iron against the flame Of sunset, eagle faces, iron lips, And keen eyes fiercely flashing as they turned Like sword flames now, or dark and deep as night, Watching the vast Armada slowly mix Its broad flung sails with twilight, where it dragged Through thickening heavens its curdled storms of clouds Down the wide darkening Channel. "My Lord Howard," said Drake, "it seems we have but scarred the skins Of those huge hulks. The hour grows late for England. 'Twere well to handle them again at once." A growl of fierce approval answered, but Lord Howard cried out, "Attack we cannot, save at risk of our whole fleet. It is not death I fear, but England's peril. We have fought all day, accomplished nothing. Half our powder is spent. I think it best to hang upon their flanks Till we be reinforced." "My lord," said Drake, "had we that week to spare for which I prayed, And were we handling them in Spanish seas, We might delay. There is no choosing now. Yon hulks of doom are steadfastly resolved On one tremendous path and solid end, To join their powers with Parma's 30,000, Not heeding our light horsemen of the sea, Then in one earthquake of o'erwhelming arms Roll Europe over England. They've not grasped The first poor thought which now and evermore Must be the sceptre of Britain, the steel trident Of ocean sovereignty, that mighty fleet, Invincible, impregnable, omnipotent, Must here and now be shattered, never be Joined with Parma, never abase the wind swept sea With oaken roads for thundering legions To trample in the splendour of the sun From Europe to our island. As for food, In yonder enemy's fleet there is food enough To feed a nation, ay, and powder enough To split an empire. I will answer for it Ye shall not lack of either, nor for shot, Not though ye pluck them out of your own beams To feed your hungry cannon. Cast your bread Upon the waters. Think not of the Queen. She will not send it, for she hath not known How could she know this wide new realm of hers When we ourselves, her seamen, scarce have learnt What means this kingdom of the ocean sea To England and her throne? Food, life blood, life! She could not understand who, when our ships put out from Plymouth, hardly gave them store of powder and shot to last 3 fighting days, or rations even for those. Blame not the Queen, who hath striven for England as no king hath fought since England was a nation. Bear with me, for I must pour my heart before you now, this one last time. Yon fishing boats have brought tidings on how this very day she rode before her mustered pikes at Tilbury. Methinks I see her riding down their lines, high on her milk white Barbary charger, hear her voice. My people, though my flesh be woman, my heart is of your kingly lion's breed. I come myself to lead you. I see the sun shining upon her armour, hear the voice of all her armies roaring like one sea, God save Elizabeth, our English Queen. God save her, I say, too, but still she dreams, as all too many of us, bear with me, dream of Crécy when our England's war was thus, when we too hurled our hosts across the deep, as now Spain dreams to hurl them on our isle. But now our war is otherwise. We claim the sea's command, and Spain shall never land one swordsman on our island. Blame her not, but look not to the Queen. The people fight this war of ours, not princes. In this hour God maketh us a people. We have seen victories, never victory like to this, when in our England's darkest hour of need her seamen, without wage, powder, or food, are yet on fire to fight for her. Your ships, tossing in the great sunset of an empire, dawn of a sovereign people, are all manned by heroes, ragged, hungry, who will die like flies ere long, because they have no food but turns to fever-breeding carrion not fit for dogs. They are half naked, hopeless living of any reward, and if they die a dog's death. We shall reap the fame, while they, great God, and all this cannot quench the glory in their eyes. They will be served 6 at the mess of 4, eking it out with what their own rude nets may catch by night, silvering the guns and naked arms that haul under the stars with silver past all price, while some small ship boy in the Black Crow's nest watches across the waters for the foe. My lord, it is a terrible thing for Spain when poor men thus go out against her princes. For so God whispers victory in our ears, I cannot dare to doubt it. Once again a growl of fierce approval answered him, and Hawkins cried, I stand by Francis Drake. But Howard, clinging to his old world order, yet with such manly strength as dared to rank Drake's wisdom of the sea above his own, sturdily shook his head. I dare not risk a close attack. Once grappled, we are doomed. We'll follow on their trail, no less, with Drake leading. Our oriflamme to-night shall be his cresset and stern lanthorn. Where that shines, we follow. Drake still thinking in his heart, and if Spain be not shattered here and now, we are doomed no less, must even rest content with that good vantage. As the sunset died over the darkling emerald seas that swelled before the freshening wind, the pinnaces dashed to their own ships. And into the mind of Drake there stole a plot that twitched his lips to a smile. High on the heaving purple of the poop, under the glimmer of firm and full blown sails, he stood an iron statue, glancing back anon at his stern cresset's crimson flare, the star of all the shadowy ships that plunged like ghosts amid the grey stream of his wake, and all around him heard the low keen song of hidden ropes above the wail and creak of blocks and long low swish of cloven foam, a keen rope music in the formless night, a harmony, a strong intent good sound, well strung and taut, singing the will of man. "Your oriflamme," he muttered, "so you travail with sea speech in the tongue of old Poitiers, shall be my own stern lanthorn. Watch it well, my good Lord Howard." Over the surging seas the little Revenge went swooping on the trail, leading the ships of England. One by one, out of the gloom before them slowly crept, sinister gleam by gleam, like blood red stars, the rearmost lanthorns of the Spanish fleet, a shaggy purple sky of secret storm heaving from north to south upon the black breast of the waters. Once again with lips twitched to a smile, Drake suddenly bade them crowd all sail upon the little Revenge. She leapt forward. Smiling he watched the widening gap between the ships that followed and her light. Then as to those behind, its flicker must seem well nigh confused with those of Spain, he cried, "Now, master bo'sun, quench their oriflamme, dip their damned cresset in the good black sea. The rearmost light of Spain shall lead them now. A little closer, if they think it ours. Pray God they come to blows." Even as he spake, his cresset flare went out in the thick night. A fluttering as of blind bewildered moths a moment seized upon the shadowy ships behind him, then with crowded sail they steered straight for the rearmost cresset flare of Spain. End of Book 11. Section 18 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 12, Part 1. Meanwhile, as in the gloom he slipped aside along the Spanish ranks, waiting the crash of battle, suddenly Drake became aware of strange sails bearing up into the wind around his right, and thought, "The Armada strives to weather us in the dark." Down went his helm, and all alone the little Revenge gave chase, till as the moon crept slowly forth she stood beside the ghostly ships, only to see bewildered Flemish merchantmen, amazed with fears of Armageddon, such vast shrouds had lately passed them on the rolling seas. Down went his helm again, with one grim curse upon the chance that led him thus astray. And down the wind the little Revenge once more swept on the trail. Fainter and fainter now glared the red beacons on the British coasts, and the wind slackened, and the glimmering east greyed and reddened, yet Drake had not regained sight of the ships. When the full glory of dawn dazzled the sea, he found himself alone, with one huge galleon helplessly drifting a cable's length away. Around her prow, Nuestra Señora del Rosario, richly emblazoned, gold on red, proclaimed the flagship of great Valdez, of the fleet of Andalusia, Captain General. She, last night, in dark collision with the hulks of Spain, had lost her foremast. Through the night her guns, Long rank on deadly rank had kept all enemies at bay. Drake summoned her instantly to surrender. She returned a scornful answer from the glittering poop, where 20 officers crowned the golden sea and stained the dawn with blots of richer colour, loftily clustered in the glowing sky, doubleted with cramoisy velvet, wreathed with golden chains, blazing with jewelled swords and crusted poignards. What proud haste was this, they asked, glancing at their huge tiers of cannon and crowded decks of swarthy soldiery. What madman in yon cockle shell defied Spain? Tell them it is El Draque, he said, who lacks the time to parley, therefore it will be well they strike at once, for I am in great haste. There, at the sound of that renowned name, without a word down came their blazoned flag. Like a great fragment of the dawn it lay, crumpled upon their decks. Into the soft bloom and Italian blue of sparkling, ever beautiful Torbay, belted as with warm Mediterranean crags, the little Revenge foamed with her mighty prize. A prize indeed, not for the casks of gold Drake split in the rich sunlight and poured out like dross amongst his men, but in her hold lay many tons of powder, worth their weight in rubies now to Britain. Into the hands of swarthy Brixham fishermen he gave prisoners and prize. Then, loaded stem to stern with powder and shot, their swiftest trawlers flew like falcons following a thundercloud behind him, as with crowded sail he rushed on England's trail once more. Like a caged lion Drake paced his deck, praying he yet might reach the fight in time, and ever the warm light wind slackened. Not till the sun was half way fallen once more crept out in front those dusky thrones of thunder, heaving on the smooth bright sea from north to south, with Howard's clustered fleet, like tiny clouds becalmed, not half a mile behind the Spaniards. For the breeze had failed their blind midnight pursuit, and now attack seemed hopeless. Even as Drake drew nigh, the last breath of the wind sank. One more day had flown, naught was accomplished, and the Armada lay some leagues of golden seaway nearer now to its great goal. The sun went down, the moon rose glittering. Hardly a cannon shot apart the two fleets lay becalmed upon the silver swell of the smooth night tide. The hour had come for Spain to strike. The ships of England drifted helplessly at the mercy of those great hulks oared by their 1,000 slaves. Onward they came, swinging suddenly in tremendous gloom over the silver seas. But even as Drake, with eyes on fire at last for his last fight, measured the distance ere he gave the word to greet it with his cannon, suddenly the shining face of the deep began to shiver with dusky patches. The doomed English sails quivered, and filling smart from the northeast, the little Revenge rushed down their broken line, signalling them to follow. And ere they knew what miracle had saved them, they all sprang their luff and ran large out to sea. For now the Armada lay to windward, and to fight meant to be grappled and overwhelmed. But dark within the mind of Drake a fiercer plan already had shaped itself. They fly! They fly! rending the heavens from twice 10,000 throats, a mighty shout rose from the Spanish fleet. Over the moonlit waves their galleons came, towering, crowding, plunging down the wind in full chase, while the tempter, Drake, laughed low to watch their solid battle order break and straggle, when once more the golden dawn dazzled the deep, the labouring galleons lay scattered by their unequal speed, the wind veered as the sun rose, once again the ships of England lay to windward. Down swooped Drake, where like a mountain the San Marcos heaved her giant flanks alone, having outsailed her huge companions. Then the sea winds blazed with broadsides. 2 long hours the sea flamed red all round her. One by one the Titan ships came surging to her rescue and met the buffet of battle thunders belching iron and flame, nor could they pluck her forth from that red chaos, till great Oquendo hurled his mighty prows crashing athwart those thunders, and once more gathered into unshakable battle order, the whole Armada raked the reeking seas. Then up the wind the ships of England sheered once more, and one more day drew to its close with little accomplished, half their powder spent, and all the Armada moving as of old, from sky to sky, one heaven-wide zone of storm, though some 3 galleons out of all their host laboured woundily, down the darkening channel. And all night long on England's guardian heights the beacons reddened, and all the next long day the impregnable Armada never swerved from its tremendous path. In vain did Drake, Frobisher, Hawkins, Howard, greatest names in all our great sea history, hover and dart like falcons round the mountainous array, till now, as night fell and they lay abreast of the Isle of Wight, once more the council flag flew from the little Revenge, with iron face thrust close to Howard's, and outstretched iron arm. Under the stars Drake pointed down the coast, where the red beacons flared. "The shoals," he hissed, "the shoals from Oars to Spithead and the net of channels yonder in Portsmouth roads. At dawn they'll lie to leeward of the Invincible fleet." Swiftly, in mighty sweeping lines, Drake set before the council his fierce battle plan to drive the Armada down upon the banks and utterly shatter it, stroke by well schemed stroke, as he unfolded there his vital plot, and touched their dead cold warfare into life where plan before was none. He seemed to tower above them, clad with the deep night of stars. And those that late would rival knew him now in all his great simplicity, their king, one of the gods of battle, England's Drake, a soul that summoned Caesar from his grave and swept with Alexander o'er the deep. So when the dawn through rolling wreaths of cloud struggled, and all the waves were molten gold, the heart of Spain exulted, for she saw the little fleet of England cloven in twain, as if by some strange discord. A light breeze blew from the ripening east, and up against it, urged by the very madness of defeat, or so it seemed, one half the British fleet drew nigh, towed by their boats, to challenge the vast tempest-winged heaving citadels of Spain at last to the murderous grapple, while far away their other half, led by the flag of Drake, stood out to sea, as if to escape the doom of that sheer madness, for the light wind now could lend them no such wings to hover and swoop as heretofore. Nearer the mad ships came, towed by their boats, till now upon their right to windward loomed the fleet Invincible with all its thunder clouds, and on their left, to leeward, gleamed the perilous white shoals with their long level lightnings under the cliffs of England, from the green glad garden of Wight to the Oars and Selsey Bill. Right on they came, and suddenly the wrench of thundering cannon shook the vast hulks that towered above them. Red flamed the blue sea between. Thunder to thunder answered, and still the ships of Drake sped out to the open sea. Sidonia saw them go, furrowing the deep that like a pale blue shield lay diamond dazzled now in the full light. Rich was the omen of that day for Spain, the feast day of Sidonia's patron saint. And the priests chanted and the trumpets blew triumphantly. A universal shout went skyward from the locust swarming decks, a shout that rent the golden morning clouds from heaven to menacing heaven, as castle to castle flew the great battle signal, and like one range of moving mountains those almighty ranks swept down upon the small forsaken ships. The lion's brood was in the imperial nets of Spain at last. Onward the mountains came, with all their golden clouds of sail and flags like streaming cataracts, all their glorious chasms and glittering steeps, echoing, re-echoing, calling, answering, as with the herald winds that blow the golden trumpets of the morning from Skiddaw to Helvellyn. In the midst the great San Martin surged with heaven-wide press of proudly billowing sail, and yet once more, slowly, solemnly, like another dawn, up to her masthead soared in thunderous gold the sacred standard of their last crusade, while round 100 prows that heaved through heaven like granite cliffs their black wet shining flanks, and swept like moving promontories rolled the splendid long-drawn thunders of the foam, and flashed the untamed white lightnings of the sea back to a morn unhalyarded of man, back to the unleashed sun and blazoned clouds and azure sky, the unfettered flag of God. Like one huge moving coastline, on they came, crashing, and closed the ships of England round with one fierce crescent of thunder and sweeping flame, one crimson scythe of death, whose long sweep drowned the eternal ocean with its mighty sound. From heaven to heaven one roar, one glitter of doom, while out to the sea line's blue remotest bound the ships of Drake still fled, and the red fume of battle thickened and shrouded shoal and sea with gloom. The distant sea, the close white menacing shoals are shrouded, and the lion's brood fight on. And now death's very midnight round them rolls. Rent is the flag that late so proudly shone. The red decks reel, and their last hope seems gone. Round them they still keep clear one ring of sea. It narrows, but the lion's brood fight on, ungrappled still, still fearless and still free, while the white menacing shoals creep slowly out to lee. Now through the red rents of each fire‐cleft cloud High o'er the British blood‐greased decks flash out Thousands of swarthy faces, crowd on crowd, Surging with one tremendous hurricane shout On to the grapple! And still the grim redoubt Of the oaken bulwarks rolls them back again, As buffeted waves that shatter in the furious bout When cannonading cliffs meet the full main And hurl it back in smoke, so Britain hurls back Spain. Hurls her back only to see her return, Darkening the heavens with billow on billow of sail. Round that huge storm the waves like lava burn, The daylight withers and the sea winds fail. Seamen of England, what shall now avail Your naked arms? Before those blasts of doom The sun is quenched, the very sea waves quail. High overhead their triumphing thousands loom, When hark! what low deep guns to windward suddenly boom! What low deep strange new thunders far away Respond to the triumphant shout of Spain? Is it the wind that shakes their giant array? Is it the deep wrath of the rising main? Is it El Draque? El Draque! Ay, shout again! His thunders burst upon your windward flanks. The shoals creep out to leeward. Is it plain at last what earthquake heaves your herded ranks Huddled in huge dismay towards those white foam‐swept banks? Plain? It was plain at last. What cunning lured, What courage held them o'er the jaws o' the pit, Till Drake could hurl them down. The little ships Of Howard and Frobisher, towed by their boats, Slipped away in the smoke, while out at sea Drake, with a gale of wind behind him, crashed Volley on volley into the helpless rear Of Spain and drove it down, huddling the whole Invincible fleet together upon the verge Of doom. One awful surge of stormy wrath Heaved through the struggling citadels of Spain. From east to west their desperate signal flew, And like a drove of bullocks with the foam Flecking their giant sides, they staggered and swerved, Careening towards the shallows as they turned, Then in one wild stampede of sheer dismay Rushed, tacking seaward, while the grey sea plain Smoked round them, and the cannonades of Drake Raked their wild flight. And the crusading flag, Tangled in one black maze of crashing spars, Whirled downward like the pride of Lucifer From heaven to hell. Out towards the coasts of France they plunged, Narrowly weathering the o'er banks. Then once again they formed in ranks compact, Roundels impregnable, wrathfully bent at last Never to swerve again from their huge path And solid end, to join with Parma's host And hurl the whole of Europe on our isle. Another day was gone, much powder spent. And while Lord Howard exulted and conferred Knighthoods on his brave seamen, Drake alone Knew that his mighty plan, in spite of all, Had failed, knew that well nigh his last great chance Was lost of wrecking the Spaniards ere they joined Parma. The night went by, and the next day, With scarce a visible scar, the invincible fleet Drew onwards towards its goal, unshakable now In that grim battle order. Beacons flared Along the British coast, and pikes flashed out All night, and a strange dread began to grip the heart of England, as it seemed the might of seamen most renowned in all the world checked not that huge advance. Yet at the heart of Spain no less there clung a vampire fear and strange foreboding, as the next day passed quietly, and behind her all day long the shadowy ships of Drake stood on her trail, quietly, patiently as death or doom, unswerving and implacable. End of Book 12, Part 1. Section 19 of Drake by Alfred NOYES. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Book 12, Part 2. While the sun sank through long crimson fringes on that eve, the fleets were passing Calais and the wind blew fair behind them. A strange impulse seized Spain to shake off those bloodhounds from her trail, and suddenly the whole invincible fleet anchored in hope the following wind would bear the ships of England past and carry them down to leeward. But their grim insistent watch was ready, and though their van had well nigh crashed into the rear of Spain in the golden dusk, they too, a cannon shot away, at once anchored to windward still. Quietly heaved the golden sea in that tremendous hour, fraught with the fate of Europe and mankind. As yet once more the flag of council flew, and Hawkins, Howard, Frobisher, and Drake gathered together upon the little Revenge, while like a triumphing fire the news was borne to Spain already that the invincible fleet had reached its end, ay, and that great black dog, Sir Francis Drake, was writhing now in chains beneath the torturer's hands. High on his poop he stood, a granite rock above the throng of captains, there amid the breaking waves of clashing thought and swift opinion, silent, gazing where now the cool fresh wind blew steadily up the terrible North Sea, which rolled under the clouds into a gloom unfathomable. Once only his lips moved, half consciously breathing those mighty words, "The clouds his chariot." Then suddenly he turned and looked upon the little flock of ships that followed on the fleet of England, sloops, helpless in fight. These, manned by the brave zeal of many a noble house, from hour to hour had plunged out from the coast to join his flag. Better if they had brought us powder and food than sought to join us thus, he had growled. But now, "Lord God," he cried aloud, "they'll light our road to victory yet." And in great sweeping strokes once more he drew his mighty battle plan before the captains. In the thickening gloom they stared at his grim face as at a man risen from hell, with all the powers of hell at his command, a face tempered like steel in the everlasting furnaces, a rock of adamant, while with a voice that blent with the ebb and flow of the everlasting sea he spake, and at the low deep menacing words, monotonous with the unconquerable passion and level strength of his great soul, they shuddered, for the man seemed more than man, and from his iron lips resounded doom, as from the lips of cannon, doom to Spain, inevitable, unconquerable doom. And through that mighty host of Spain there crept cold winds of fear, as to the darkening sky once more from lips of kneeling thousands swept the vespers of an empire, one vast cry, Salve Regina! God, what wild reply hissed from the clouds in that dark hour of dreams? Ave Maria! Those about to die salute thee. See, what ghostly pageant streams Above them! What thin hands point down like pale moonbeams! Thick as the ghosts that Dante saw in hell, Whirled on the blast through boundless leagues of pain, Thick, thick as wind blown leaves innumerable, In the Inquisition's yellow robes her slain And tortured thousands, dense as the red rain That well nigh quenched her fires, went hissing by With twisted shapes, raw from the racks of Spain, Salve Regina! Rushing through the sky, And pale hands pointing down, and lips that mocked her cry. 10,000 times 10,000, what are these That are arrayed in yellow robes and sweep Between your prayers and God like phantom seas, Prophesying over your masts, could Rome not keep The keys, who loosed these dead to break your sleep? Salve Regina! Cry, yea, cry aloud, Ave Maria! Ye have sown, shall ye not reap? Salve Regina! Christ, what fiery cloud Suddenly rolls to windward, high o'er mast and shroud? Are hell gates burst at last? For the black deep To windward burns with streaming crimson fires. Over the wild strange waves they shudder and creep Nearer, strange smoke wreathed masts and spars, red spires, And blazing hulks, vast roaring blood red pyres, Fierce as the flames ye fed with flesh of men Amid the imperial pomp and chanting choirs Of Alva. From El Drake's red hand again Sweep the wild fire ships down upon the fleet of Spain. Onward before the freshening wind they come, Full fraught with all the terrors, all the bale That flamed so long for the delight of Rome, The shrieking fires that struck the sunlight pale, The avenging fires at last. Now, what avail Your thousand ranks of cannon? Swift, cut free, Cut your scorched cables, cry, reel backward, quail, Crash your huge huddled ranks together, flee! Behind you roars the fire, before the dark North Sea. Dawn, everlasting and omnipotent dawn, Rolled in crimson o'er the spar strewn waves, As the last trumpet shall in thunder roll O'er heaven and earth and ocean. Far away The ships of Spain, great ragged piles of gloom And shaggy splendour, leaning to the north Like sun shot clouds, confused, or rent apart In scattered squadrons furiously plunged, Burying their mighty prows i' the broad grey rush Of smoking billowy hills, or heaving high Their giant bowsprits to the wandering heavens, Labouring in vain to return, struggling to lock Their far flung ranks anew, but drifting still To leeward, driven by the ever increasing storm Straight for the dark North Sea. Hard by there lurched One gorgeous galleon on the ravening shoals, Feeding the white maw of the famished waves With gold and purple webs from kingly looms, and spilth of world-wide empires. Howard still planning to pluck the Armada, plume by plume, swooped down upon that prey and swiftly engaged her desperate guns, while Drake, our ocean king, knowing the full worth of that doom-fraught hour, glanced neither to the left nor right, but stood high on his poop with calm implacable face, gazing as into eternity, and steered the crowded glory of his dawn-flushed sails in superb onset straight for the great fleet invincible, and after him the main of England's fleet, knowing its captain now, followed, and with them rushed, from sky to sky, one glittering charge of wrath, the storm's white waves, the 20,000 foaming chariots of God. None but the everlasting voice of him who fought at Salamis might sing the fight of that dread Sabbath. Not mankind waged it alone. War raged in heaven that day, where Michael and his angels drave once more the hosts of darkness ruining down the abyss of chaos. Light against darkness, liberty against all dark old despotism, unsheathed the sword in that great hour. Behind the strife of men embattled deeps beyond all thought moved in their awful panoply, as move silent, invisible, swift, under the clash of waves and flash of foam, huge ocean glooms and vast reserves of inappellable power. The bowsprits ranked on either forefront seemed but spearheads of those dread antagonists invisible, the shuddering sails of Spain, dusk with the shadow of death, the sunward sails of England full fraught with the breath of God. Onward the ships of England and God's waves triumphantly charged, glittering companions, and poured their thunders on the extreme right of Spain, whose giant galleons, as they lurched heavily to the roughening sea and wind, with all their grinding, wrenching cannon, worked on rolling platforms by the helpless hands of 20,000 soldiers without skill in stormy seas, rent the indifferent sky, or tore the black troughs of the swirling deep in vain, while volley on volley of flame and iron burst through their 4-foot beams, fierce raking blasts from ships that came and went on wings of the wind, all round their mangled bulk, scarce a pike's thrust away, sweeping their decks from stem to stern, between the rush and roar of the great green waves, with crimson death, rending their timbered towns and populous floating streets into wild squares of slaughter and devastation, driving them down, huddled on their own centre, cities of shame and havoc, in fiery forests of tangled wrath, with hurricanes of huge masts and swarming spars, and multitudinous decks that heaved and sank like earthquake-smitten palaces when doom comes with one stride across the pomp of kings. All round them shouted the everlasting sea, burst in white thunders on the streaming poops, and blinded 50,000 eyes with spray. Once, as a gorgeous galleon, drenched with blood, began to founder and settle, a British captain called from his bulwarks, bidding her fierce crew surrender and come aboard. Straight through the heart 100 muskets answered that appeal. Sink or destroy, the deadly signal flew from mast to mast of England. Once, twice, thrice, a huge sea castle heaved her haggled bulk heavenward, and with a cry that rent the heavens from all her crowded decks, and one deep roar as of a cloven world, or the dark surge of chaos yawning, sank. The swirling slopes of the sweeping billowy hills for a moment swarmed with struggling insect men, sprinkling the foam with tossing arms. Then the indifferent sea rolled its grey smoking waves across the place where they had been. Here a great galeasse poured red rivers through her scuppers and torn flanks, and there a galleon, wrapped in creeping fire, suddenly like a vast volcano split asunder, and o'er the vomiting sulphurous clouds and spouting spread of crimson, flying spars and heads torn from their trunks and scattered limbs, leapt hideous gouts of death against the glare. Hardly the thrust of a pike away the ships of England flashed and swerved, till in one mass of thunder blasted splendour and shuddering gloom those gorgeous floating citadels huddled and shrank their towers, and all the glory of dawn that rolled and burned along the tempest of their banners withered, as on a murderer's face the light withers before the accuser. All their proud castles and towers and heaven-wide clouds of sail shrank to a darkening horror, like the heart of evil plucked from midnight's fiercest gloom, with all its curses quivering and alive, a horror of wild masts and tangled spars, like some great kraken with 1,000 arms, torn from the filthiest cavern of the deep, writhing and spewing forth its venomous fumes on every side. Sink or destroy. All day the deadly signal flew, and ever the sea swelled higher, and the flashes of the foam broadened and leapt and spread as a wild white fire that flourishes with the wind, and ever the storm drave the grim battle onward to the wild menace of the dark North Sea. At set of sun, even as below the sea line the broad disk sank like a red-hot cannon ball through scurf of seething molten lead, the Santa Maria, uttering one cry that split the heart of heaven, went down with all hands, roaring into the dark. Hardly 5 rounds of shot were left to Drake. Gun after gun fell silent as the night deepened. "Yet we must follow them to the north," he cried, "or they'll return yet to shake hands with Parma. Come, we'll put a brag upon it, and hunt them onward as we lacked for naught." So when across the swinging smoking seas, grey and splendid and terrible broke the day once more, the flying invincible fleet beheld upon their weather beam, and dogging them like their own shadow, the dark ships of Drake, unswerving and implacable. Ever the wind and sea increased, till now the heaving deep swelled all around them into sulky hills and rolling mountains, whose majestic crests, like wild white flames far blown and savagely flickering, swept through the clouds, and on their vanishing slopes, past the pursuing fleet, began to swirl scores of horses and mules, drowning or drowned, cast overboard to lighten the wild flight of Spain and save her water casks, a trail telling of utmost fear. And ever the storm soared louder across the leagues of rioting sea, driving her onward like a mighty stag chased by the wolves. Off the dark firth of Forth at last Drake signalled, and lay head to wind, watching. "The chariots of God are 20,000," he muttered, as for a moment close at hand, caught in some league-wide whirlpool of the sea, the mighty galleons crowded and towered and plunged above him on the huge o'erhanging billows, as if to crash down on his decks. The next, a mile of ravening sea had swept between each of those wind-whipped straws, and they were gone, with all their tiny shrivelling scrolls of sail, through roaring deserts of embattled death, where like 100,000 chariots charged with lightnings and with thunders, the great deep hurled them away to the north. From sky to sky, one blanching, bursting storm of infinite seas followed them, broad white cataracts, hills that grasped with struggling Titan hands at reeling heavens, and roared their doom-fraught greetings from Cape Wrath round to the bloody foreland. There should the yeast of foam receive the purple of many kings, and the grim gulfs devour the blood-bought gold of Aztecs and of Incas, and the reefs, league after league, bristle with mangled spars, and all along their coasts the murderous kerns of Catholic Ireland strip the gorgeous silks and chains and jewel-encrusted crucifixes from thousands dead, and slaughter thousands more with gallows-glass axes as they blindly crept forth from the surf and jagged rocks to seek pity of their own creed. To meet that doom, Drake watched their sails go shrivelling, till the last flicker of spars vanished as a skeleton leaf upon the blasts of winter, and there was naught but one wide wilderness of splendour and gloom under the northern clouds. "Not unto us," cried Drake, "not unto us, but unto Him who made the sea belongs our England now. Pray God that heart and mind and soul we prove worthy among the nations of this hour and this great victory, whose ocean fame shall wash the world with thunder till that day when there is no more sea, and the strong cliffs pass like a smoke, and the last peal of it sounds through the trumpet." So, with close-hauled sails, over the rolling triumph of the deep, lifting their hearts to heaven, they turned back home. End of Book 12. End of Drake by Alfred NOYES.